recollection, athletes and officials behind Belmonte.
Everybody in the stadium is up on their feet, up towards the line now. Goal for Great Britain. It's a new world record as Great Britain retain the Olympic title.
London 2012 on 5 Live and 5 Live Olympics Extra.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pugach.
And tonight, 80,000 people here in the Olympic Stadium and millions across the country are ready to celebrate the crowning of a new British sporting superstar.
6 metres and 48 centimetres. Another huge roar around this stadium. Jessica Ennis leading the field. She's still in flying form and on course to take the gold medal.
Equal billing tonight goes to Mo Farah. Olympic glory beckons in the final of the 10,000 metres.
Farah hits the front. Farah starts to draw away. It was only silver in the 10,000 metres. It's gold this time for Mo Farah. What a performance from Mo Farah.
And on what could be a glorious night for British track and field, we're going to keep an eye on the long jump final. It's wide open with the British pair of Chris Tomlinson and Greg Rutherford in with a real shout. Plus, it's the last night of the swimming. We'll bring you the 4 finals, including Fran Halsall in the women's 50 freestyle. On Olympics Extra, it's the men's football quarter-final Great Britain career kicking off at 7:30 from the Millennium Stadium. Good evening. The Olympic Stadium, I would say, is about 2/3 full. The flame burning away to our right. The expectant crowd trickling in all the time. And every time by the public address announcer, Jess Ennis's name was mentioned, an enormous roar reverberated around this impressive stadium. Mike Costello is with us, our athletics correspondent, Olympic gold and silver medalist Darren Campbell, Olympic bronze medalist Catherine Merry. So, Mike, after her performance this morning, just how close is Jess Ennis to this gold medal?
Well, she's in as strong a position as she was when she won World Championship gold in Berlin 3 years ago. She has a clear lead over the field of 188 points. In second place, it's Ostra Skoyute of Lithuania. And that 188 points advantage means that Ennis can afford to finish within 13 seconds of Skoyute. In other words, the Lithuanian has to beat her by 13 seconds in the 800 metres to claim the gold ahead of Ennis. And Ennis is the best 800-metre runner by far among the leading contenders here. Tatiana Chernova of Russia, the world champion last year, is down in 6th place. So it's Ennis's to lose here. Earlier today, she started with that long jump you've just heard, 6 metres and 48 centimetres, very, very close to her lifetime best. And then it was a lifetime best in the javelin, 47 metres and 49 centimetres. And that means in 3 of the 6 disciplines so far, Jessica Ennis has produced her lifetime best performance. She also has the highest score she's ever had at this stage of a heptathlon. She's on course to smash her own British record, which is barely 2 months old. And she also, Mark, has an outside chance of becoming only the 4th athlete in history to break the 7,000 point barrier.
So, Mary, for Jess Ennis not to win the gold medal, she has to pull a hamstring or something. Simple as that.
It's looking that straightforward, and of course until she crosses the line and we have the confirmation, then we'll all breathe a big sigh of relief. But the position she has put herself in is the best one she couldn't have even dreamt of it, Mark. It's absolutely superb, and it's going to be interesting to see how she runs this, because the ultimate goal for an athlete is the Olympic medal. The ultimate goal for Jess Ennis in this position is the Olympic gold medal. Yes, she could potentially break records, but they won't be at the forefront of her mind. She'd have spent the last few hours relaxing. She'd have been going through the tactics with her coach Tony Minicello, and she'll just generally be looking forward to what is potentially the biggest moment of her life.
Well, you cannot escape, you have not been able to escape the profile of Jess Ennis in the last, 18 months, 2 years, all the way around the UK, at petrol stations, her face in magazines, on billboards. impossible to get away from her. And interesting to read a tweet from Rio Ferdinand this afternoon. To perform this way, being the face of the Olympics and under all that pressure, is unreal, he says. I love it. So Darren Campbell, we're talking about an athlete with a huge amount of mental strength.
Yeah, definitely. I think by the time she crosses the line in the 800 metres, she will be crowned the princess of athletics. It's that simple. To think that Christina Harugu coming into this maybe 7 years ago was seen as the face of this Olympic Games. Jessica Ennis has pretty much taken over everything, and she will get her crowning moment, and it's a moment that she deserves for all the hard work, all the dedication. When you look back 4 years ago, when she didn't get the opportunity to compete in the Olympic Games in Beijing, she's come back stronger than ever, had to come through adversity, and look, she's going to get the applause that she deserves.
Well, it's Super Saturday. That's the way we build it. That's the way it's turning out for Team GB at the moment, with 3 gold medals. Let's hear about the third of those who pulled it off. Matt Dawson's at the velodrome.
Oh, and I have got 3 very giggly girls in front of me. Not because they've won an Olympic gold medal, but you're going to have a chance to wave to Paul McCartney. Wave to him over there. Paul! He's blowing kisses to you.
Oh my God, I just blew a kiss.
Does that pale into insignificance now to an Olympic medal?
We'd rather get waved and kissed by a legend.
Now, come on, the pressure. You guys must have been feeling the pressure there, because you were such favourites. All the other golds that we've had, but you were real favourites, Joanna.
I think we took a huge inspiration from the men's team sprint team and the team pursuit team on the first 2 days. So they went out there and beat the world records, and especially the men's team sprint, they weren't the favourites, but we knew the team's going well when we saw that sort of performance. So that just gave us so much belief in ourselves. And yeah, it was a bit of pressure, but we can't affect the other teams. We just had to go out there and do our best. So we just had to go out there and enjoy it, run as fast as we could, really.
Danny, you lot don't deal at any just normal times. It's only a world record. 6 of your last 6 races, world records.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't believe it. But we do work so hard, and got to thank Paul, our coach, and Esme. They've been behind us all the way. You know, like our parents, everyone has been supporting us. And yeah, it's been a dream come true today. We've done it. So,
It is a dream. Don't worry, it's not a dream. Paul McCartney did blow a kiss at you, Danny.
Oh my God, I can't believe it.
And then just to finish it all off, are you going to get changed quick enough to go and see Jess Ennis hopefully pick up that gold medal as well?
Yeah, of course he will. Bring on the girls.
It's all about girl power. Is it girl power?
Yes, it is, yes.
Interesting debate, actually, that Matt started there, that we've talked about a few times, the boys v the girls. But I'm not sure we're going to have time this evening. There's so much to get through to talk about that. Kath, this really reminds me of Cathy Freeman evening in Sydney, doesn't it? And I was very lucky to be there. You were a little bit closer to Cathy Freeman than I was on that night, the night you ran against her. But the whole crowd turning up, expecting her to win, wanting her to win, but still just being a little bit tense because you don't want to count your chickens.
Exactly. It's a very similar feeling. And Cathy flew into London yesterday, so I'm sure she'll be here tonight, and it will take her back as well, because it takes me back to that day 12 years ago. And I think I really got the feel for the pressure for Jess with the flash bulbs in the 200 metres in the final event last night on that first day. The flashlights going off, because I remember running down the back straight in Sydney with 112,000 people flashing and taking pictures, and I suddenly thought, you know what, you're right, this is Jess Ennis to Great Britain as Cathy Freeman was to Australia, and the expectation and the pressure, everybody has it, because we're hoping she'll deliver. And the crowd, you're right, in Sydney weren't sure. You were there, Mike, like you say, you weren't sure whether she was going to win. I can tell you, the 7 of us in the race kind of knew that she was potentially going to win it.
Is that why you was embracing the flashing lights rather than focusing? I'm joking. I owe you that one.
Darren Campbell's just tweaked the tail of the tiger, I think, right at the top of the show. Do you know what is interesting, though, Darren, is, you know, we were in Daegu last year, the javelin led her down, Jess Ennis. There was talk about the long jump earlier this year. We're all thinking, when she gets to this last event, the 7th event, what's the situation going to be? She's blown it out of the water. She's actually blown away a slight element of the tension.
Jessica Ennis has put herself in a position where she has options this evening. She can either use this 800 metres as a procession and enjoy the 2 laps, and if she wanted to, wave to the crowd and break down halfway in tears halfway round, because once she starts running, this crowd is going to take the noise level to a whole nother level and continue for as long as she is running until she finishes, and then she will do a lap of honour. This 800 metres is turned into a lap of honour, but she has the opportunity to go over 7,000 points, and that's the nice little ingredient that I like in all of this.
But that doesn't mean anything to these people with respect. I mean, they don't,
No,
points
it does to her, though.
Yes,
it does to her, and that's where she can finish this off with a proper show by going 7,000 points.
What would you do?
I've been asking myself all day, what do you do? Do you go and just make sure you get round safely and collect your gold medal, or do you go for 7,000 points? That's the brilliant thing.
She's got 4 putts from 20 feet. She's going to take them all. She's going to take the lot, isn't she? There's no need to try and get it in one. It's just not possible. Steve Backley, we were there in Daegu. We were talking about her javelin last year. Her javelin is one of those that she's completely transformed in the last 12 months.
I totally agree, and you know what, she's transformed in a lot of the events for me. I think we remarked yesterday when we were watching her high jumping that she just looked tidy. She looks well drilled. Everything's kind of just so precise with Jess. She just sets herself up. She's got fairly short approaches on all the technical events, and the javelin as that 6th event earlier, a lifetime best. It's a credit for all the hard work she's put in. Of course, my old teammate Mick Hill was partly responsible for that coach. He's been very responsible for the coaching of it, at least, if not the performance. And I know she's worked very, very hard. And again, it just looked so precise. Yes, she's not a natural thrower, but she just did it by numbers and kind of made it happen. Very impressive indeed.
Well, the life of Jess Ennis could change this evening by winning Olympic gold here. Of course it could. Here's Kelly Holmes, who won 2 golds, of course, in Athens in 2004.
No one can prepare you for the end result, and actually most people aren't even thinking about that. Bradley Wiggins said, how do you prepare for something like this? You can't. You should only be thinking about the actual achievement that you want to achieve, so that your mind is fixated on that and focused on that moment. Once you cross that line, and especially if you get a gold medal, you've gone from people in the world of sport or that are interested in you, knowing who you are, to everybody in the whole country and potentially some people worldwide knowing your name, and that is a really incredible thing. It also can become quite intimidating, embarrassing. You take the adulation at the beginning, then actually you realise you can't go back to normality, and a lot of people can't cope with that. So there's nothing that can prepare you. All people need to know is if you're going to win a gold medal in your home country, expect a lot of attention.
There's going to be a lot of attention. There's going to be a lot of noise and excitement everywhere, particularly, of course, in our hometown of Sheffield. And James Vincent is there for us.
I am, Mark. This is the Don Valley Stadium where Jess Ennis was discovered. Are you ready? There's a couple of hundred people watching the big screen here. This is where Jess came when she was just a little girl to an athletics summer camp. She was discovered, and then a few years later, she is at the Olympic Games. And of course, while most athletes have been waiting 4 years, they've been preparing for this Games. She's been waiting 8 because she missed out on Beijing. Everybody here in Sheffield really keen to see how she does. They think here that she's already got the gold. Let's have a quick chat. Hang on a second. Do you think she's going to do it, sir?
Oh yes, definitely, no problem.
Easy enough?
Easy, yeah.
Fantastic. So the mood here very good. Couple of hundred people watching the big screen, Mark. They're ready to see Jess win.
Do let us know what you're up to this evening, where you are, where you're going to enjoy this moment of Jess Ennis's coronation. 85058. You can text us 85058, or you can send us a tweet at BBC 5 Live how you're enjoying this Jess Ennis moment. So we expect Jess Ennis to be crowned Olympic champion later, but there could also be a gold for this man.
Hi, I'm Mo Farah. I'm an athlete, and what I do for a living is run around.
Is kicking away. This is superb running, super strength, super endurance from a super athlete. He's destroying them in the home straight. It's going to be double gold. The double European champion, Mo Farah, does it again.
I currently hold the record for 5,000 metres, British record, European record at 10,000 metres, and British record again in the 10,000. In a typical week, I'll normally do over 100 miles a week. I run every day, twice a day. Apart from on a Sunday, which I do a long run in the morning, and then I just try and have it off in the afternoon. So really, I see that as a rest day.
And now the crowd at Crystal Palace are getting excited. We have a true world-class distance runner here.
Sprinting away, almost like Usain Bolt.
it.
In the same year to win 2 medals, that was amazing. And sports personality was good.
Third place is Mo Farah.
Overall, coming third is just something I never dream of.
There's huge expectation around you now, isn't there?
Yeah, I see a little bit.
That's Mo Farah talking about himself. By the way, we've got the men's 400 metres hurdles semi-finals on the way, and Di Green is in the first of those. That's in just over 10 minutes' time, so we'll bring you all that action. Right, Kath, with Mo Farah, the race round about 9:15. We know that the thread is going to come from a sort of Ethiopian, Kenyan block, and I use that word advisedly because they can work. I think we're used to this word domestique now after the Tour de France. They can work as a team, and he's on his own, Mo, in that sense.
He is indeed, but Mo's used to that. You know, when he got his 2 medals at the World Championships in Daegu last year, he's so far ahead in British terms of anybody else that he doesn't have the luxury of running in potentially a pack or having help from anybody else. And what Mo Farah's strength is coming into the Olympics here in London is that he's learning to win any which way how. He's worked on his speed throughout 2012. His coach Alberto Salazar, he's based out there in Oregon now in the USA, is seeing the speed and the final lap as being crucial for Mo Farah to potentially being in the mix. But what's so exciting, Mark, about these distance races is it isn't the quickest from A to B. It's tactical. It might not be fast, it might be fast. How's it going to be run? And that's why it's so interesting but so exciting and nerving at the same time for us to watch Mo Farah later. But we're hoping Jess Ennis can deliver the big G, and then Mo Farah can come out literally after that and take the buzz and the atmosphere,
ride the surf,
and ride that wave. And I'm sure that would make a huge difference if Jess can deliver to him.
Right, let's nip to Headingley. Kevin Howes, England have lost a wicket.
Standing ovation for young James Taylor on his Test debut. Has just been bowled by Morne Morkel for 34, but in a partnership of 147 with Kevin Peterson, who's on 141 not out. England 322 for 5, and they trail by 97 runs.
One of the football quarter-finals has come to a conclusion. Ian Dennis.
Brazil 3, Honduras 2. Brazil far from fluid against the plucky Honduras, who twice took the lead the second time when they were down to 10 men. Leandro Damião scored twice, Neymar the other from the penalty spot for the Brazilians, but Honduras finished with 9 men. Cristano sent off in the first half, and the excellent Espinosa, who scored a fine individual goal, was sent off in injury time. So Brazil, favourites, are into the last 4, and they will play either Great Britain or South Korea at Old Trafford on Tuesday.
And they're about to kick off. John Murray's at the Millennium Stadium.
Well, Stuart Pearce has named an unchanged team for the first time at these Olympics, so Craig Bellamy continues as captain in his native Cardiff, with Ryan Giggs only on the bench. Remember, he was left out with a tight hamstring on Wednesday. It looks like South Korea are being positive, going with a 4-4-2 system with Sunderland's Ji Dong-won and Arsenal's Park Chu-young up front. I can tell you, Mark, the Millennium Stadium is filling up. Another 70,000 crowd expected, and the roof will be closed here tonight.
And the game is live on Olympics Extra, which you can find on your digital radio alongside us here at 5 Live. That's GB against South Korea on Olympics Extra. So back to the chat about Mo Farah, 10,000 metre final at 9:15. So, Kat, what you're saying is that he wouldn't necessarily be caught as he was last year in Daegu by a runner like Jaylan. He would A, know more about all these runners, and B, he's got more ways of winning the race.
He's put as much armour on himself in terms of tactics as possible, and I think that's what we think is going to happen with the race. Of course it is. There's Olympic medals up for grabs. It's a case of not about the times. It's like we were talking about Jess there. Yeah, she's potential to do something really good here, but it's about the medals. And what Mo's done is hopefully put himself in a position physically and mentally to be able to deal with whatever happens. But, and it's a big but, this is a tough race. If you talk to athletics fans, we're pretty confident about Jess and the positions he's in now. We're all a little bit nervous about Mo Farah because he could win it, he could come fourth. We saw at the World Indoor Championships earlier in the year over 3,000 metres in Istanbul, he didn't get a medal, and he went into that off the back of the 2 medals in Daegu. It is literally going to come down potentially to the last 300 metres.
And he's actually done what Jess Ennis hasn't done. He's taken himself away from all the hype. He's divorced himself from the reality of everybody getting excited about the Olympics and taken himself to the USA.
He has indeed, and I spoke to him in June at the big meeting over there, the big Diamond League meeting in Prefontaine in Eugene, and I asked him that, and he said, no, actually I'm quite glad that I am out of that bubble. I am quite glad that I'm not in London and having to face that pressure. So I think it has helped him by taking himself and his family away. And what is interesting is to see whether his wife's going to be in the vicinity here this evening, because Tanya's, they're expecting twin girls, and she's on having to get a doctor's note to actually say she can travel here tonight, because I think she said to us on 5 Live the other day, I think it was any day now. So
well, we've spoken to her earlier, I believe. Yeah. Well, what about that? How about a gold medal and twins?
There's the best day
of
your life.
What a treble that would be, wouldn't it? Oh, I wonder what they'd pay out on that. It's 5 Live at the Olympics with me, Mark Pugac, in the Olympic Stadium at 5 to 7.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
And tonight, Jess Ennis is poised to meet her Olympic destiny.
It's Ennis flying in second place. Shippers will win just from Ennis. Gets there on the line, I think, in 22.83 seconds. Whether she's first or second, it will be the fastest time of her career.
Mo Farah also goes to the final of the 10,000 metres. That's at 9:15. And in under an hour, Greg Rutherford and Chris Tomlinson go for gold in the long jump. We'll also bring you 4 swimming finals, including Fran Halsell in the 50 freestyle. In half an hour, Olympics Extra, it's the men's football quarter-final between Great Britain and South Korea. 3 golds and a silver already today for Team GB in the rowing and cycling. There's more to come, surely, on what promises to be an emotional night at London 2012.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live, and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm Faye Rusco with the BBC 5 Live News. The women's team pursuit trio are the latest to pick up a gold medal for Team GB. 2 more golds and a silver in the rowing earlier mean Great Britain are third in the medal table. Andy Murray and Laura Robson are guaranteed at least a silver medal after getting through to the mixed doubles tennis final. A man arrested in connection with the murder of the oil executive Carol Waugh has been charged with 4 counts of fraud. 47-year-old Nicholas Kuttner was detained earlier this week. Carol Waugh's body was found at a garage in southwest London on Thursday. Labour's criticised the Culture Secretary Jeremy Hunt after he was filmed shaking hands with Rupert Murdoch at the Olympics. Mr Hunt faced questions over his handling of News Corp's Be Sky B bid. There are reports that up to 50 Iranian pilgrims have been kidnapped from a bus near the Syrian capital Damascus. Iranian diplomats blamed the abduction from close to a Shia shrine on armed groups. And 1 person has died and 3 more injured after a fire at a disused hostel. 40 firefighters tackled the blaze at the building in Hackney in East London.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pugac.
So the first action is about to start on the track this evening. We've got the men's 400 metres hurdles, semi-finals, 3 of them. And Di Green, the world champion, goes in the first of those. Triumphant, of course, in Daegu last year. Team GB have set a target of 8 track and field medals, and Green is confident that he will make a contribution.
I'm going to get one, so it's up to the other guys to get one, I guess. I'm confident that I've done as much as I possibly can this year to get myself in the best shape I've ever been in. You don't train all year, you don't as world champion for a bronze medal. That's not the attitude in an individual sport. You'll have to ask me afterwards if I'm content or happy with my performance, but I certainly feel that I'm within touch and distance of it. I'm number 2 on the rankings this year, only by about a tenth of a second, so 3 races in 4 days is very different to a one-off in the Grand Prix, and I certainly feel I've got that fits in with me much better.
Di Green then, of course, the Team GB captain, starting off what could be a really memorable night of athletics. Here's Mike Costello.
And Di Green drawn in lane number 7. He can almost feel the heat from the Olympic flame burning brightly just to his right here as he's about to set off in the first of the semi-finals. There are 3 of them, and only the first 2 will go forward to the final. on Monday evening here in the Olympic Stadium. Di Green attempting to become only the 5th British athlete to hold the whole set of titles, Olympic, World, Commonwealth and European. And he raises both arms with a stern face, very little in the way of expression on his face. Serious task ahead for Di Green, taking the next step as he attempts to add Olympic gold to the World Championship title that he took in such scintillating fashion with a late burst in Daegu in South Korea last year. But the Olympic title in Beijing 4 years ago was won in a time more than 1 second quicker, the equivalent of around 8 or 9 metres quicker than Di Green's winning time at the World Championships. The athletes, particularly the Americans, tend to raise their game at the Olympic Games. Felix Sanchez of the Dominican Republic is in lane 4 here. J. Hugh Gordon of Trinidad, now 20 years of age, former World Junior Champion, is in 5. Caron Clement of the USA is in 6. Another roar as the face this time, just the head and shoulders of Green, appears on the screens at either end of this magnificent stadium. And you hear the starter calling them forward to their blocks. Green in 7. He has the American, twice world champion on his inside, Caron Clement, 3rd in the recent American trials. Very comfortable in qualifying from his first round heat. Di Green, very close to the British record already this year, 47.84 seconds, just 0.02 of a second outside the mark that's been held for 20 years by Chris Akabusi. Down on their blocks then for the first of the semi-finals in the men's 400 metres hurdles, with only the first 2 certain to qualify. And they're underway once again. A huge roar greets the start of the evening's competition here on what could be a very special night for British athletics and for London 2012. And Di Green has gone off much quicker than he normally does, already closing down on Couto of Mozambique on his outside. But Caron Clement, the twice world champion from the United States, is tracking Green's every move as they make their way onto the top bend now, with 5 more barriers still to clear. It's Green being taken on his inside by Clement. J. Hugh Gordon is also there, so too Felix Sanchez, and into the home straight, and Di Green is only in 4th position. The first 2 will qualify, and Green needs a surge now over the final barrier. Sanchez is leading. Green can't produce the goods in the run to the finish. Sanchez wins from Gordon in 2nd place, Clement in 3rd, Green in 4th, and his Olympic Games hopes may well have died at the semi-final stage.
Mike, we have just seen a phenomenal time, and just when I thought Di Green was about to make his move, nothing happened. He was absolutely stride perfect down the back straight, and I thought, that's fine. And then when you get into that final 3 flights, the last 150 of that race, that's where Di Green comes into his own. He's now laid out, flat out, with his hands up against his head. He knows that is just, he's just missed his chance. That's it. His Olympic Games have gone. A world lead for Felix Sanchez, 47.76. This man is a championship performer. But Di Green down in 4th.
That is the first big, massive disappointment here in the stadium after almost 2 days of competition. The world champion Di Green coming through only in 4th place. The first 2 names are up on the scoreboard at either end of the stadium. Felix Sanchez of the Dominican Republic, at 34 years of age, finding the kind of form that won him Olympic and World Championship gold back in 2003 and 2004. And Di Green confirmed in 4th place. So there is an outside hope, but only that he might get through as one of 2 fastest losers. He's 2nd of those 2 at the moment.
And only now does Di Green get up. He's been sitting down all this time that Mike and Alison were talking, and only now, utterly disconsolately, does he trudge off, but then has the presence and the wherewithal to acknowledge the crowd's applause. That really is a massive shock, and we're going to reflect upon that, and great British hopes are left. Fingers crossed that Di Green somehow can squeeze in as one of the fastest losers. Well, we always say there's such a thin line between utter despair and utter ecstasy. On the other side of that coin, Catherine Copeland and Sophie Hoskin winning women's lightweight double sculls gold this afternoon on the water at Eton Dornay in fabulous style. And the ladies are joining us now. Thank you for your time. Catherine, there are many images I'll take away from these games, but I think if I read it rightly, you looked at Sophie in shock and you said, we won the Olympics.
Yeah, I think
we'd sort of been so focused on the race, and in the race we said we're just going to think about the next marker, never think about the outcome until the finish. And then I think we were so focused when I crossed the line, I couldn't believe it, and the crowd, it was just unbelievable.
Sophie, what sort of chance did you give yourselves at the start?
I think we had confidence in our speed, and we hadn't shown it on the world stage yet, but we'd done a lot of good stuff in training, so we had a lot of confidence going into the regatta, and it was about delivering that in a great venue that Dorney Lake has been. So I wouldn't have necessarily tipped us to win, but I thought we had a good chance.
You were a dangerous outsider. Catherine, I saw your television interview, and I think you apologised to Tees Rowing Club. You said I was useless when I started.
Well, not useless. I wouldn't fall in, but I'd come back and I hadn't done very well in the British trials the year before, and then I'd gone to Worlds and we'd come sixth. But I mean, we were quite far off the pace, so yeah, I went there, and then I started training with James Harris, the coach, and a great group of people, and yeah, he just built my confidence, and it's just been a roller coaster, really.
Yeah, well, it certainly has. And Sophie, your dad was a world rowing champion, so he knew what it takes in terms of sacrifice, in discipline, and in terms of application to reach this sort of stage.
Yeah, I mean, very much so, and all my family are incredibly proud of me, and it's great to have had their support there.
And how difficult is it when you've got something to celebrate? I'm just thinking about Zach Pershitz and Mark Hunter, who were so devastated to miss out in the men's double sculls lightweight. Is it difficult at times to really let vent to your celebrations when others are so disappointed, Catherine?
I think we have a really, really supportive team, and we saw Zach and Mark when we briefly went back to the hotel, and I mean, they're just brilliant anyway. They came straight up to us, gave us a massive hug, and all they wanted to say was well done. And I think, I mean, Zach and Mark are amazing. They have a gold medal, and they only narrowly missed a gold, and they've still got a very creditable silver, and I think they have the whole team's respect.
Well, you have ours as well. Thank you very much for talking to us. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Catherine Copeland and Sophie Hoskin, who won the women's lightweight double sculls. A huge setback for Great Britain here. Di Green only fourth in his semi-final. Here he is with Phil Jones.
And it's going to be a waiting game now, Di, isn't it? But I could see the disappointment there as you're lying on the track. What's going through your mind at this point?
I don't know. Just can't believe it. It's just coming down the home straight, couldn't catch him up. I don't know, I should be a bit better than that, but I just can't believe it wasn't there. I don't know why right now. I'm just devastated.
You could see you being on the outside of those guys and not knowing quite what they're doing. How much of a factor was that?
Perhaps. Thought I went off at a decent pace. I was just... I just had nothing when I came off the bend, really. I just couldn't believe I wasn't closing them down. Just didn't feel like myself in the home straight, but... I'm just shocked.
You can't put your finger on it right here and now as to why you didn't feel yourself?
Not right now, no. I'll have to go back and have a look at it, but I don't know if that'll be enough to make the final. Probably have a terrible lane anyway, but I'm just devastated. I just feel like I left everyone down.
Thanks for talking to us.
Well, a huge setback for Di Green, for one green. So maybe Mike Costello, British hopes lie in another green.
And this is Jack Green, 20 years old, Di Green's training partner, who finished behind Di Green at a respectable distance too in the Olympic trials in Birmingham. And his lifetime best here should not be enough to trouble the main contenders, although he is fast improving and has the championship temperament, as he's shown in junior championships in the past. Now 20 years of age. Javier Coulson is drawn on Green's outside in lane 5. Until a few moments ago, he was the fastest in the world this year, with wins over Green in Paris at the Diamond League and also at Crystal Palace. And that gave Green the confidence to believe that come the championships here, with 3 rounds in 4 days, that he would get the better of the Puerto Rican. He might not get that chance. Coulson, World Championship silver medalist behind Green last year in Daegu, is in lane number 5. Emir Bekric of Serbia is in 6th. And then Angelo Taylor of the United States in lane number 7 is the defending Olympic champion. He also won Olympic gold in Sydney at the age of 21 over 400 metres hurdles. Missed out, only a semi-finalist in 2004, came back to win in stunning fashion in 2008 in Beijing. And attempting here to emulate no less a character than Edwin Moses, who won 2 gold medals with a gap in between because of the American boycott in 1980, and then in 88 won a bronze medal. Can Angelo Taylor go better than the legend that is Edwin Moses? He's in lane 7 here, Bekric in 6, Coulson in 5 and Green in 4, and they are expected to be the main contenders in this, the second semi-final, and as in the first of them, only the first 2 certain to qualify for the men's 400 metres hurdles final.
Set.
And they blast away, and Javier Coulson, described by Di Green as the fastest in the world over the first 5 barriers, goes off very quickly and closes down almost immediately on Bekric as they head down the far side. Jack Green is struggling at this stage, and over the second of the barriers, the third into the home straight, he didn't quite clear that, and he's rolling over in agony now. So Jack Green will play no further part, and this is becoming a desperate evening for the British 400 metre hurdlers. Meanwhile, up front, Javier Coulson is being challenged by Angelo Taylor as they come in towards the home straight, the third last barrier. Taylor is leading from Coulson on the wide outside. Cisneros of Cuba is also in contention for the first 2 qualifying places. It's the defending champion, Angelo Taylor, from Coulson, who's finishing the stronger of the 2, and Coulson just gets there on the line from Angelo Taylor in second place. Those are the first 2 certain to qualify, and Jack Green over on the far side of the stadium is absolutely furious. He's not injured, he's walking away absolutely furious, but whatever the reason for pulling up, he won't be going through to the 400 metres hurdles final.
And we wait to see what that third place, I think it was Cisneros of Cuba, what time he posts. If it's anywhere quicker than 48.19, no, it's not. It's 48.23. So at this stage, Di Green still has a little tiny glimmer of hope. But Jack Green, that third hurdle, as you said, Mike, he absolutely clattered it. The problem you've got with Jack Green is he's going for 13 strides, and I just don't quite think he's strong enough yet. Every race he's done this year has been a different stride pattern. He's tried something new. He's under the tutelage of Malcolm Arnold, a coach who knows this event inside out, and he knows the potential that this young boy has. But look at that man. You can just see steam coming out his ears as he heads to the mix zone where all the media are. That is such a desperate shame for Jack Green. And the one guy that we've got left, Rhys Williams, who actually does have the softer of the 3 semi-finals, if you could call them that, is now going in and probably cannot believe his eyes.
Green didn't clip that hurdle. He hit it with the sole of his foot. He clattered it, didn't he? Sometimes you just flick it and it comes down. He absolutely, foot up, whacked it over.
We'll wait to see what he says, but it looked to me as though he rolled over and started to hold on to something to almost give the impression there was an injury, and then got up and gave it a decent boot as well to I think, admit that he'd made a mistake.
Well, to be fair, he is stopping to talk to our TV colleagues of Phil Jones. So, but yeah, I mean, what do you say immediately after that race? I mean,
is it a track issue here? Are we talking about the track so fast that he actually ran out of space with the lead leg, because he hit it with the bottom of his foot, didn't he?
Yeah, because this is the problem when the track's quick, especially these guys. They're working on stride levels. They've been out in Portugal. Don't get me wrong, in warm conditions, but if that track out in Portugal isn't the equivalent to the standard of this track, then your stride pattern's all over the place. And also, we've spoken about it before with the way that the crowd are getting everybody up for this. You saw, I've never seen Di Green be so aggressive when his face came up on the screen. He almost like snarled. Yeah, that's not the Di Green that we know, and we've spoken about this. The crowd will either elevate you to higher levels, or it could potentially be detrimental. You've got to control it.
Well, at the moment, Di Green is going through, but obviously there's another semi-final to go. Interestingly, his time of 48.19 is actually quicker than the time he ran to win the world title in Daegu last year. But Mike, I was struck immediately by one of the first things you said when they went off, which you said Di Green has gone out very fast. Immediately, I think everybody, if they've been listening to sort of thought, whoa, hang on, is that a good idea?
Yeah, I think what he was trying to do was to put pressure on some of the others. He's been saying that Javier Coulson is the best in the world over the first 5 barriers, and he's the best in the world over the last 5 barriers. And I think his thinking was straightforward, that if he's in closer contention come the closing stages, then he can lay down his strong challenge, which he's produced in just about every race that we've seen. But here it was missing for whatever reason, and we were suggesting, looking back at close-up images of him coming through into the home straight, that perhaps he panicked when he saw 3 men on his inside.
Yeah. He's so often, Catherine, we see him either putting his foot down there or holding his form and holding others off, and the former, which he needed, wasn't there.
He's very methodical, Di Green. You know what you get. He has his stride pattern down. He's kind of not one pace, well, it's one quick pace, but he doesn't really do things differently. And when he went off so fast, was it, as Darren said, was it the crowd excitement? Was he really pumped up? Or was it because he wanted to put himself in contention? And with Jack Green there as well, he'd have seen Di Green go out. He'd have been even more fired up than he was before. So a lot of emotion in this Olympic Stadium tonight, and unfortunately so far it's been to the detriment of 2 of our best 4 hurdlers.
Just another quick point as well. We have to remember that Di Green hasn't had the best of seasons, which potentially means that the base that he would normally come into a championship with, he's actually been on catch-up the whole season. Yeah, so it was always going to be difficult to come into the Olympic Games and put together back-to-back performances. And it could be just that he caught up with him. I'm sure, and Kath will probably know, that's probably his second fastest time of the season, is it, Kath?
Oh yeah, definitely. I tell you what, it's the flip side of that though is he came into it running a personal best in Paris.
Right.
And you know, by all accounts, everything's gone really, really well in Portugal.
But if you haven't got the base, you haven't got the base.
I mean, that's the thing.
You can't put the base. You can't put the base back in.
No,
although having a day off could actually help him if he qualifies. Having a day off and having made that mistake, he gets to go back and reevaluate and take his time and have a little think about things.
You can't put the base down when you're trying to build the house, can you really? It's got to go in before then. Right, what you need to listen out for as much as anything else from a British point of view is the time of the 3rd place runner here. Actually, that's as key as anything, and Rhys Williams is in this as well. I haven't seen a gold medal yet for Great Britain this week. I'm having a terrible feeling here that my appearing...
I think you should leave. Just leave.
I've already had several texts to tell me to leave already.
I think you'll see one tonight, Mark. It's pretty nailed on, mate.
I'm a bit worried about everything.
Do a flick-flack down the back straight and run backwards, to be fair. No disrespect to the other competitors in the heptathlon.
Well, they've just been called forward to their blocks for the 3rd and the last of the semi-finals, and this features Rhys Williams. What a fairy tale it would be for him to get through to the final. He fell at the second last barrier in the trials behind Di Green and Jack Green, and then went on to the European Championships in Helsinki to get the qualifying spot, the 3rd qualifying spot, and ended up winning the gold medal. He's in lane number 3 here. LaFord Green of Jamaica in 4. Michael Tinsley, the American champion, beat both Caron Clement and the defending Olympic champion Angelo Taylor in the American trials. And they're underway, and it's Tinsley, the favourite here, drawn in lane number 5. He has the Australian Brendan Cole on his outside to chase, and Tinsley has gone off very quick, and he leads the field at this stage. Rhys Williams, as ever, is running a very conservative first 150 metres, and he'll have a lot of work to do in the closing stages. They're over barrier number 4, on towards the 5th and the halfway stage, and Tinsley is leading here from Green, chasing him through for Jamaica in 2nd place. It's the United States against Jamaica for the first 2 qualifying spots, and Rhys Williams is beginning to make ground now into a challenge for that 3rd spot. Into the home straight they come, 2 barriers to clear. It's the American Tinsley and Green on his inside. These will get the 2 qualifying places, but Rhys Williams falters over the final barrier. Tinsley wins in impressive style from Green in 2nd place, and the winning time is 48.18 seconds for Michael Tinsley of the United States, and that means that Di Green has sneaked into the final of the 400 metres hurdles as a fastest loser. He gets a second chance. Di Green gets a reprieve.
Right, let's hear about Jack Green. He's with Sonia McLaughlin.
Yeah, hurdle 3.
It's no longer my best friend.
It's no longer your best friend. What went wrong, Jack?
I just got close to it. There was a bit of a wind, and I overstrode, straight into it, and just showed my lack of experience and knowledge, being 20 and being an idiot when it comes to hurdles. Yeah, it's just a quick track, and there's a lot of things I could call myself right now.
Best not to, because we're live on Radio 5 Live at the moment. You could see there was steam coming out of your ears over on that far side. What on earth were you thinking at that point?
That I've gone and wasted my one opportunity so far in my career, and I know I've got plenty of years to come, but that doesn't change the fact that I just didn't finish in a semi-final of an Olympic Games, in a home Olympic Games.
You've alluded to the track. I wonder, a lot of fast times being posted on here. Is it significantly different to what you've been training on in Portugal, do you think?
Yeah, hugely, but I ran in this track at the start of the year, and I know what it's like. I ran a heat in it. It's my own stupid fault. I just hope I get picked for the relay, because if there's an American in front of me, I'm going to absolutely smash him.
I imagine you are, and I know slightly that your bottom lip is trembling. So many supporters in here, all cheering for every single athlete wearing a British vest. Do you think there's just almost too much adrenaline? Was that potentially what we saw over there at hurdle 3?
No, it was a error on my own fault. Of the wind was in my face, and I thought, right, you've got to really go for this now, and I just didn't know the difference between doing it properly and doing it wrong, and obviously I did the wrong way.
And as you sat with me here, and we realised that the guy who came third in that final heat hadn't done it, it meant Di Green was through. You said to me, yeah, he's done it. I mean, how much of a relief will that be for him, and how good to see him go through, albeit in these circumstances?
Oh, it's a huge relief, because he should have got through on his own merit in a way with that time, but obviously it's great for the crowd, it's great for him, and he's a friend of mine, so it's great to see him in it. It's just a shame I'm not next to him in one of the lanes.
It's very good of you to stop under the circumstances. I'm very grateful to you, Jack, and I really do hope you get a chance to get a relay baton in your hand further on in these championships, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Well, I don't think we quite expected that drama, did we, in the semi-finals of the 400 hurdles. Darren, just let's start with what we've just heard there from Jack Green, blaming his sort of naivety, blaming his inexperience really at major championship level. Are you happy enough to go along with that?
Oh, 100%. He's a young man. This is the Olympic Games. We've seen with Di Green, who's, let's not forget, world champion, just finished 4th. This is the Olympic Games. We've spoken about it before. These medals are not given out. You can come in beforehand, you can have this time, you can have that time. But as we saw in that semi-final, these guys raised the game. These are guys who have got personal bests of 47.2, under their bag. It's not that Di Green isn't talented, but they have just taken it up another notch, and unfortunately he didn't get things right. But I don't think it's just down to this one performance. He's been struggling all season, he's been trying to find form. He did find some fantastic form. You've got to do 3 rounds at the Olympic Games to go home with a medal. He's got a reprieve. He now has to regroup mentally, because as we saw, he was distraught. He had his head in his hands.
He thought his dream was over.
He thought it was
the
over.
Sick feeling in his stomach. We've all done it.
Right.
You've done it at Olympic level. We've all done it when we've realised we've left the oven on and we've gone out for 2 nights.
Yeah, definitely. And he had that feeling, and
that feels just as bad, by the way.
Fortunately, he's okay. So it's important now that he goes back and regroups and understands that he's going to have to pull out a great performance, but he's got a couple of days. That's the good news. This isn't over. As long as he doesn't get lane 2, I don't want to see him in lane 2. He needs to get 7 or 8. If he gets well, I think the ladies maybe can clarify that. Is it 2 or 9 he'll get?
He'll get.
Because it's first 2, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be 1, 2 and 7. Well, they're not using 1, so it's like 2 to 9. So
right.
Yeah, 2 or 3 or 8 or 9. To be honest, I just think he'll be glad of a lane in that final.
Well, I still think he can medal. That's why I'd like to see him in 9, because I think he'll go back to subconscious and just run. Not that aggressiveness that how he approached the first 2 barriers. It was too aggressive. Mike said it in commentary. None of us have ever seen him go off that hard. So he was very aggressive, and it was costly coming home.
That noise you can hear, that escape of air, is the sigh of relief from Di Green down in the bowels of the stadium that he has sneaked through to Monday's final. We will talk much more about what he needs to do, what he and his coach need to do between now and Monday in the 400 hurdles final. But Di Green is the British runner who is through. Still playing at Headingley. Wow, look at this, 23 minutes past 7, still playing in a test match. Kevin Howells.
Yeah, we had a rain delay earlier today. We've got about 6-7 minutes left of play. England 340 for 5, trailing by 79 runs. How that situation and picture looks so different from earlier this afternoon when England were 173 for 4. The story has been Kevin Peterson's century, 148 not out. Terrific entertainment against South Africa, of course. Pryor's there with him on 10 at the moment, but also a standing ovation for young James Taylor. Test debut, out for 34 off the bowling of Morne Morkel, but a partnership of 147. To make matters slightly worse at the moment for South Africa, their skipper is off the field, injured around 10 minutes ago. We'll get more on that, of course, later on this evening. But England 340 for 5, trailing by 79 runs.
Well, a very dramatic start to the track and field here in the stadium in half an hour's time as well. The men's long jump final gets underway, which is really a very open final. Greg Rutherford and Chris Tomlinson, the two jumpers for Great Britain in that. And it's the final night of swimming across the way at the Aquatic Centre. And as ever, Steve Parry is there for us, a bronze medalist from Athens in the 200 butterfly, and Karen Pickering, 4-time Olympian. Karen, we've talked about this on air, we've talked about this off air. It's the last day of action, and when you look at what's happened with the cyclists and the rowers and judo medals unexpectedly and gymnastics medals as well, on the whole it's been a disappointing time for the swimmers.
I think we did have very high expectations, and I don't know, that disappointment that I'm feeling, whether that's just kind of more of a personal thing for the guys that I've watched over the last few years and really felt like this was their moment to really shine at an Olympic Games, at a home Olympic Games. So there's that real feeling of disappointment for them. But we did have our very own surprise medalist in Michael Jameson, and that will have been a massive lift to the team and great for men's swimming as well, because it has all been about the women for a couple of years now.
But Steve, the reality is now, for sport in this country, because of lottery funding, a lot of money goes into certain selected sports, and when they don't come up to the mark, or if the perception is they don't come up to the mark, questions have to be asked. What do you think they will be saying to each other? What do you think maybe the governing bodies, the overarching umbrella governing bodies, will say to the swimming governing bodies after this?
Well, it ain't over yet, Mark. In 4 minutes' time, Francesca Halsall has a chance to win a medal in the 50 free. Now, the target was between 5 and 7 medals from UK sport. Fran Halsall does a length of the pool and then wins a medal. And then in the marathon event next week, Kerry-Ann Payne goes and wins a medal. They've just reached their minimum target. But, if in 3 minutes and 40...
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, but 3 of those 5 medals won by the same people who won them 4 years ago.
Absolutely. Hey, I was so confident we were going to get loads of medals. I put some alcohol on with Kelly Sutherton that we were going to get more than the athletics. And I've had to deal with all hair abuse, but they have, that they haven't hit their personal best times, and I think that's where questions are going to be asked.
We're going to talk more about this after 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. For now, Fran Halsall going in that 50 freestyle final will be there in a second. It's 7:26. We've had a dramatic start to the evening here, but Di Green has sneaked through to the 400 hurdles final as we go to the newsroom with Faye Rusco.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Team GB's cyclists have won another gold medal at the Olympic Velodrome in the women's team pursuit final. Great Britain's now third in the medal table. Britain's rowers won 3 more medals for Team GB. The men's cockless 4 and the women's lightweight double sculls teams both took gold. The silver was in the men's lightweight double sculls. A 47-year-old man arrested in connection with the murder of the businesswoman Carol Waugh has been charged with 4 counts of fraud. Nicholas Kuttner was arrested on Tuesday. Her body was found in a car in southwest London on Thursday. Rebels in the Syrian city of Aleppo say they've come under the heaviest bombardment from government forces since fighting began there 2 weeks ago. In the capital, Damascus, almost 50 Iranian pilgrims are reported to have been kidnapped. And a man in his 50s has died in a glider crash in Angus. Police said the aircraft came down in a field on the outskirts of Forfar earlier this afternoon. Quick look at the roads in Glasgow. One lane of the M8 westbound is shut between junction 15 at Townhead and junction 16 because of a broken down car there. Police are at the scene. In Lancashire, 2 lanes of the M6 northbound are shut because of a vehicle fire. That's between junction 29 at Lostock Hall and junction 30 at the M61. In Greater Manchester, there's very slow traffic on the M602 westbound. A car's broken down between junction 3 at Regent Road and junction 2 at Gilderbrook Road. A lane is closed there. In West Sussex, one lane of the exit Slip Road at junction 9 at Gatwick Airport is shut on the M23 southbound. Traffic there looks to be coping well. And a vehicle's on fire on the M5 southbound in Somerset. That's between junction 23 at Bridgewater North and junction 24 at Bridgewater South. 2 lanes shut there. Faye Rusco, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live Olympic Breakfast.
More to look forward to, Meet and Dorney. They're calling it the Dorney Roar now, are they? That crowd getting louder and louder and louder. Some of the games makers are walking past. Where are you from, sir?
We're from Dorset.
We're going to be watching the on the big screen?
Yeah, definitely.
Rachel. Catherine Granger's name always makes me think of a female novelist.
Oh.
You know, a kind of, Catherine Granger's latest romance. Don't know why.
Well, perhaps you could suggest that as a career path for her. Never mind the Dorney Roar, by the way. What about the bellow in the velo?
Wake up to the games.
On 5 Live. Back tomorrow from 6.
Let's go swimming then. Steve Parry said, don't give up hope just yet. So, Steve, Fran Halsall, moment for her to deliver.
Yeah, and she's got about 24 seconds to make sure that the British swim team isn't perceived as a disappointing team at this games. And the guys are just starting to come out now. Another important story that we got tonight is Michael Phelps. He's going for his 22nd medal here tonight. And the Americans have only ever lost a 4x100 medley relay once. So I reckon it's going to be a gold medal for him there as well. But the referees are out. The crowd's counting down from 10. A cheer goes up because we're ready for the 50 free. So tonight we've got the 50 metres freestyle for women, the 1500 metres for men. Could be a world record there from Sun Yang. And then we've got the 2 medley relays to finish off with. And I've got Bob Ballard and Karen Pickering here. Karen, is Fran going to do this?
Oh, I so hope so. I mean, the 50 freestyle, it's always close. The Dutch girls are going to be very, very tough, but great race for her to finish on. She's just got to be gutsy and go for it.
It's so nerve-wracking, isn't it? Because it's one length. I mean, it's always a bit of a lottery anyway, Bob, but there really is so much riding on this for British swimming. 2 bronze medals from Becky Adlington this week. A fantastic swim from Michael Jameson. Almost broke the world record. Was tipped out by Goethe for a silver. And you can guess who that is walking out. But she needs to deliver it, doesn't she, Bob?
Yes,
for the team.
Yes, she does. And of course, we'll remember last year how close she came to a medal at the World Championship, just edged out. So far, until the semi-final, I don't think she was quite in the form to push for a medal today, but she's there or thereabouts. And in a splash and dash at 50, well, anything can happen. And we saw it last night in the men's, didn't we? We've got a winner we didn't expect in the men's last night.
Crossing my fingers for that. I remember Fran Halsall, 15 years of age. I met her in the Albert Dock in Liverpool for a mentoring session. She told me, well done on your bronze, but I'm going to win in London. And that same girl is here lined up. She's got the opportunity to take care of it. You know what? I think I'm going to run down there to the poolside just to catch an interview with her afterwards. 24 of the most important seconds of Fran Halsall's life. Over to you, Bob.
Thanks, Steve. Let's give you the 1 to 8 then in the women's 50 metres freestyle final. In 1, Jessica Hardy of the USA. 2 is Fran Halsall, 22 years of age, coached by Ben Titley at Loughborough. She's going in lane 2. Marleen Veldhuis, here comes the power pack from the Netherlands. Marleen, 33. Renome Kromowidjojo from the Netherlands in 4. Alexandra Harasamania, who got a medal in the 100 freestyle, goes in 5. Britta Stephan, who is still the world record holder and really needs to rescue her week as well by something here in lane 6. And Arianda van der Poel Wallace of Bahamas in 7. Therese Alshama has made another final at the age of 34 in lane 8. Karen.
Well, it's a pretty stacked field, isn't it? Even out in lane 8, you've got the reigning world champion Therese Alshama, who picked up a silver medal in this 12 years ago. Quite impressive. She's still going fast. But I think, well, say the medals are going to come from the middle of the pool. I hope there's going to be a medal from lane 2.
Yes, we hope so. A big sigh of breath, a big intake of breath follows that from Francesca Halsall. Fran Halsall in lane 2 for Great Britain. You think realistically the last chance of a medal for Great Britain at the London Olympics 2012. There's still the 1500 metres and 2 relays to come, but realistically, this is the last chance of Great Britain getting another medal on the podium tonight. Hardy, Halsall, Veldhuis, Kromowidjojo, Herasemania, Stefan, Van der Poel, Wallace and Al-Shamar. Final of the women's 50 metres freestyle. Let's have a look at the reaction times. They are important. They come up, and the fastest away is Fran Halsall.
But Kromowidjojo, the Dutch girl in the middle of the pool, definitely the best start using the underwater. And Therese Al-Shamar in the outside lane going exceptionally well too.
At the 30 metres, 35, they're absolutely together. Great swim by Kromowidjojo. I think she's going to take it. Fran Halsall is in the mix. Come on, Fran Halsall, there's a medal here for you if you are quick. And she gets just edged out by Veldhuis. We thought she was in there. 5th place for Fran Halsall. First, Kromowidjojo. Second, Herasemania. Third, Veldhuis. 2 medals for the Dutch and nothing for Fran Halsall. 24.47. How close was she to a medal? She was 8/100ths of a second outside a medal in 5th place. And no medal, but an Olympic record for Kromowidjojo in the 50 freestyle final.
This just rather sums up the way it's been for the British team in the pool, just edged out of the medal places all too often. Right, back here on the track, the women's 100-metre semi-finals, and the first of them ready to go. Mike Costello.
And these are red-hot semi-finals. Only the first 2 will qualify for the final. Later on this evening, Veronica Campbell-Brown is drawn in this one, world champion in 2007 for Jamaica and twice the Olympic champion over 200 metres in Athens in 2004 and last time round in Beijing. And the reigning world champion also in this one, Carmelita Jeter of the United States in lane 6. They might well be first and second in the final. Here they are drawn in the first semi-final. Abby Oyepytan goes for Britain in lane 2. Olesia of Ukraine in 3. Campbell-Brown, Jamaica in 4. Hackett of Trinidad and Tobago in 5. Jeter for the United States in 6. Santos for Brazil in 7. Jones-Ferret, the Virgin Islands, in lane 8. And in 9, Zhang Malama of Gabon. They're down on their blocks then, as once again silence descends around this stadium. First 2 to qualify. And they get away, and a good start by Veronica Campbell-Brown. So too Pod, the Ukrainian, on her inside. The acceleration is much better from Campbell-Brown, and so too Jeter. And the big 2 are way clear of the rest. Carmelita Jeter wins in 10.82 seconds from Veronica Campbell-Brown in second place. And those are the first 2 through to the final later this evening.
It was a fantastic start by Veronica Campbell-Brown from Jamaica. Exploded out the blocks in lane 4, but then Carmelita Jeter pulled up on the shoulder around 60 metres and comfortably eased in. Times of 10.83 and 10.89 in this semi-final. This final is going to be electric.
We're waiting for confirmation of the time and the position of Abby Oyepytan of Britain, the 2 in 3rd and 4th, and at the moment holding on to the 2 fastest loser spots are Rosangela Santos of Brazil and Laverne Jones-Ferret of the US Virgin Islands, but safely through to the final later this evening, the last event of this second evening. Carmelita Jeter, the world champion from last year and the reigning Olympic champion over 200 metres, Veronica Campbell-Brown, and Abby Oyepytan came through in last place. It was simply too hot for her.
Second semi-final on the way, close of play, the 3rd day of the second test at Headingley. England 351 for 5, still trailing South Africa by 68 runs. But Kevin Peterson has found his form. Kevin Peterson, 149 not out. Right, let's go to Cardiff and let's get an update on Great Britain against South Korea. Mike Ingham.
Well, it's 0-0 here. 2 things to tell you. First of all, an early scare for Britain because they conceded a free kick 25 yards out. Arsenal's Park took it and there was a long delay and then they eventually hit it into the wall. But since then, a blow for the South Korean team. Kim Chang-soo, who's one of their overage players, appears to have broken his arm. He's been replaced. He fell very awkwardly, so that's a setback for them. It's 0-0 here.
So in this second semi-final, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price going in this one. The Olympic champion, Alison Felix as well, Kellyanne Baptiste, quality wherever you look. But actually, I just want to take you back to Di Green, Catherine Merry, if we can, because you know we've seen the scenario before. An athlete in whatever sport is distraught one day, 3 days later. You can see the front page of the newspaper now, can't you, if he wins gold medal. The left-hand side will be the picture of him lying on the ground. distraught, thinking it's all over. The right-hand side celebrating as in the manner that we would love and hope he does on Monday evening. What has to happen between now and then? What will they be working on?
There's not much he can actually do physically because it's too short a gap in time. 48 hours isn't a lot to do. Mentally, you can do a lot because he has to sit down with his coach Malcolm Arnold, who's been there before with numerous world-class athletes, let's not forget, including the likes of former world record holder Colin Jackson. So he needs to sit down, he needs to go through what he feels happened in that race. You sit down with your coach and talk through the race, and then you also have to get your mind back in gear and say, listen, you went into the World Championships last year, many people weren't expecting you to do potentially gold medal stuff there. You did it because you're a championship performer, Di. It literally is about putting him back together. I don't think that'll be a particularly hard job, knowing the character that Di Green is, but when you've got a coach like Malcolm Arnold who's worked with the likes of Colin Jackson, then that's going to help.
And what impact, just to expand on what you were saying earlier with Alison, what impact will the lane draw have?
Potentially, for me, not too much if we're not using the inside lane. We've seen this with this event won before from a tight inside lane one. Angelo Taylor won this event in the year 2000 in Sydney from the inside lane. For me, it's the damage that could have potentially been done mentally. He wasn't expecting that kind of semi-final. He did not have anything when he put his foot down with 100 metres to go. That's the worrying thing. That's where his coach and him have to sit down. Lane draw-wise, I don't think it's going to affect him. He knows he's not going to get a good lane because he's gone through as the fastest loser.
About to start in the 1500 metres in the swimming in the men's freestyle there. So Steve Parry with the latest.
I tell you what, Mark, your timing's impeccable. Sun Yang, who we think might break the world record in this event, has done a Usain Bolt. He's gone early. He could be disqualified for this. We're just waiting to see what the result is. Sun Yang is absolutely nailed on for this event. It's unbelievable that
he might have full started in a 1500 metre race.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no need. But Bob, can you tell what's happened up there? Has he been disqualified?
Well, we're waiting to see. I can't see a reason why he'd be reinstated unless it's a 40 style like we had the other night, and he's gone. I think he's gone. He's out. No Sun Yang. He's looking for a reprieve. He ain't going to get one.
He's trying to get on the block as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is he getting on the block?
He is. He's going to get on the block. It might have been a noise that he heard. If he heard a noise,
well, I thought
if he heard a noise and reacted to the noise, then that could be why. But not quite sure.
Well, we thought he'd been given an indication he'd gone, but
yeah, he's still in. He's still in. It looks like so he could break the world record. And Mark, just to update you, Fran Halsall missed out by 8 100ths of a second. She skipped through the mix zone because she's in the relay later. We've also got Daniel Fogg in this 1500. He's going to find it tough against Sun Yang and Ryan Cochran.
Interesting. Sounds like Sun Yang's had a little bit of a reprieve there in the 1500. So Steve and Bob will keep us in touch with that. Second semi-final then coming up here with the Olympic champion in it, Mark.
Yeah, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price added to the celebrations for Jamaica at the last Olympic Games, where they won 5 of the 6 Olympic sprint titles, and she was the champion over this 100-metre distance, and she's come back to something like that form this season. She leads the world rankings with 10.70 seconds, and that is a tenth of a second faster than anyone else in the world. That's a long, long way at this level of 100-metre sprinting. Shanika Ferguson of the Bahamas is on the inside in 2. For Norway, Ezin Okparibo in 3. Alison Felix of the United States is in 4, third in the American trials in exactly the same time as another athlete, Janebe Tamo, and they were forced into a runoff, but shortly before it was due to happen, Tamo pulled out, saying that she was mentally too stressed to go through with it. Kellyanne Baptiste of Trinidad and Tobago is in lane 5, very impressive in winning her first round heat. Then Fraser Price, normally a very fast starter, in lane 6. Favourite for the title here on season's form so far. Yvette Lalova of Bulgaria in 7. The reigning European champion won her title just a few weeks ago in Helsinki. A broad smile across the face of Fraser Price as her image appears on the screens at either end of the stadium for this, the second semi-final in the women's 100 metres. Olga Bludova of Kazakhstan is in 8, and for Nigeria, Gloria Asumnu makes up the 8 for this, the second semi-final, with only 2 to qualify for the final coming up later this evening. The first of them won in very quick fashion, 10.83 seconds by Carmelita Jeter. Veronica Campbell-Brown also qualifying.
On your mark.
Very impressive sprinting, and we expect to see more of it here before the big showdown later on this evening, the last of the finals on this second night in the Olympic Stadium. They're called forward to their blocks then. Another red-hot semi-final, only 2 places in the final at stake here for certain. And then 2 of the fastest losers across the 3 semi-finals will also sneak a place in the decider tonight. Fraser-Pryce in 6 then, Baptiste in 5, and Alison Felix, 3 times world champion over 200 metres, is in lane 4. And they get away well, and Fraser-Pryce starts very quickly, so too does Baptiste, but Fraser-Pryce quickens very impressively in the centre from Baptiste, trying to hold on to second place, but she's being outrun by Alison Felix as Fraser-Pryce wins very, very comfortably in 10.86 seconds with a following wind, but Fraser-Pryce managed to slam on the brakes in the closing stages and could hardly help herself, Darren Campbell, produce a lightning fast time.
Superb. With Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, the important thing for her is always to get out the blocks explosively well. We saw her not start as well in Crystal Palace, and that really messed up the frequency and her rhythm, but here she exploded out. Baptiste from Trinidad and Tobago tried to go with her. Alison Felix then pulled up on the shoulder of Baptiste, but it was all about Fraser-Pryce, easily winning, comfortable, easing up 10 metres in. This is going to be between the Jamaicans and the Americans.
Men's 1500 metres freestyle in the pool with Sun Yang reprieve for his full start, it seems, Bob Ballard.
Yeah, and he's taking full advantage of that reprieve, Mark, because he is 1.17 seconds inside world record pace at 350. So too is Park Tae-won in lane 7. So Sun is leading. Second is Park Tae-won, and Danny Fogg finding the pace just a little bit too tough. He's at the back of the field.
To the Millennium Stadium and the football, Mike Ingham.
Well, it is still 0-0 here, Mark, but there are problems tonight so far for Britain. They just simply are not getting the ball against a superior team at South Korea. They've played together for many, many years, and it's showing out there. Somebody needs to get hold of this for Britain. Butler's just made a fine save, 0-0.
Jessica Ennis going at about sort of 10 to 9, something like that, in her 800 metres. Things always a little bit fluid, of course. Lots of your texts. I was an Olympic cynic, but I've been glued to my little radio while driving my bus. Your enthusiasm and at times blatant support for Team GB has infected me with a pride that's brought me close to tears. And for a 45-year-old man, that takes some doing. Thank you, 5 Live. Come on, Jess. Mark W. from Boreham Wood. I've just returned from a camping holiday in Scotland. No TV, no internet, no DAB radio, just 5 Live. I've never shed so many tears or been more proud to be British. Tonight I could watch Jess on the telly. I'll stick to 5 Live. John and Nikki Dennison on Tintin, their narrowboat, will be cheering Jess from here. Sarah and Peter on the M5, a torrential rainstorm here. No more than 20 metres visibility, listening to every word. Go safely, Sarah and Pete. Let us know where you are, where you're going to listen to the Jessica Ennis moment, as it were. 85058. You can send us a tweet at BBC 5 Live. Thousands of people outside on Olympic Park on the site here, of course, and Simon Mundy's with them.
I certainly am. The sun is shining for now. The hill is certainly filling up, and what a night of athletics ahead we have. We've got Jess, of course, Mo, Greg Rutherford, Chris Tomlinson. I'm joined by one family, Rob, Lindsay, Val, and, in the words of his own family, Mr. Olympics, Ken, who's off taking photos. What a night to be on the hill.
Absolutely incredible. The atmosphere is amazing.
How long have you guys been actually out here planning to watch Ennis and Co?
Well, we got here at 8:30 this morning, and we're skipping handball to watch her take the gold.
Now, I've heard that it's both you and your mother Val's birthday, and it's a bit of a special birthday present from your husband Ken, isn't it, Val?
It is indeed. Best birthday we've ever had, and I don't know how he's going to top this one. The atmosphere is just incredible.
Now, son Rob, I've got to ask you, what do you make of it? I know it's your first day at the Olympics. You're a big sport fan. You've compared it to music and its ability to bring people together. What do you make of the atmosphere? It's still building out here.
It's fantastic, and I would definitely urge anybody to get down here because it's just been the best day. I was a bit cynical at first, but it's been cracking.
And just quickly for you, Ken, your family refer to you as Mr. Olympics. You sent a letter to Seb Coe 7 years ago with a few ideas about how you thought people should approach the Olympics. He got back to you. What does it mean for you, such a big Olympics fan as you are? What does it mean for you to be here?
Oh, the best thing all week has been hearing the people who doubted we were going to have a fantastic Olympics admit
that we got it right, and it's an absolute triumph.
It is an absolute triumph. Right, we'll speak to more people here on the hills shortly, but for now, back to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Simon. We've got a couple of moments before the third of these women's 100 metres semi-finals, so let's just take a moment, just quickly, Darren Campbell, to talk about the men who for you look the real deal this morning, or is it far too early to tell because people don't necessarily and understandably show their hand in the early stages?
I tried to go back to my room to have a nap, and I got absconded by a Jamaican athlete who I won't name, and pretty much he told me it's going to be about Bolt. He just said, from speaking to him, he was around him in Beijing, and it was all about the atmosphere and the crowd. And I've always felt that in the greatest show on earth, then the great people step up. And for him, it's not about the gold medal, it's about putting on a show for all these people inside this stadium. He has an opportunity to create history, to retain the 100 metre title, the 200 metre title, and the 4x100 metre title. This stage is set if Bolt wants it. Does Bolt want it enough?
He wants to win as well, though. It's not just for the crowd, it is about the medal. He wants to become a legend,
you know the score. Only one man can do the things that Bolt does. That's what I'm trying to say.
So the
stage is set. The stage is set. Bolt showed me this morning that rhythm-wise, he was 40% then. That's where I would go. He was 40%.
He ran at 40% capacity.
40%. He reacted okay. He probably drove for about 20 metres, and then he just used his long stride. He didn't use any power, and it's the power and then the stride that will give you the 9.5, maybe 9.4. But Bolt is coming here to put on a show. I don't think the others can run those times that he can run.
So that unnamed Jamaican athlete who told you that, it might have been Usain Bolt himself who told you that.
It's just unnamed still.
But Darren says
he like chicken. Does he got long legs? Does he not do his laces
I won't change what I said earlier. It's all down to the conditions. Look, if it's cold tomorrow night at 10 to 10, he's not going to run 9.4, but he'll take everybody else into a zone that they can't run. Now remember, there's not many of the men in that field that can run 9.6. So 9.6 is enough, but I'm just saying, if we were lucky enough to get the weather that we had, I think a week ago, it was 30 odd. If we get that and it's a warm evening, then Bolt will run 9.4, 9.5 all day long. It's just, we can't guarantee that. We're lucky we ain't got rain.
Wouldn't that be amazing? They broke the world record as well. Right, let's back to the women's, the last of the semi-finals.
And the first two of them were won by the United States and Jamaica in different order. Carmelita Jeter, the fastest of the qualifiers so far, 10.83 seconds. And here, Tiana Madison attempts to become the third American through to the final, and Caron Stewart aims to make it a Jamaican trio into the final. Stewart is drawn in lane 8, silver medalist last time round in Beijing 4 years ago. Tiana Madison is drawn in lane 6. In lane 5 is Muriel Ahure of the Ivory Coast, who's won 3 times on the Diamond League circuit this season. And they blast away from their blocks, and a good start by Ahure. Madison is right there with her, pressing her at halfway. It's Ahure from Madison. Madison now just gets in front from Okebare, finishing strongly for Nigeria. Okebare comes through to win for Nigeria in a time of 10.92 seconds. So all 3 semi-finals won in a time quicker than 11 seconds, with a slight following wind, and it's Blessing Okebare, who won in London and in Monaco. A late season surge of form is coming through to win the third of the semi-finals here. 10.92 seconds. It's her fastest ever time. And Tiana Madison of the United States, a lifetime best also, exactly the same time, 10.92 seconds. So 3 Americans through to the final, but only 2 Jamaicans at this point, as we wait to see who the 2 fastest losers will be. Darren Campbell.
Okebare left herself so much to do. It was a terrible start. She was about 5 metres off at the 50 metre point, but she's shown form all season. She's the one that's been bringing this good form into the Olympic Games, and she showed it again there. Great strength, easy, maybe relaxing, last 5 metres. 10.92 into the final, and to be honest, that's all that matters.
And Muriel Ahure, the long-time leader, looks as though she will qualify as a fastest loser. She will, along with Kellyanne Baptiste of Trinidad and Tobago, alongside 3 Americans and 2 Jamaicans.
Just remember that name, Blessing Okabare, when it comes to the final. We're going to talk about the long jump in a second. Greg Rutherford and Chris Tomlinson about to start their final over on the far side, but the 1500 freestyle in the pool coming towards its conclusion. Bob Ballard.
And we are looking at a Sun Yang procession. He has led this race virtually from the start, and he's led it by a big margin for quite some time now. He's still inside world record paces, taking Ryan Cochrane along to a very fast time here indeed. Those two are clear in the third place. We're still waiting for Maluli really to make his move. I don't think it's going to happen in this race because they're 1 and 2 seem pretty much assured. I say number 1 has been assured, although the world record split hasn't really changed much recently. 1.80 inside with about 225 to go.
Yes, it is. Sun Yang looking very much in control of this race, swimming it a little bit different than we saw him win the world title. He was out slower, but had an absolutely astonishing last 100 metres to break the world record. He's of course coached by the former world record holder, Grant Hackett's coach, but such a different style of swimming. Sun Yang barely uses his legs at all. It's quite unusual. Just kicks them every now and then, but really more using them for balance. But when he picks up the pace in the closing stages, we will see him finally use his legs. And Ryan Cochrane went out at a fast pace, but he is dropping off the pace a little bit, and the faster finishing Usama Maluli will probably begin to reel him in. He is a much more even-paced swimmer, so expect to see a battle over the closing stages. But Sun Yang absolutely in a class of his own here in this 1500 metres, and so lucky that that full start wasn't that he went early. He did actually, it appears, hear a noise from the crowd which set him off, and of course you can't be disqualified for that. It's not the swimmer's fault if they react to that, but a lovely race brewing for silver and bronze, but Sun Yang beautifully clear.
Let's see what the split is in terms of world record pace. He's minus 2.39. He's nearly 2.5 seconds inside the world record he set in Shanghai last year. We thought that was an extraordinary swim. This is even more so. And the battle has been joined between Ryan Cochrane and Osama Maluli for the second place. But I'll tell you what, Sun is now what? 10, 12 metres clear and getting further clear with virtually every stroke.
And inside the world record, we gave you the time, but he's probably about 5 metres ahead of world record pace to put it into distance. A lovely battle, though, between Ryan Cochrane and Maluli. Ryan aiming to be the first Canadian to win a medal here at these games, but look at Sun Yang go. Fantastic swimming.
Sun with 15 to go on this leg, and then when he turns next time it will be 100 to go. This is the touch. This is the touch. And Sun Yang gets the touch. 14:31.02. Wow, that is a time to savour for the Chinese. Second place going to Ryan Cochrane. Third, Osama Maluli. 14:31.02. Just remember, it wasn't so long ago that the 15-minute barrier was broken nearly on 14:30, and he is splashing the water. He's just thrashing the water with his arms. I can't believe it. It's dissolved into tears, and he's getting consoled by Maluli. That is a fantastic display. 8-second victory and a world record that just knocks spots off anything else we've seen this week.
And that was the defending champion who took bronze medal, Osama Maluli, and Ryan Cochrane getting Canada's first medal in the pool for these Olympic Games. Exactly what he did 4 years ago in Beijing. But Sun Yang, after not knowing whether he was going to be able to compete, having done that full start, he goes on, composes himself, gets in and absolutely smashes the world record and the entire field in that race.
Thank you very much, Bob and Karen, with the action from the pool. Over on the far side, the long jumpers have just been introduced to the crowd. Greg Rutherford, one of the 2 British men in the final, and if his jumping style, when you do see it, looks familiar, that's because he started to copy the legendary Carl Lewis.
Everybody knows that Carl was an absolutely incredible jumper as well as sprinter, and we had to look at somebody that could sprint fast and jump fast, because a lot of people can sprint, not as many can jump, and how he controlled his speed was very, very special. And the major thing was the lateral step he did in his penultimate. So his final step was to step out to the side before he took off, and that meant that he didn't lose too much speed, he didn't create negative force, and he was able to pop off the board. And that's been something that all of a sudden I can do now, but my body doesn't hurt as much doing it, and I just feel much more confident and better while I'm out there. So it's been a huge change, and it was completely inspired by Carl, because he's somebody that I've watched for years and years and years, and with the likes of YouTube and everything to watch videos on, it makes it so much easier, and it's been brilliant. It's been such a major aid, but it's something that's it's a process. I expect this to be perfect within probably the next 4 or 5 years. You're always learning, and for me, I'm at a good stage at the moment, but it will keep coming. More will come.
Bit of a gamble to take in the year of the home Olympics.
Yeah, it has been, but the way we had to look at it was the World Championships last year did not end well at all for me. I went out there, and to be honest, I'd never felt so good. My body was in amazing shape, and a freak position on the board tears my hamstring in half, and I'm out, and that's the fact. And we had to look at the technical changes that had to be done to stop that from ever happening again, and we'd like to believe that what we have done has changed that and will stop those sorts of things happening, and if that's the case, it gives me a chance to jump more and jump further.
Well, I remember coming home on the plane with him with his foot in plaster after that as well. He certainly had plaster somewhere after that tear in the final. Steve Backley, it's an open long jump this evening, isn't it? Saladino, the reigning champion, didn't qualify. Mitchell Watt of Australia, silver medalist from 4 years ago. I suppose you could say he's the favourite, but it's a pretty open field.
Yeah, well, Mitchell Watt, the Australian, very much the favourite, but two Brits right in amongst it. And we've got Greg, obviously we've heard from there, as the British record holder, 8 metres and 35, and Chris has also jumped that distance. They share that British record. And do you know what, having seen what they can both do competitively as the comps just gets underway as we speak, I really believe that we have the chance of a medal here. You know, a lot's been talked about Jessica Ennis taking that gold as we expect, and Mo Farah in the 10,000 metres. But the two guys in this men's long jump final have a huge opportunity. There's 2 Australians, 2 Americans, 2 Britons, a South African. It's a full global representation over there. Then there's a scattering of Europeans. It's a wonderful opportunity for the guys, and it's an event, I have to say, where the crowd will play an impact, because you jump on your emotions, you know, you get that nervous energy going and just let rip, and both the guys can do that.
Steve's going to keep a close eye on the long jump for us. There's a goal in Cardiff. John Murray.
Great Britain's men are in trouble. South Korea lead by 1-0 in the quarter-final with almost half an hour played, and it's Sunderland's Ji Dong-won who has scored it. A powerful left-foot shot from 25 yards. I think it must have had a little bit of wobble on it, because Jack Butland, diving to his left, seemed to get his hands to it, but it went through him and into the back of the net. So South Korea leads Great Britain by 1-0 here in Cardiff.
If you want commentary on the football, it's on our sister station Olympics Extra, which is on air for the duration of the games. We're on Radio 5 Live, of course. I'm Mark Pugach. We're in the Olympic Stadium at exactly 8 o'clock.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
And in the next hour, Jessica Ennis is set to fulfil her Olympic dream.
Ennis hits the front over the final 2 barriers. Ennis wins in 12.54 seconds. What an astonishing start. It's the fastest time ever seen within a heptathlon.
Mo Farah goes in the final of the 10,000 metres. That's at 9:15. The long jump final's just underway. Greg Rutherford and Chris Tomlinson going for a medal for Britain. Di Green just makes it through to the Olympic 400 hurdle final as one of the fastest losers. Holland's Ranomi Kromowidjojo has won gold in the women's 50-metre freestyle. Let's go to Mike, because Greg Rutherford's about to go in the long jump.
Yes, he is. He leads the world rankings this year with a performance of 8 metres and 35 centimetres, and a roar as he's introduced to the crowd. He just leans forward and pats the back of his legs, gets himself psyched up now for his first round attempt. 8 metres and 35 centimetres, would have won gold in Beijing and silver at the World Championships last year. It would have been worth at least a bronze at every Olympic Games, and now he gets set. He puts his left foot in front of his right. He leans forward, now just starting to get his head right. just thinking through the motions now as he sets off down the runway on the far side of the stadium to a huge roar once again. Pounds the takeoff ball and virtually runs through the sand. And Steve Backley, what does that mean in terms of how he's feeling generally about the competition?
I mean, he looked as though he just crowded the board. He got too close to the board, that is, and he saw Mitchell Watt, the long jump, I mean, the world champion from last year, the event favourite, do exactly the same thing just seconds earlier. The guys, I would suggest, are struggling with this quick approach. We've talked about the fast track for and the times we're seeing on the races. It has the same effect for the long jumpers. They've got to move their check marks back to accommodate it. You put adrenaline on top of that, and all of a sudden you find yourself eating up ground, and that space between you and the board is narrower than it might be, and that's what Greg Rutherford did there. He'll make some adjustments. He'll have 2 more jumps to make the second half of the competition.
Yes, it is interesting. The wind is clearly swirling because Sebastian Bayer, who leads for Germany with 7 metres 87 centimetres, jumped into a headwind, whereas Rutherford had a fairly strong following wind. But 7 metres 87 centimetres is not the value of a competition of this nature. They'll be going much longer through the course of the remaining 5.5 rounds or so.
I would suggest it's a long time since the long jump has received such a roar as it did then for Greg Rutherford. Right, back on the track, women's 400 metres, the first of the 3 semi-finals. Christine Ohorogu from Stratford, from just down the road, against Sanya Richards-Ross. Catherine Merry in this one. Richards-Ross doesn't really regard Ohorogu as a threat because of their head-to-head record, except, of course, that she left out the Olympic final in that little record.
It's very interesting in the lead up to these Olympic Games. In every press conference I've heard Sanya Richards-Ross, who comes here as the world number 2, the world indoor champion, she does not ever consider Christine Ohorogu as a threat because she beat her on a race where I had a bad day. That's psychological. She doesn't want to acknowledge that she exists. She doesn't want to acknowledge that 4 years ago in Beijing, when Sanya Richards-Ross was the favourite, she didn't run a proper race. She died. Christine Ohorogu took advantage of that. So they're the reasons for not mentioning her. But this is a tough semi-final. It's the first 2 plus 2 fastest for the final. And in this race, lanes 4, 5, 6 and 7. As the roar goes up for the local girl, Christine Ohorogu. This is a tough race. Now we'll see what kind of shape Christine's in, Mike Costello.
And even Ohorogu couldn't remove the smile from her face there. She's trying to remain a picture of concentration. But a warm round of applause from the crowd here. She says at some stage she'll go home to mum and dad's for a cup of tea, just to say that she walked home from the Olympic Games. She's drawn in lane 7 here, gradually, race by race. She's been coming back to the kind of form that she showed in the build-up to Beijing in 2008. Indeed, she's running quicker than at any stage in the build-up to her gold medal glory march 4 years ago. Can she continue that here? She might well have to go beneath the top-end world-class barrier of 50 seconds here to get through to the final, and that would be for the first time this season as far as Ohorogu is concerned. Sanya Richards-Ross then is in 4 for the USA. Gushchina of Russia is in 5, one of the fastest in the world this year. Rosemary White of Jamaica in 6, and Ohorogu in 7. The 2 places in the final expected to be contested by those 4. And the gun sets them on their way then. Ohorogu gets a very steady start. On her outside, she has Sakari of Kenya to close down on as they reach the entrance to the back straight now down the far side of the stadium. And White on the inside of Ohorogu is starting to make ground, and leading the field at this stage, as we expected, is Sanya Richards-Ross coming through from her lane 4 draw, running very strongly over the first 200 metres. She closes down on the Russian Gushchina on her outside, but now Ohorogu starts to lay down her challenge, and she moves into second place as they reach the crown of the bend now. Sanya Richards-Ross has the lead, and at this stage it's a healthy one from Ohorogu coming through past White into second place. 50 metres to run, and it isn't often that Ohorogu is collared in the closing stages. It won't be happening here. Sanya Richards-Ross wins, but only just from the fast finishing Christine Ohorogu. 50.08 seconds to winning time, and Ohorogu will have run her fastest time of the season. Race by race, she's getting it right all over again. She's through to the final in defence of her Olympic title.
That was superb by Christine Ohorogu. It's come up on the big screen. 80,000 people here in the Olympic Stadium cheer. Sanya Richards-Ross 50.07 and Christina Hourigu a season's best of 50.22 seconds. She ran it wonderfully. Sanya Richards-Ross did her usual fast start round the first bend. She consolidated down the back straight, and Sanya Richards-Ross came into the home straight with nearly a 10-metre lead. Christina Hourigu was in second place coming into that home straight, and boy did she claw back the American in the final strides, because Sanya Richards-Ross wasn't taking her foot that much off the gas, and that is what's going to frighten Sanya Richards-Ross once again about Christina Hourigu.
Let's quickly go to John Murray, another goal in the football.
And a Welshman has scored for Great Britain in Cardiff. It's Aaron Ramsey from the penalty spot to make it Great Britain 1, South Korea 1, after a Ryan Bertrand shot was handballed.
Plenty going on here. Just seen a great run from Christina Hourigu. Now Chris Tomlinson, Mike, about to go in the long jump.
Yes, he is, and still no athlete at this stage of the competition has gone beyond 8 metres, and he's over on the far side of the stadium, or he will be very shortly, because he is next in the order of jumping, and he's just waiting now for the command to step onto the runway. His best in his life is 8 metres and 35 centimetres. He is the joint record holder in Britain, along with Greg Rutherford, and Steve Backley on his best form. Tomlinson really could have a medal chance here.
Yeah, especially of what I saw of him in Crystal Palace. He's been slightly erratic this year, but in the last round there he jumped 8 metres 26 in not great conditions. If he can open with that kind of distance, wow, will that put pressure on this competition? As you say, no one beyond 8 metres. This is a great opportunity for Britain's Chris Tomlinson.
Will Claye at the moment for the USA leads with 7 metres and 98 centimetres. He's also involved in the triple jump, potentially against Philip Sadowu, as Chris Tomlinson now sets up on his charge towards the takeoff board. He's back on the takeoff board, and it's 8 metres plus. It's 8 metres 35 plus, quite possibly. That might well have been the best jump of his career for Chris Tomlinson. We wait now for the scoreboard. Everybody's eyes are on it. Chris Tomlinson, as Steve Backley was saying, so erratic as so often in his career. But is this the time now when he has finally come good? 8 metres and 35 is his lifetime best. 8 metres and 6 centimetres, so it's slightly shy of his lifetime best, but it is enough to take him into the lead as we get towards the end of the first round of the men's long jump.
Really promising start from Chris Tomlinson. Another penalty in Cardiff, John Murray.
Daniel Sturridge has been fouled, and Great Britain now have a chance to take a 2-1 lead, having been a goal down. And it is Aaron Ramsey again, who has already scored a penalty just 3 minutes ago. And the previous penalty went under the South Korean goalkeeper. It wasn't a great one, but he's going to take a second one. Great Britain will be a little fortunate, I must say, if they are ahead in this game. South Korea have been the better team, but Ramsey waits now, here in Cardiff. The Welsh international captain, with his hands on his hips. The South Korean goalkeeper, Jung, moves around on his line. Ramsey waits. Here he comes, right-footed, and the goalkeeper has saved it down to his left. And again, it was not the best of penalties by Aaron Ramsey, and it remains Great Britain 1, South Korea 1.
There's something happening wherever you look at the Olympic Games at the moment. That's live on Olympics Extra. Catherine, I want to talk to you about Christina Hourigu. What does that run say to you about A, winning any sort of medal, but B, the chances of actually defending her title?
It's increased dramatically. Those of us in athletics know, and hopefully 5 Live listeners will know after the coverage we do of track and field, that Christina Hourigu gets it right when it matters. She is a championship performer, and that will make her a lot more confident. Of course it will, but you know what, Mark, it's the way she did it. It was the strength, it was the tracking back of Sanya Richards-Ross that made it so impressive. And therefore, going into the final now, I had her as an outside medal shot, and that hasn't changed, because I potentially think she could defend the title. But of course, there's still 2 more semi-finals to go.
And Sanya Richards-Ross refuses to entertain the prospect of the Olympic champion even being a challenger. But surely even her, she's almost protesting too much, isn't she? Even her will look at that and think, hang on a second, this is somebody getting back into shape, and they beat me last time in the Olympic final.
She's a she knows she's a challenger. As I said earlier, she's not mentioning her on purpose. because the quote came out from, I think it was the coach or somebody in Richard Ross' camp of, oh, she only beat me once when I ran a bad race, so she's not really that, that special kind of thing. No, not in any shape or form. Stanley Richard Ross knows the pedigree of Christina Hurugou. You look at their personal bests on paper, then no, Christina Hurugou isn't a threat because she's run over a second slower in form. But that goes out the window when it comes to Olympic Games. It's about the medals, not the times or the distances.
Back to the pool, the women's 4x100 medley relay, and Great Britain in lane 7. Steve Parry.
That's right, Great Britain in lane 7. There are GB in 4 finals tonight, all 4 finals, but it's been the story of the week, just missing out on touches. Great Britain have been missing out. We've just seen the presentation there for the women's 50-metre freestyle. Fran Hausel lost out by an agonising 8/100ths of a second. She's back in the water now with her teammate. She's going to be doing the freestyle leg, but boy, the GB need a medal. Any chance, do you reckon, Bob?
I don't think so, Steve. I'd love to think so, but unless there's a couple of disqualifications, I can't really see Great Britain getting in the mix here, but you never know. It's quite a steady lineup, quite a solid lineup, but there again, America have huge talent, Australia have huge talent, and of course China are the world record holders. So Great Britain, Karen, will have to do something quite exceptional here. They're being introduced. Gemma Spofford, Siobhan, Marie O'Connor, Ellen Gandy, and on the anchor leg will be Fran Hausel.
Yeah, Australia are the defending champions, and USA, well, their team reads Missy Franklin, winner of the 100 backstroke, Rebecca Soni, second in the 100 breaststroke, Dana Vollmer, world record to win the 100 butterfly, and Alison Schmidt, who won the 200 freestyle. So not a bad squad of swimmers for them, and Great Britain in the lane next to them, so perhaps they can pull them to something special. Ellen Gandy back in the water, hoping to maybe do something to help her get over the demons of missing out on making even the semi-final in the 200 butterfly when she was one of the favourites for a medal. Chinese team will be strong as well. So it's going to be an exciting race, but I think the might of the Americans are probably going to be too strong for anyone else in the pool.
Let's give you the 1 to 8 then. China in 1, the Netherlands in 2, Denmark 3, Australia 4, Japan 5, United States in 6, Great Britain in 7, and the Russian Federation, as they're called here, in lane 8. This record is 3:57.03. It's some considerable way outside the world record, which is 3:52.19, which is owned at the moment by China. Crowd making a lot of noise. Swimmers waiting to start. Just in the medley relay, it starts with backstroke. And they're away. The penultimate final in the pool of London 2012. The women's 4x100 metres of medley relay. On the backstroke for Great Britain goes Gemma Spofford.
Yeah, I expect to see her finishing strong, we hope, but she does need to get out fast because some of the other girls are very, very quick. She's going well in the early stages, but so too Missy Franklin, also Zhao of China going well, but it is probably... It looks like the Russians in the outside lane having a good split. It's very, very close in the early stages.
Australia just inside world record pace. Second are the USA. Third, Russia, waiting for Gemma Spofford to move up from 5th place, and she's starting to do that with 25 metres of her leg to go.
Well, this is a good swim from Emily Seebohm. Looked good in the heats and semi-final of the individual, but couldn't quite hang on in the final to Missy Franklin, who is coming through strong.
USA look like they're going to be leading at the 100 split. First touch to the USA, second place to Japan, third Australia, Great Britain in 5th after that leg by Gemma Spofford.
And USA are inside world record pace on this medley relay, and it is Rebecca Soni in the bright pink swimsuit that she loves wearing so much, her lucky suit. She's going well for them up against Liesl Jones, who dominated breaststroke swimming before Soni came on the scene, and also going well Julia Efimova, who's had a great meet for Russia.
But look at G of China certainly going for them in lane 1. She's starting to really make her move through the pack. She was fairly close to the back at one stage, but she's not there now. Rebecca Soni leads for the USA. Efimova for Russia. Third place to Australia. At the turn, we have 16-year-old Siobhan Marie O'Connor going for Great Britain on the breaststroke leg.
Yeah, she's off the pace a little bit at the moment. These breaststroke girls really are so strong at the moment. Rebecca Soni coming through well now, but it's been a good swim by Efimova for Russia to keep them in second place.
Just on world record pace by 0.22. They're outside it, but very, very tight. Rebecca Soni puts America in first place. Efimova for Russia in second, and third Suzuki for Japan. Great Britain and Siobhan Marie O'Connor has given the back end an awful lot to do in 8th place.
And Dana Vollmer in the water for the USA, won the 100 butterfly in that fabulous world record time. I think it was way back on day 2 now, but she's had a fantastic meet for the USA. Such a talented swimmer, good at front crawl as well, but at the moment in the pool and really starting to move away from the rest of the field. Going well though for Japan. Now it is Kato swimming well, getting alongside the Australians and the Russians. This is turning into a good battle for the minor places, but America under world record pace and going well.
Dana Vollmer has about 1, 2, 3 body length lead as she changes over. The last takeover for the Americans. Second are Australia, third Japan. It is now half a second and more under world record pace, and fourth place to Russia, and Ellen Gandy unable to make up any of that gap. She's at the back of the field.
Well, Alison Schmidt, a finalist in the 100, won the 200, silver in the 400. What a great meet she is having, and she is bringing the USA team home. But who is going to get the silver medal? China are finishing strong. Australia just in second place of the turn, but the Russians aren't rolling over either, and here come Japan too.
Another gold medal on the cards, another gold medal almost won by the Americans. 25 metres for the last leg for Alison Schmidt. She might be tying up a bit, but she has so much room ahead of everybody else. A really good finish here by Melanie Schlanger. She's making ground, but not yet quick enough, and it is a new world record for the United States. Second are Australia, third place to Japan, and Fran Hausel just couldn't quite make up the ground she needed to in lane 8. So gold for the US and another world record for them. Second place to Australia, third Japan, and just missing out to Russia, but Australia came very close at the end, but not close enough.
Thank you very much indeed, Bob. Let's just talk about the second semi-final of the women's 400 metres. We had the Commonwealth and World Champion in it, who trotted through in the end, Mike Costello.
Yes, she did. Amantli Monsho of Botswana, very strong in the home straight in winning her world title in Daegu last year, and likewise here, joined all the way virtually for 350 metres by Francina McCrory of the United States, who joins Sanya Richards-Ross in the final to come tomorrow evening.
Well, we can see that the big guns are all lining up as far as the 400 is concerned. The final semi-final to come, and significant news from the long jump as well. To Cardiff half-time, John Murray.
It is Great Britain 1, South Korea 1 in the men's football quarter-final. Could be better, could be worse. South Korea have been the better team. They took the lead through G of Sunderland. Great Britain equalised from the penalty spot. Ramsey scored, but not the most convincing of penalties. So when Britain won another penalty, it was something of a surprise that it was Ramsey who took responsibility again. Again, it was not the best of penalties, and the goalkeeper saved it. So Great Britain 1, South Korea 1 at half-time.
So let's hear the latest jump from Greg Rutherford in the long jumper with Mike.
Well, this long jump competition is there for the taking at the moment. Chris Tomlinson leading for Britain with 8 metres and 6 centimetres. And now Greg Rutherford with his second round attempt. A first round barely worth measuring. And now he starts his way down the runway with this explosive sprinting speed that he has. And he's out towards the 8-metre barrier. He'll wait to see whether he gets a white flag, and he does. And so now the crowd wait to see what the measurement will be. Will it be enough to take Greg Rutherford into the lead? He was in only 9th position after the first round, but he looks as though he might well have done enough to leap into the lead in a competition where all his main rivals have really been struggling. 8 metres and 6 centimetres is the lead for Tomlinson, and the roar from the crowd tells you that Rutherford has leapt into the lead. 8 metres and 21 centimetres. Is that going to be good enough for gold with 4 rounds remaining?
What a terrific leap by Greg Rutherford. We'll talk about that in a second, though, Mike, after the last of these women's 400-metre semi-finals.
And they're just settling into their blocks, and this one in lane 5 features the Russian Antonina Krivoshapka, who is the fastest in the world this year over this one-lap distance with a time of 49.16 seconds. Didi Trotter drawn on her inside in lane 4, attempting to become the 3rd American through to the final tomorrow evening. They're underway then, one lap of the track ahead of them. The third of the British athletes involved, Lee McConnell, drawn on the inside in lane number 2, but success for her has been in getting to this semi-final stage. She's not expected to trouble these. And down the far side, Krivoshabka, who was so lightning fast in winning the title at the Russian National Championships last month, has gone off very quickly, leading the field by a clear margin going through 250 metres. Her closest challenger is Noveline Williams-Mills of Jamaica, who took bronze behind Christina Horugu and Nicola Sanders in the World Championship final back in 2007. She's still in second place, but she's being challenged now by Didi Trotter. In a challenge for fourth place is Lee McConnell over towards the inside, but Krivoshabka, having gone off very quickly, is tying up in the closing strides. She will just hang on to win from Didi Trotter in second place. They are the two certain to qualify for the final. 49.81 seconds, the winning time for Krivoshabka of Russia.
Well, it was an interesting run from the Russian. She did come into these games as the world leader, just sitting on top of those world rankings ahead of Sanya Richards-Ross. She went out like an absolute rocket, and I can tell you that last 50 metres would have been very painful for her indeed. This is the semi-final, and she would have known the likes of Didi Trotter and Noveline Williams-Mills were going to come down on her hard, and they did. And she managed to hang on, and I think that's heat there. Well, you're going to have about 3 athletes that have run under 50 seconds, and this was the only heat for that to happen, which is a little bit of surprise for me in the semi-finals here at the Olympics. But no, the Russian came and she delivered a performance, but still the standout performance for me is Sanya Richards-Ross and Christina Horugu in that first heat, and the world champion Amantle Monchot going through as well. It's going to be a wonderful final. The medals are up for grabs, and isn't it great to see and say, Mark, that Christina Horugu is among them.
She certainly is, really getting better and better, as Kath has been saying, as the season progresses. So at the moment in the long jump, Chris Tomlinson is in the bronze medal position, Will Claye of the USA in the silver medal, but Steve Backley, Greg Rutherford, 8 metres 21 at the moment, is in the gold medal position.
Yeah, gold and bronze in the long jump, we'd take that, wouldn't we?
It would be fantastic.
We'd be quite pleased with that. Do you know what? It was amazing. The first round, nobody fancied it. It was the equivalent of a 10,000 metre race, which we'll see Mo running in a little bit later on tonight. It's the equivalent of just having a little jog out first lap. No one wanted to take it on. And then all of a sudden, Greg Rutherford dropped a bomb, 8 metres and 21 centimetres. He's way out in front. There's possibly only 2 or 3 that could look capable of that. I mean, they're all capable of jumping that far, clearly. And this men's long jump final just fascinates me because it's who fancies it now. Chris Tomlinson is one of the athletes who could threaten that lead, and he stands on the runway ready for his second round jump.
Well, he'll know what his compatriot has done. He knows how the crowd's getting behind both British jumpers.
Tomlinson then on the runway now, moving towards the takeoff board. He pounds it once again, a slight stutter as he moves in towards it, and that will barely be 8 metres, and he gets a red flag into the bargain. I know the official by the takeoff board changes his mind. It's a white flag, but it doesn't really make a lot of difference because Tomlinson hasn't improved on his earlier attempt of 8 metres and 6 centimetres.
Just put it, if he was a horse, we would have said there, Steve, he'd put in a short one just before he got to a fence.
He just got far too close again. The thing that made me laugh was the reaction of the judge. He's got a red and a white flag. He's probably got the most simple job this evening. Put the white one up if he hits the plasticine. If he doesn't hit the plasticine, the red one, he's not getting mixed up. He's obviously a lot of tension over there, a lot of pressure on the guys, and wow, I mean, I just can't believe this. I mean, we're getting towards the halfway stage, at the end of the second round, third way through. Greg Rutherford out in front. And do you know what? All day long I've been saying this. All the attentions, Jess Ennis, Mo Farah, Greg Rutherford has not even been mentioned. And there he is out in front in the gold medal position. And wow, this is so exciting now because Mitchell Watt, the pre-event favourite, the world champion from last year, is the Australian. And he's struggling. I mean, he's struggling with the approach. He's just shy of 8 metres. He's in 4th place. But if he carries on struggling with the speed of the runway, then he doesn't look as though he's going to threaten that 8:21.
And the interesting thing about the long jump is they are allowed to take advice from their coaches as they go along. I mean, you see them, they jump, they walk straight over to the barrier and have a chat with their coach.
And the coaches are right on top of them. The way that they're positioned, they're parallel to the back straight here in the Olympic Stadium, just on the outside of this 9-lane track. And they're right on top of the crowd there. And as I said earlier, the British crowd very, very supportive. A sea of Union Jacks raise as every Brit goes out to compete, and they will be seriously buoyed by that in that long jump. I'm rather excited, Mark, about the prospect of the second half of this long jump final.
Terrific night of athletics and of swimming a little bit earlier, and of boxing too. Light welterweight is the category tonight. Tom Stalker is the young man's name. Darren Fletcher with the words.
He's the captain of the Great Britain team, Mark, and he's got a fantastic opportunity to win a gold medal here in London. He's a real story as well, you know. As a child he was off the rails, as a youngster he was stealing cars and taking drugs in a rough part of Liverpool. He was arrested by the police, and he had an epiphany the day his grandmother died, and he decided at that point he had to make something of himself, and he's a story. Robert McCracken, the performance director, now says he is the perfect role model. He's a fantastically talented boxer, Steve, but the story of Tom Stalker is the interesting thing here.
Yeah, he never threw a punch until he was 19, whereas Cubans and even the Russians and the Ukrainians, they're veterans then. But he had some good news this afternoon. I don't mean he got a letter from one of the royal princesses, although they are smashing those letters to every single athlete, it seems. What happened this afternoon was the world number one, the reigning world champion from Brazil, was put out by an unseeded fighter. Sure, the guy was from Cuba. That means the number one guy in the world is out, and that means that Stalker is the top seed left in the tournament.
They're really looking forward to seeing him in the ring, Mark. He's the final GB male to make an appearance here at XL, and he's in with a great chance.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Darren. Right, just to bring you up to date on what else has been going on today, Laura Trott, Danny King and Joanna Rousel set a new world record as they took gold in the women's team pursuit. The records are tumbling at the very noisy velodrome. Final day of rowing at Eton Dorney today. Great Britain won gold in the men's 4 and the women's double sculls. Defending champions Zach Purchase and Mark Hunter took silver in the men's lightweight double sculls. World champion Di Green sneaked into the final of the 400 hurdles as a fastest loser after finishing 4th in his semi-final. Jack Green and Rhys Williams missed out. We've just read that Di Green will be in lane 3, which is the second of those which is actually used here in the final. Holland's Rainomi Kromowidjojo won gold in the women's 50 freestyle in the pool. China's Sun Yang, the men's 1500 metre in a new world record. The USA took gold in the women's 4x100 medley relay. In football on Olympics Extra, it's Great Britain won, South Korea won in their quarter-final. Aaron Ramsey has both scored and missed a penalty. And Andy Murray and Laura Robson are guaranteed a medal after progressing into the final of the mixed doubles. They beat Germany's Sabine Lisicki and Christopher Cass in straight sets. Serena Williams thrashed Maria Sharapova 6-love, 6-1 to win gold in the women's singles. And Great Britain's women's hockey players lost 2-1 to China, so they need a result against the Dutch in their final group match to make the semi-finals. Test match today, day 3 of the second test at Headingley. England close 3:51 for 5, so they still trail South Africa by 68 runs. Kevin Peterson 149 not out. Jessica Ennis in about 20 minutes time. Mo Farah at 9:15 at the news now with Faye Rusker.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
At the velodrome, the women's team pursuit beat their own world record, claiming gold number 11 for Team GB. Great Britain is now 3rd in the medals table. Success at the velodrome followed more success in the rowing. Gold this time for the men's coxless 4 and the women's lightweight double sculls. There was also a silver for the men's lightweight double sculls. State television in Iran says that gunmen have kidnapped Iranian pilgrims visiting a Shia shrine in the Syrian capital, Damascus. The abduction came during continued fighting in the city between Syrian government forces and rebels. Police investigating the murder of the oil executive Carol Waugh have charged a man with 4 counts of fraud. Nicholas Kuttner, who's 47, was arrested on Tuesday. And NASA is preparing to land a large remote control rover on Mars. The vehicle's mission will be to look for signs that the planet was once capable of supporting life. Quick look at the roads in Greater Manchester. 2 lanes of the M60 clockwise are closed between junction 6 at Sale and junction 8 at Carrington. Traffic very slow there. The matrix sign is set to 50 miles per hour because of an accident. And a vehicle's on fire on the M5 southbound in Somerset. That's between junction 3 at Bridgewater North and junction 24 at Bridgewater South. 1 lane is shut there. Faye Rusko, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live.
Every story.
We're going to a press conference now. So that's our living MC.
Libya. Libya's future begins. Gaddafi, a black era, has come to an end forever.
Every moment.
This is Sheila Fogarty on 5 Live with the first ever live programme to be broadcast from the House of Lords.
He has scored, he's coming 15.4.
It's the bronze medal. Listen to this arena, the roof is coming off.
Well, unless you've got a telegram from the Queen, you've never lived through a team medal for the men's GB team in the gymnastics.
And still to come, the London Paralympic Games, plus the Premier League returns on August 18th. Don't miss a thing.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
As ever, we love to hear what you're up to on this Super Saturday evening with Jessica Ennis, surely about to take Olympic gold in the heptathlon. Heritage United Football Club have been playing a pre-season friendly in Porthcawl. We lost, but no worries, heading back over the bridge to Bath in the pouring rain and loving the Olympics on 5 Live. Ruth Wood and co say in a campsite in the depths of the New Forest, gathered around the radio, where the Webb and Round families driving through Brittany and northern France and cheering Jess on. Steve Ricks from Burford, stuck in Calais Ferryport, listening to you lot, wishing I was there. Glad that 909's holding up in northern France. Sat on the riverbank hoping to break my duck with the fish. If I don't, who cares? It's a lovely evening, and I'm listening to you reporting on history in the making. And Gordon from Hertfordshire, listening in the Olympic Stadium with my wife and kids also. I know quite a few of you bring your radios, so I hope that what we are saying adds to your enjoyment here. Right, long jump in a second. Women's discus final, Kath, underway.
Yeah, there's 2 field events here tonight. Of course, we know about the men's long jump, but the women's discus is coming into the final round, and Sandra Perkovic of Croatia has thrown a national record of 69 metres and 11. That's the second furthest throw in the world this year, and she currently leads the women's discus final with literally just 4 or 5 throws to go.
Jessica Ennis's heptathlon 800 metres is in about 20 minutes time. Mo Farah at about 9:15. I've just noticed that Steve Waugh is here, the former Australian cricket captain, who I'm told is some sort of Australian liaison. I tell you something, Mike Costello, Steve Waugh is not used to Australian teams doing what this Australian Olympic team is doing. He is not used to them not being top of the tree.
I know, and Mitchell Watt here in the men's long jump was one of their leading contenders for a top prize here. But for the second time in 3 rounds, he's just pretty much run through the sand. 7 metres 97 is his best at the moment. He's down only in 4th place. And the applause starts to ring around the stadium now, because the figure of Greg Rutherford, the leader in the competition, has appeared on the run-up. Now, he's just once again psyching himself up. So many of the glory moments of these Olympic Games will be delivered here in the home straight. But eyes now focused on the far side of the stadium. And once again, Rutherford gets underway, comes into the takeoff board, hits it and goes out towards 8 metres once again. It might not be enough to increase his lead, but at the moment Greg Rutherford still in front, 8 metres and 21 centimetres. Steve Backley.
The shake of the head as he walked away from that just kind of tells the whole story. It's still a very good jump. He was good on the board. He's the only one of the athletes who seems to be handling this runway. He was bang plumb on the takeoff board. As we wait for this jump to be measured, we're halfway stage, 8 metres and 14 centimetres. It's the second best jump of the competition. His is the best jump, 8 metres and 21 centimetres. And wow, we're seeing some big guns. Mitchell Watt of Australia, we're expecting every time we see him to possibly unleash something to challenge that lead of the Briton Greg Rutherford. And what an opportunity now, getting towards the halfway stage. We're on the, that you mentioned the wind earlier. I think it's playing a bit of a part here. It's in their face, and the wind just hitting them as they're possibly approaching. Combine that with a fast approach, the guys are definitely struggling. Only a handful of jumps beyond 8 metres. That's normally the benchmark. We normally expect all sorts of jumps beyond that 8 metre mark.
It's going to be a very competitive long jump at the moment. Greg Rutherford, though, very much the man to beat, as we're going to go to the final pool event of the London 2012 Games, the men's 4x100 medley relay. And we say goodbye, Steve Parry, not to you, but to Michael Phelps.
I know, and I'm just frantically trying to work out how many medals this guy's got. I think if he wins this, it'll be 18 gold. And what were you going to say?
Yeah, this would be 22, wouldn't it? It's 17-2-2 at the moment, isn't it?
Well, yes. You know, I'm glad you paid attention while you were over here, Mark. Well done, mate. I was struggling.
I can read your handwriting.
But just so you know, they've got the champion on the 100 metres backstroke, America. They've got the champion on the 100 metres butterfly, which is Michael Phelps himself. And they've got the champion from from the 100 free, and USA have only lost this record once. So I think we know where the gold medal's going to go here, but we've had 3 finalists from Great Britain in the 3 previous events. We have 1 more shot here from Great Britain. But Karen, I think we swam our best team in the heats, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we've swapped over breaststrokers. So Craig Benson swam this morning. Michael Jameson, who got that silver medal in the 200 breaststroke early this week, he's going in the final. But if you look at the USA team, a completely different team than swam this morning. And you mentioned they've only lost this one time. They didn't actually lose it. The only time they didn't win it was when they weren't competing.
You see,
in
I've
Moscow.
got to do more studying in between heats and finals.
And that's when Australia won it. So that's not a bad record.
Well, they're behind the blocks, but this is the last time the world will see Michael Phelps in a competitive swim.
Let's give you the 1 to 8 then. Hungary in lane 1, the Netherlands in 2, Japan in 3, the USA with Michael Phelps ready to go pretty soon on leg number 3. In lane 4, 5 Great Britain, 6 Australia, 7 are Germany, and 8 are Canada. Last swimming event in the pool, number 32 of the events at London 2012. The announcer calls for a bit of hush. Never completely silent in here. Liam Tancock, lead off for Great Britain. Matt Grievous for the USA. Sturkle for Australia. And Laszlo Che for Hungary in the outside lane. Last swimming event in the pool at the London 2012 Olympics. The men's 4x100 metres medley relay. Michael Phelps we're seeing for the very last time very soon.
Yes, and of course they are favourites to win, but can they finish with a world record? Wouldn't that set this crowd and this pool alight? Going well at the moment for Hungary. Laszlo Che having an excellent swim way over in lane 1, but it's Matt Grievous who turns first, the individual gold medalist from this event, looking very strong. Great turn, great underwater work. Liam Tancock going well too.
It is USA from Hungary, from Great Britain now. Liam Tancock, you've got to dig in because you have Michael Jameson awaiting on the takeover on the breaststroke leg. It is lane 4 dominating as we expected they would. The USA have an advantage, but not a big advantage. It's been a good leg by Liam Tancock. Great Britain are in 3rd place. 2nd are Japan. Joint 3rd, in fact, Great Britain with Hungary.
Well, Great Britain now in the water have Michael Jameson, the silver medalist from the 200, but up against Brendan Hansen of the USA and Kitajima, the legend of breaststroke swimming, in the water for Japan. Also, Great Britain in the middle of Australia and the USA. Can those teams help drag them to a great swim?
50 gone on the breaststroke. First, it is the USA. Second, it is Japan. Daniel Guetta has held on to Hungary's 3rd place, and Michael Jameson is back in 5th at the moment.
Well, this is a good swim from Kitajima. He's overtaken Brendan Hansen, but not by much. It's very, very close between the USA and Japan. Jameson having a very good swim, racing Christian Sprenger of Australia. This is good swimming from Great Britain.
Very good indeed. In fact, at the moment, the USA and Japan are absolutely locked together. It is just Japan from America in 3rd place. Daniel Guetta, and Great Britain with Michael Jameson 4th. And guess who's on the butterfly?
Well, it's Michael Phelps in the water for the USA up against his old adversary Matsuda of Japan, who's just leading him. But we know how fast Michael Phelps can finish his swims. Are we going to see something special on the second 50? They go into the turn. It is still Japan just ahead of the USA. Going well for Great Britain is Michael Rock.
Hungary in 3rd place, Great Britain in 5th. Michael Rock, come on. Michael Phelps is coming on in lane 4, overtaking Matsuda. Just ahead of the Japanese. There's not much between the USA and Japan, or indeed any of the others, for the bronze medal. But Phelps has powered his way into the lead, half a body length for the final leg. It is the USA, Japan, 3rd to Hungary, and 4th Australia, with Great Britain in 5th.
Well, the USA have the Olympic champion in the water, Nathan Adrian. I don't think he expected Japan to be this close to him. And it is now James Magnussen, who is facing Adam Brown, who is doing his best on the final leg. Hungary going well in the outside lane too. This is so tight for the minor medals, but it is USA who are leading.
USA, Japan, Australia, Great Britain are in 6th place. Probably not a medal to finish off the Olympic Games, but definitely another gold medal for the USA. Nathan Adrian has burned off Japan. He's burned off Australia. Hard though, Australia trying to get back on terms. This will be another gold for Australia. This will be another gold for America. Michael Phelps bows out with 22 Olympic medals, 18 golds. Will there ever be a swimmer to surpass him? It is highly unlikely. Michael Phelps has done it again. 2nd place, Japan. 3rd place, Australia. And 4th place, Great Britain. Another 4th place for Great Britain. They miss out by 0.7 of a second. Germany in 6th, the Netherlands in 7th. But Michael Phelps, one more time, final swim ever.
Well, fantastic swim from the USA team, but hats off to Great Britain. They were swamped by the big guns from Australia and the USA either side, but they swam out of their skins to come so close to a medal. What a great finish in the pool.
18 gold medals in an Olympic career. That is just ludicrously talented, isn't he? Steve Parry, 18 gold medals and 2 silvers and 2 bronzes.
I mean, it's beyond showing off, innit, Mark? 18
We need
goals.
to invent a new word, really, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, it is an amazing display, and I think everyone in the swimming world is, so grateful to this fella. He's been such an amazing ambassador to sport. Maybe not to the same level, but similar to Usain Bolt. I mean, the guy is unbelievable. I'm sorry to say that Michael Phelps has got more gold medals than Great Britain has in the history of its Olympic swimming. That's how good he is.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, when you put it like that.
If only he was born here, that'd be a big help. But again, Mark, just another theme on the swimming. We've had 2 misses tonight, one by 8/100ths of a second with Fran Halsall, and another one by 7/10 there on the relay. Great Britain are saying they've had more finalists than ever before. They just haven't managed to convert.
I know we're going to speak to the performance director this evening, so we will certainly ask the questions that need to be asked of the performance of the Great Britain swimming team. Jessica Ennis coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Let's go to Mike Ingham in Cardiff.
Well, it's 1-1 here into the second half. The British team needed to improve in the second half, and it already is better. Already we've had one great move with Bellamy almost playing in cleverly. They're much more positive now, the British team, much more on the front foot. The crowd are responding, but just as we look at the moment, there is a problem. There's been a collision between Micah Richards and the goalkeeper from South Korea, Jung. Now, Richards hasn't got up, and the goalkeeper is already being put onto a stretcher here. You never know, of course, whether that's serious or not, because that's just the way they do it in these FIFA-run tournaments. Anyway, we hope that Richards is okay. We hope that Jung is okay. It is 1-1, and it's a little bit better from the British team, Mark.
It's live on Olympics Extra. If you want commentary on that, you can find Olympics Extra on your digital radio alongside us here on 5 Live. Chris Mitchell has been through some story at the basketball. Tonight, back to the men, Great Britain against Australia. Who knows what sort of tale you're going to see this evening, Chris?
It's an emotional roller coaster for sure, and at the moment it's half-time. This is a must-win game for Remember against Australia, and Great Britain have a 10-point lead. And the game is theirs to lose at the moment. Joel Freeland, their latest NBA export, a hero at the moment with 11 points. We're at half-time. It's Great Britain 46, Australia 36.
A Mexican wave going around the Olympic Stadium. A new women's discus Olympic champion to acclaim, Kath Murray.
There is indeed, and the title goes to Sandra Perkovic of Croatia. The 22-year-old threw a national record of 69 metres 11 in the 3rd round to grab the gold, and she hung on till the end of the competition. The silver went to Darya Pishlakinova of Russia, and the bronze went to Li Yangfeng of China, and she did a lap of honour. It took her about 3 minutes, Mark, but Perkovic made sure she grabbed the flag and did a lap of honour, and it looked like, quite rightly, she enjoyed every minute of it. And interestingly, she's now the European and Olympic champion. Many people avoided the European Championships a couple of months ago to concentrate on this. She showed, well, it can be done.
It's the Olympic Games. It's 5 Live, of course, with me, Mark Pugac, in a pulsating Olympic stadium at 8:45.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Bugach.
And the nation expects as Ennis and Farah go for gold in the next hour.
6 metres and 48 centimetres. Another huge roar around this stadium. Jessica Ennis leading the field. It's gold this time for Mo Farah. This time he got it right. This time he found the strength to hold on. What a performance from Mo Farah.
And Britain's going for gold in the long jump. Greg Rutherford leads the competition.
The crowd tells you that Rutherford has leapt into the lead. 8 metres and 21 centimetres. Is that going to be good enough for gold?
So to get you in the mood, remember this from Athens 2004, British Athletics' last golden hour.
Kelly Holmes will not be denied. This is magnificent. A brilliant run from Kelly Holmes, and she takes the gold in the best time she's ever produced. And what a moment to do it. Kelly Holmes, 800-metre champion, is now the 1500-metre champion, and that was just magnificent. Mark Lewis Francis heads for East Green. Green's coming back at him, but Mark Lewis Francis is going for the line. Is this going to be another goal? I don't think they've got that. What a night this is turning out to be. Britain have got the gold medal.
Just a message, a tweet from Steve Lewis, the pole vaulter, says, listen to the radio, my roommate Greg Rutherford in gold medal position. I am losing my mind, he says. Go, Gregatron. Greg Rutherford in gold medal position. Darren Campbell, we just heard the finish of your relay then from Athens. Mark Lewis Francis holding off the Americans. And you did ride the surf a little bit, didn't you, to the extent that you heard that Kelly Holmes had completed that middle distance double just, a few moments earlier as you were getting ready for the relay?
Yeah, we were actually underneath the stand. We were next to the American team who pretty much were acting like they'd already won it. And we just heard this tremendous roar, like I'm sure we're going to hear later on this evening when Jessica Ennis is crowned Olympic champion. And I remember asking one of the Olympic Games makers, what was that? And they said, Kelly Holmes has just won a second Olympic gold medal. And I just looked back at the lads and just said, look, we can't let Kelly Holmes be the only one to go back with a gold medal. Yeah. We've got to try and do something. But you know what? That evening, maybe a little bit like Greg, if it keeps continuing the way it's continuing, he'll be crowned Olympic champion. You've just got to put yourself in the right frame of mind that if everything falls into place and everything works out right and you've dotted the I's and crossed the T's, that why can't it be you? Why can't it be you? Have you done all the work? Yes. Do we believe in ourselves? Yes. Have we run the Americans close before? Yes. Have we got a plan? Yeah, we know we've got to give Mark Lewis Francis a lead. So that means, the first 3 legs are so important to give Mark that little lead because Maurice Green was going to come. So we didn't go out there naively going, any medal will do. We went out there to beat the Americans, and of all the performances I've heard and watched on TV, one that just makes me shiver is the 8 rowers who could have settled for a silver medal and went for a gold. Yeah, that's what the Olympic Games is all about. If you're gonna lose, then lose on your terms. That's what the Olympic Games are about. Go out, give everything. If gold isn't meant for you that day, then so be it. But at least leave the arena knowing that you gave everything to try and get that goal.
Last time in Beijing, I went to see Sinead Reid in the BMX, and on the final bend, because she really wanted gold, a BMW would be quite good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. She was doing stunts.
Yeah, she was. She tried to pull off the most really ridiculous manoeuvre because she didn't want to settle for silver.
Yeah.
She ended up spectacular crash. She was absolutely fine, but she ended up with nothing because silver wasn't good enough for her from the word go.
Because
that's not what she was about.
Listen, if you don't win a medal, it doesn't mean you're a loser. How I bought into the Olympics is because it builds dreams, it builds aspirations, and all you can ever do is just go out and perform at your best. I think we can see Jessica Ennis now just arriving in the stadium.
The crowd don't realise, do they, that it's Jess?
They haven't realised
The crowd
yet.
do not realise that Jessica Ennis has just appeared down below us, in front of us. And I think when they do, and they start cheering away to our right, there'll be a little ripple effect, like the Mexican wave.
Mark,
Will go all the way around the ground.
Let's be fair, that'll probably be the last time she'll ever walk anywhere and nobody make a noise about her.
It'd be the last time, Jess Ennis, that you have anonymity. She's not anonymous in Sheffield. They're extremely proud of her. James Vincent is there.
I am, and if they don't know that she's in the Olympic Stadium yet, they know where she is here every time she's on the screen. A huge cheer from the couple of hundred people who've come to the stadium where Jess was forged. It's on the big screen here tonight. The umbrellas were up earlier, now they're down, and the Union flags are well and truly out. Lots of people here, and with the Low and the Noble families. Now, first of all, I need a prediction. Is it going to happen?
Oh, it's going to happen. This is it. This is our year.
So easy enough. How much has she done for women's athletics? You've got a couple of girls here. Are they getting involved?
Absolutely. I think it's really inspired all of the children, but certainly for the girls. You know, the rowing as well, everything. It's been brilliant.
Is there anywhere you'd rather be? If you've not got tickets to the Olympic Stadium, is there anywhere you'd rather be tonight?
Absolutely not, no, other than the Olympic Stadium.
Right then, girls, come on. Have you been doing athletics? Are you going to be doing a bit more after you see Jess win this gold medal?
Yeah, of course.
What do you get involved in? What do you do? Bit of running, bit of jumping?
Yeah. We practiced the high jump today.
How did you do?
Not very well.
Well, luckily Jess did very well. She's up in a second. Big cheer for Katrina Johnson-Thompson, but they're all waiting for Jess here in Sheffield.
That is the cheer for Katrina Johnson-Thompson in this heat of the heptathlon as well. They've just disappeared from sight. Kath, where would Jess Ennis be now? I can't quite see round the corner past all the press. Would she be out of sight of the stadium?
No, she's just down to our right-hand side, probably a little bit better in my view, Mark. But no, they hold the athletes, of course, so they can see what's going on. It's like in a 4x400 metre relay. You're held on the side of the track, and as soon as this race is finished, they'll be ushered out into their assigned lanes. But the crowd went mad then, didn't they, for Katrina Johnson-Thompson being introduced. Imagine what it's going to be like in a few moments' time for Jess. And incidentally, Katrina Johnson-Thompson's had a wonderful couple of days of competition and is still, we believe, on course to break her own British junior record, which is a record she nicked off Jess Ennis earlier in the season. And she's had a wonderful Olympic debut as Katrina Johnson-Thompson. And in 4 years' time, I'm sure Rio is going to be a definite possibility. She's going to take over the mantle of Jess Ennis, and she's loving every minute in this 7th and final event.
So Greg Rutherford still leading the long jump. Chris Tomlinson just edged out of the medals, Mike, at the moment.
Yes, he is. He's been pushed down into 5th place with his best so far of 8 metres and 6 centimetres, and he's just about to take his position at the end of the run-up, almost directly in line with our position here above the winning line. But it's over on the far side of the stadium between the back straight and the spectators, and Katrina Johnson-Thompson is in 5th place in her heat as she chases that mark which would improve her own British junior record, which she in turn has taken earlier this season from Jessica Ennis. So Chris Tomlinson now, to get into the bronze medal position, needs a leap of 8 metres and 8 centimetres at least. Greg Rutherford is still leading for Britain with 8 metres and 21 centimetres, and Tomlinson is taking his time now as the crowd get behind him. He starts his run-up. This is his 4th round attempt. Can he change his career here? Chris Tomlinson leaps out beyond 8 metres and he gets the white flag, and so could this be a position whereby Britain are holding the gold and silver medal positions? Chris Tomlinson here with Katrina Johnson-Thompson surging down the home straight in her final event, the 800 metres, to take a very gutsy 2nd place in a very, very fast time. And over on the far side of the stadium, 8 metres and 7 centimetres again for Chris Tomlinson, takes him up into 3rd position.
So 3 jumpers all with the same score there, the same distance, Mike.
Yeah, but then they go on the next jump that the athletes have done, so they're able to rank them. Hence, it came up straight away. Position number 3 at the moment for Chris Tomlinson. And did you hear the roar? My gosh, Katrina Johnson-Thompson was steaming down the home straight, clawing back the athletes, and has smashed her personal best, I can tell you, Mark. She's just run 2 minutes 10.76 seconds to finish 2nd in that heat. That's nearly 4 seconds off her personal best performance. And of course, we'll add up the scores and we'll bring you her new British junior record as soon as we've got it.
Right, how does Jessica Ennis approach this final crucial event in the heptathlon, the 800 metres? Here she is, along with her coach, Tony Minicello.
Yeah, the favourite event, the one she really looks forward to, the 800 metres. Everything that goes before this is just, just set dressing. This is the one she's really been waiting for. I lie. Yeah, it'll be the 800 metres. At that point, then truly the heptathlon becomes a competition.
It's definitely hard work. It's the hardest events by far, just because it's the last event. You're exhausted. A lot lies on the 800.
We'll look at the points differences. We'll look at people's personal bests. We'll have a look at what the buffer is between her and opposition, and hopefully lead on to a nice medal.
All the other events are really speed, explosive events, and then the 800 is 2 laps, which doesn't sound a lot, but it really is. So yeah, it's a tough event, but I've done a lot of hard training over the past few weeks and months and put a lot of work in, so I've just got to tell myself that I've done all the hard work and step on the track and make sure that, again, I perform and make sure I get it right.
Jess Ennis down below us in lane 4, just taking off her training top and popping it into the plastic box which is behind her purple block which says number 4. And Kath Merry, I'm guessing, just trying to almost clear her mind, not get ahead of herself and just think, well, because unless, as you said earlier, something appalling happens to her fitness-wise, she is going to win the gold, but just not try and get ahead of herself too much.
No, and she won't, because she knows she still has a job to do. And one of the quotes that we often hear from coach Tony Minicello is that quote, Jess has a job to do, and she knows that, and it won't be until she crosses the line and the score comes up on the board, or she's crowned Olympic champion, will she then allow herself to really believe that this dream has turned into reality. This is the moment in the next 2 minutes, potentially 2 minutes, 5-10 seconds, that will change Jess Ennis's life forever.
As the officials take away the plastic boxes with all their belongings in it, and because she hasn't been introduced to the crowd just yet, Alison, we haven't had that enormous guttural roar.
Any minute now,
but I'm just saying it might not be a bad thing for her just yet.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. She just kind of walked out quietly.
Just to interrupt, Alison, we might get that huge roar very soon, because Greg Rutherford is now about to take his 4th round attempt in the men's long jump. He's leading the competition. Only 8 men remain now as we move into the second half. And Greg Rutherford now, can he consolidate that lead? It's way beyond 8 metres. Is it beyond 8 metres and 21 centimetres? All importantly, he gets the white flag. And now we once again await the measurement. And could we dream of 3 gold medals for Britain on this evening here, with Jessica Ennis about to go in the last event of the heptathlon. Mo Farah in the men's 10,000 metres, 8 metres and 31 centimetres for Greg Rutherford. It's his second longest leap of the season, but most importantly, it extends his lead here. 8 metres and 21 centimetres, now out to 8:31, and he goes further clear and hangs on to the gold medal position with 2 rounds remaining.
Wow, a puff of the cheeks there for Greg as he just took that in. We're at the end of the 4th round now, so the penultimate round is about to start. The peloton, as it is in maybe long jump terms, are stacking up behind him, though. It would seem Will Claye, the triple jump, is his main event. He's in 2nd place. He was the bronze medalist in the World Championships last year. He's had his best jump in the 4th round. Michael Tornéas of Sweden had his best jump in the 4th round. Chris Tomlinson had his best jump in the 4th round. And I've got to tell you, the energy is just stacking up. 2 jumps remaining. Greg Rutherford of Britain out in front, and I've just got a feeling there's more drama to come. The energy will certainly buoy all of those athletes. There's probably still four guys in that long jump final capable of going beyond Greg Rutherford's mark.
Hold on to everything you've got wherever you are, on the road, at home, in your garden, because there could be 2 gold medals for Great Britain in the next 15-20 minutes. Mike, just remind everybody of the cushion that Jess Ennis has.
Yes, she's leading the field at the moment with a total of 5,197 points, and that is her best ever at this stage of the competition. And so they're underway then, and a huge ovation from the crowd as expected. It's the kind she's been receiving across the past 2 days. Competition beginning at 10 o'clock yesterday morning, but if there's fatigue in that body, then what a noise to inspire her here to something special. And she's gone off very, very quickly down the far side here. She has an advantage of 13 seconds over the Lithuanian Ostraskoyute, who is already deposited at the back of the field, 25 metres adrift. So Ennis now just has to run a controlled race. If she clocks 2 minutes and 5 seconds or thereabouts, she could become the 4th athlete in history to break the 7,000 point barrier. Schwarzkopf of Germany is in behind, so too Chernova, the athlete who beat her to World Championship gold in Daegu last year, but hasn't been able to respond here. Jessica Ennis, the world champion in 2009, but that wasn't enough. In the 3 years since, she's improved in 6 of the 7 disciplines, including this one at the bell, Alison Kirbishley.
This is quick, Mike, 61 seconds. She's now got Chernova on her shoulder. Chernova, we know, is slightly quicker over 800 metres. She will need that, but Jessica Ennis, more than ever, wants to cross that line in first place. She's going to give it her all. Down into the back straight, she's just relegated to second place.
Schwarzkopf of Germany is leading, but she's down the field overall only in 5th position and can't claw back enough points. It's Ennis in 2nd place, and this 80,000 voice choir sing their praises now. There's 200 metres to run. Ennis is in 3rd place. She doesn't need to win, but she's renewing her challenge here. She wants to finish in style, around in towards the home straight now, and this is her chance to join the likes of Daley Thompson and Denise Lewis and Mary Peters on the list of Olympic champions in multi-events, and she takes the lead. And so a stadium roars and a nation roars as Ennis goes on to win the 800 metres, and with it, Olympic gold. She raises both arms on a special night for Jessica Ennis and for British athletics. For 3 years, everybody's been saying, let's wrap her in cotton wool, and that is the reason why. And she drops onto her back, puts her hands on her face as she tries to take in the magnitude of what she's achieved. She is the Olympic champion.
And as bonkers runs out, that's exactly what she is. She is absolutely, she's a legend, she's a queen, she is so composed. And I don't even think she realises. Jill, I think she's about to fall into tears like Catherine Murray right next to us. We all stand and salute you, Jessica Ennis, Olympic champion, the woman that had the hopes of a nation, and my, did she deliver. What a phenomenal athlete, what a phenomenal 800 metres.
There was a smile, there are some tears there as well as she punches the air, and an expression that says it's as much relief as it is ecstasy at the moment. But the latter of those emotions will soon take charge as Jessica Ennis provides the highlight so far of London 2012 here in the stadium, with a smile that lights up this magnificent arena, and all around a blaze of flashlights, almost creating a firework display here as she takes the Union flag and will set off soon on a lap of honour.
And it says on the flag, Jess Ennis, Olympic champion. Somebody was brave. Somebody was very. I don't think they made it 2 nights ago. I think they made it last night, don't they?
Tony Minicello that passed to the flag. Ostraskoyute is collapsed on the line just past the finishing line. We're going to bring you confirmation of the minor medals, but at this moment in time, Jessica Ennis is our Olympic champion.
Chris Tomlinson is going in the long jump as well, Mike. It's all happening for Great Britain at the moment.
Yes, it is, with Greg Rutherford leading the competition. Chris Tomlinson, though, even though he gets a white flag, it won't be enough to improve his position in the competition, which is the bronze medal position.
And look at all the heptathletes saluting the new Olympic champion as a melee of photographers surround her. They all stand and applaud. I just cannot believe. I think it was either Phil Jones or Sonia McLaughlin said to her earlier, you have ice running through your veins. I don't think any of us can imagine what it's been like to stand on the line for 7 events. Absolutely unbelievable, awesome.
And now all 3 of the British competitors are getting behind the Union flag that was made especially for her. I think the only thing she's done wrong in the last 2 days is not catch the Union flag when it was thrown at her. That's the only thing that she's missed in 7 days.
It was
in 7 events in 2 days.
Minicello that threw it. I saw him just there, and she went over to him and she was wiping tears away from her eyes. And let's forgive him if he didn't throw it straight, because it's an emotional moment and it's a big moment. And I'm so proud of Jess Ennis. I'm so proud of Coach Tony Minicello. They've worked hard. I spoke to him earlier. He was tired and stressed. Now he's going to spend the rest of the night with the biggest amount of beers in front of him.
I was going to say, drinks on him.
No, drinks are on Jess.
Well, there's always a huge amount of respect at the end of the decathlon and the heptathlon, mutual respect, because it is so physically demanding, of course, mentally demanding as well, and it's right that they all take the acclaim of the crowd. Jess Ennis hasn't got off on her own lap of honour just yet. I'm sure she will. Back here in a second, Simon Mundy, what about the spectators out on Olympic Park?
Well, it must have been a magical atmosphere in the stadium, but it's been stunning out here on the hill in front of the big screen too. There are thousands of people crammed in, and as Jess Ennis came down that final lap, everyone, to the man and woman, were on their feet, flags waving. It really was quite stunning. Quick question for you, sir. What did you make of that? You let out a huge sigh when she crossed the finishing line. Was that a relief? What was it?
Relief, joy, she was amazing. It was fantastic. The atmosphere out here is just tremendous, and to see her do it, she's worked so hard. She's just, a national treasure.
She is a national treasure, isn't she? Now, we all knew she could do it, as you say, but to do it so convincingly, 3 personal bests and finishing the 800 metres in such style, I mean, to be able to deal with the pressure, really special.
Yeah, definitely. Often you watch British athletes and they make you it's really painful, but she was so fantastic, so confident, and it was just amazing. I'm just totally blown away by her.
So the atmosphere up here, absolutely incredible, Mark.
Mike, she hasn't gone off on a lap of honour on her own just yet, and I think selfishly this crowd would love to see her do that.
Yes, they would, but this is the tradition in heptathlon, that all of the athletes form a line virtually behind the champion, as they've done here. Now, unofficially, we believe that Jessica Ennis has broken her own British record, 6,955 points, so just shy of that magic 7,000 point barrier. But who will care here tonight? Least of all, Jessica Ennis. And now, as she walks by with that Union flag flailing behind her, just to her right is Greg Rutherford. Will he be inspired now to produce an even better leap? 8 metres 21 gave him the lead earlier on. 8 metres 31 has extended that advantage with 2 rounds of jumps remaining. This is the last jump for Rutherford in the 5th round, and everyone around him will have only one more attempt to claw back that gold medal, which at the moment is with Greg Rutherford. Chris Tomlinson, over the course of the last 2 rounds, rounds 4 and 5, has dropped down to 6th place overall, but Greg Rutherford, with 8 metres and 31 centimetres, is still very much in the gold medal position. Mitchell Watt of Australia, the world champion last year, has moved into the silver medal position with a best of 8 metres and 13 centimetres, and bronze at the moment is being held by the American Will Claye, whose best effort so far is 8 metres and 12 centimetres, so still a chance for Chris Tomlinson, the second of the Britons in this competition, to take that bronze medal. But Rutherford now is steadying himself at the end of the long jump run-up, and this will have been a real test of his concentration here with all that's been going on here with Jessica Ennis and the heptathletes, who are now walking very slowly along that back straight and towards the bend, and virtually everybody in the stadium, it seems, is getting a photograph of this magical moment at London 2012, delivered by Jessica Ennis. And now it's the turn of Greg Rutherford. Can it be a second gold medal in a matter of minutes here, like that wonderful night in Athens in 2004, with, of course, Mo Farah still to come? So Rutherford now with his 5th round attempt, with the crowd in great voice once again, and he's out beyond 8 metres, but he gets a red flag this time. So Greg Rutherford leads the men's long jump final, 8 metres and 31 centimetres, with 1 round of jumps to go.
He really attacked that jump again, Mike. He's obviously given the freedom now to really chase out the monster jump. But 8 metres and 31 is best so far in round 4. 1 jump remaining. If it stays as it is, Greg Rutherford will be crowned Olympic champion. And with the sight of Jess Ennis taking the Union Jack round the top bend, it's what an evening this could be for the athletics, Team GB here in the athletics stadium.
And the figures up on the scoreboard. Jessica Ennis, 6,955 points. It's a new British record and the Olympic title. And Tatiana Chernova, the Russian who beat her for the world title last year, takes the silver medal this time.
There are over 70,000 people watching the football in the Millennium Stadium, and they just broke into a chant of one Jessie Ennis when they heard the news. The Olympics really is spreading its tentacles to all parts of the UK. It's still 1-1 in Cardiff between GB and South Korea, and it's live on Olympics Extra. Nowhere will they be partying more than in Sheffield, her hometown. James Vincent.
I'll tell you what, Mark, you've got a ticket in the Olympic Stadium. The Olympic Park sounds good, but I would never be anywhere else apart from in Sheffield tonight. Go on, tell us what you've been singing. Go on, give us a bit now.
There's only one Jess Ennis, one Jess Ennis.
Keep it going, sir. What did you think?
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely so proud of her. She's been absolutely brilliant.
You look like you're tearing up slightly.
I've been like it all week.
What do you think? That was amazing, wasn't it?
It was amazing, yeah. Proud to be from Sheffield.
And what does that do for women's athletics, do you think?
Oh, just such an inspiration. She's a role model to everyone.
Athletics in general in Sheffield. I've never heard a cheer like it for athletics in Sheffield. Fantastic stuff here, Mark.
Well, it certainly is, as Jess Ennis continues to lead the heptathletes now down the final straight towards us. And what a night for everybody here to remember. And it is not over, because we've got the men's 10,000 metres to come with Mo Farah. Darren Campbell, 10,000 metres runners, just coming out in front of us. Darren, it's beginning to take the shape of your night in Athens. This is what we were hoping for.
I'm just speechless.
That's twice this week. Speechless.
I know, because we've what we've witnessed is something great. I said at the start of this that Jessica Ennis could leave this stadium the way Daley Thompson left the stadium. She is coming with so much pressure. Every time I've gone to fill up my car, I've seen Jess Ennis. Everything has been about Jess Ennis. And to stand in the arena the first morning after the opening ceremony, the first real event, the first Brit to come in, and to deal with all of that and put out that performance that she put out, it really did just settle the nerves of the rest of the athletes who would have to come into this arena. And for now to finish on the second day with that Olympic gold medal, now to go up on the podium and receive, yeah, I'm speechless. And you know what? I'm glad I am, because this is Jess's moment.
But we talk about pressure. Ian Thorpe said to me the other day, you never know how home field advantage works, because you go into the supermarket and you know they're checking out your Rice Krispies, and the checkout lady goes, oh, I know you're going to win the Olympic gold. I'm really looking forward to watching the Olympics and winning the gold. And the pressure can work one of two ways. So for her not just to win the gold, but for her to get these three personal bests, for her to exceed her own personal best, to smash all what she's done before, is extraordinary, isn't it?
We spoke about it earlier. All you can ever do is prepare for every single eventuality, and that's what Jess and her team have done. They have got themselves ready for whatever is thrown at them. They learnt so much from Daegu last year at the World Championships, where things didn't go their way. It didn't go as well as they would have expected. They had to deal with the adversity while still in the competition. Jess and Tony looked at each other during the javelin competition, and everybody was throwing in their tuppence of what she was doing wrong with regards to that. But a year on, she has come here and shown everybody what she's about. And to be honest, I think it could be the last time we see Jessica Ennis perform in the heptathlon. I think moving forward, she will go and receive the reward she deserves. She will go on the circuit, maybe running the 100-metre hurdles. For 4 years, she's Olympic champion. It doesn't matter what event you're Olympic champion in. Go and
no
earn,
one can take
exactly.
That
Go
away
and earn what you deserve, because she deserves to now go and have fun. The pressure's off.
Just very briefly, Steve, travelling back home after holiday, listening to Jess win her gold, huge cheer in the car. Well done, say the Eastwoods. A massive congratulations to Jess from all the games makers, drivers in the T3 car park at Eaton Manor, where her win was greeted by a choir of car horns. And well done the games makers too from all of us. Jess didn't have to win that race. What an athlete, what an Olympian, what a champion. Right, can it be 2 gold medals, Steve Backley,
Quite possibly. We've just seen Mitchell Watt of Australia, the world champion from last year, the pre-event favourite for this men's long jump final, have his final jump and it looks as though it's way down on his best. Actually, saying that, it is 8 metres and 16 centimetres. He retains his silver medal position, and that's his final jump. His evening's work is over, and that leaves Greg Rutherford still out in front. There's 3 jumpers remaining between Greg Rutherford and an Olympic gold medal. One of them is his teammate, Chris Tomlinson, who's in 6th place, but because of the re-rank halfway through the competition, he will have the next jump before Michael Tornaz of Sweden, Will Claye of USA, and Greg Rutherford. The final jump. Will he need to extend the lead of 8 metres and 31 that he holds currently out in front? It's gold potentially here in the men's long jump final.
Chris Tomlinson is in 6th place at the moment with a best of 8 metres and 7 centimetres, and now he's talking to one of the officials about when it should be time for him to go. There's music and drum rolls around the stadium as they wait to introduce the athletes, 29 of them for the men's 10,000 metres, about to face a 25-lap distance. Steve?
Just a quick point. I think it's really pertinent. You know, this is all going in Greg Rutherford's favour. We had the heptathletes led by Jess Ennis on their procession, their lap of honour. It's a big distraction. We've got the 10,000 metres come out. That stopped Chris Tomlinson. All these distractions are going to disrupt the momentum.
He looked
a
little bit rattled, didn't he, Chris Tomlinson? Arms out, palms up. What do I do? Do I jump now? When am I going to go?
He's put his top back on. There's a cone on the runway. He's not sure. He's asking, can I go? I want to go. He's clearly wants to take his last round jump.
It's his last jump. So this is his last chance to get a medal.
8 metres 31 is Greg Rutherford. 8 metres 16 is the silver medal position for Mitchell Watt. Let's bear in mind that Chris Tomlinson jumped 8.26.
That's the cheer for Mo Farah. That's, although fantastic for the crowd, that's another thing for Chris Tomlinson to contend with.
I think that's why they're not allowing him to go. I don't think he's going to be able to jump until this 10,000 metre final begins, which is, it's a shame because, you know, he's warmed up, he's got himself mentally prepared, he knows he's got one more shot to claim an Olympic medal, and yeah, he's going to have to wait until the 10,000 metres starts.
He's a bit like one of those policemen with the gloves, the traffic policeman. No, you come through next, you stop there, then it's your turn, then you can come, and then it's your go. Here we go. Jess Ennis has just finished her lap of honour. The 10,000 metres is about to start. Mo Farah's introduced to the crowd. Chris Tomlinson wants a medal. It's fantastic drama, but there's one man here who's not enjoying it all, and that's Chris Tomlinson. And Greg Rutherford at the moment, what has he got, Mike? He's got 19 centimetres in hand.
It's quite funny. The cameras just went in on Greg Rutherford, and he's sort of walking up. I think he's inventing new exercise. He doesn't know what to do with himself. He cannot believe the position he's in. He's like, I've got to look. I don't know what he's thinking, but he's doing all sorts of swings.
I got to look busy.
He's
just in case.
Got to look busy. No, he's got one more jump. He may not need it. Because it looks, he's so
you know
way
what that feels like, to win a chance knowing you actually don't need to take your last jump, last throw, whatever.
Yes, I've also been in that position and had it snuck away. So I know he doesn't want to count his chickens yet. So I think he's got them lined up.
That's why he's stretching.
So Mike, what's going on? Is Chris Tomlinson waiting for the 10,000 metre race to start, do you think? Because he does not look like he's actually, any moment now, about to take his last jump.
Yes, I think that's what one of the officials who was alongside him pointed over towards this side of the track. And now the 2 groups of athletes making up a field of 29 move forward to the curved start lines for the men's 10,000 metres, and they've been asked to stand up again. Some very seasoned athletes here, maybe just getting a little bit edgy. There's been an awful lot of noise in this stadium across the past 20 minutes or so, and they'll be asked to file forward once again, as they do. And Farah is in the group nearest to the finish line, and they're underway then in the men's 10,000 metres final, and another of those magnificent receptions for the athletes greets them as they get off on their way. And Farah will do well to avoid any traffic problems in the opening melee here as they head on to the back straight for the first time, and he finds himself in the first 7 or 8 runners. And coming across from the outside in the second of the groups that started slightly ahead of them in the outside lanes to take away any advantage in terms of distance is the legendary Ethiopian Kenenisa Bekele, who on his best form would be the biggest threat to Mo Farah. And likewise, Mo Farah follows him through into second place, checking every move that Bekele makes. Bekele, the double champion last time around.
The noise is for Chris Tomlinson as he sets out for his final jump. He's very fast on the approach. great leg shoot as ever, but he comes down shy of the 8-metre line. The white flag has been raised. It will be measured, but he won't extend his performance. And Britain's Chris Tomlinson, a very credible 6th place, but his teammate Greg Rutherford still out in front. 3 jumps remaining.
Kenenisa Bekele of Ethiopia has gone through the first lap in around 65 seconds, and that suggests that he's a man in shape, and he's already trying to draw this field out. There's probably 25 metres between first and last. Farah is in 2nd place and going smoothly in that 2nd place. Daniele Meucci of Italy is up in contention as well, vying for 3rd and 4th place, although they're beginning to bunch up once again as the other Bekele, his younger brother Tariku, moves through now to form a human wall almost in front of Mo Farah as they head around towards us in the home straight again here for the second of the 25 laps in the men's 10,000 metres.
I've just had a look at a picture of Greg Rutherford lying on his back almost, Steve Backley, and the look on his face was, please get this over and done with. It's just driving me mad.
He's up, he's down, his bottoms are off, his top's back on, as we see Michael Tornaeus, the three jumps remaining, and Michael Tornaeus of Sweden currently in 4th position, and we've just seen his jump go out. It doesn't look as though it's going to threaten. It will be measured. The white flag has been raised. The Swede in 4th place with a best of 8 metres and 11 centimetres. Good on the board, very close to the plasticine. Drives hard as we watch the playback. It's around the 8-metre mark. There's only one jumper remaining who can stop Britain's Greg Rutherford taking Olympic gold. Michael Tornaeus, 7 metres and 98. No improvement for him. It's Will Claye of the USA, the only man to stop Greg Rutherford. I can't believe I'm saying it again, to be crowned Olympic champion. I wasn't expecting to say that tonight.
I called it.
I said, if anybody 1964, the last time a medal of any colour, but that was gold. The last gold in 1964, Lynn Davis, the great Lynn Davis.
Funnily enough, we had 2 British men in that final.
I just had the feeling that if they could jump anywhere near the British record, it would be enough. From what we saw in the qualifying, there's not really been anything impressive. But again, it's about coming out and performing on the day, and that's what he's done.
Here it is, Steve. Will Claye is the man, the only man who can deny Rutherford.
So Will Claye, the American, the world indoor champion in the triple jump, sets out in this long jump final. He's fast on the approach. It looks good on the board, but he forward rotates. His feet are down. And that confirms that Britain's Greg Rutherford is the Olympic champion.
The best part is he's trying to look cool now. But brilliant. Olympic champion.
Oh my word. I mean, he took the competition by the scruff of the neck, 8 metres and 31 in the 4th round. His kit's off, he's ready to jump. He knew he might have to. In fact, he doesn't. He's the last person remaining to complete this men's long jump final, and he has won. Unbelievable. Jess Ennis we've seen take gold in the heptathlon. Greg Rutherford in the long jump joins her with a gold. It looks like he's going to jump. I don't know how far. It's either going to be 9 metres or he's not going to bother.
Well, this is like Jess Ennis's 800, isn't it? He can jump, he can do what he wants. He can do a forward roll through the pit.
He should run through the pit and just go on a lap of honour. That's what he should do.
But he could also win in style with a British record and the best leap in the world this year, and one of the best at the Olympic Games in recent years. And now he waves both arms together above his head and gets the crowd on that far side of the stadium clapping in unison as they complete the first 4 laps in the men's 10,000 metres, with Mo Farah in the leading group, but the whole field of 29 has bunched up now, is just ahead of them. Greg Rutherford sets off then for his 6th and final attempt. He hits the takeoff board, but the pressure was off, and so too the motivation had died, and he stands still and lifts his arms and says, come on, that's worth some applause, and surely it is. Greg Rutherford wins Britain's first gold medal in the long jump, their first medal of any colour for nearly 50 years, and now he can stand alongside the likes of Lynn Davis as Britain's field gold medalist at the Olympic Games.
And he's going to cry. Look at him. He's trying to take it all in. And I'm sure we will all stand and salute him, because there is no nicer guy on the team.
A great guy, a lovely man. Great shape last year, and he tore his hamstring, as we heard earlier, in that Daegu in that final. 10th in Beijing 4 years ago. He left the Beijing and it was the lowest ebb for him when he went. He had his kidney and lung infection after that. He thought about giving up 4 years ago, and here we are 4 years on. Greg Rutherford wins the men's long jump final. He is the Olympic champion.
And it cements again everything we know about the Olympics. He is somebody who's been so talented, but when it's come to the major championships, he hasn't necessarily had that little bit of slice of luck that you need sometimes to get onto the podium. But when the luck came, what stage to get that little slice of luck that you need? The Olympic Games in London. Greg Rutherford, take a bow, son. You're Olympic champion.
5 gold medals today for the Great British team. 2 on the water, 1 in the velodrome, 1 on the track, 1 on the field event here this evening. Greg Rutherford doing very well to compose himself because he really wanted to cry, and who could blame him? Just to let you know that the football has gone to extra time, so it's live on Olympics Extra. That's Great Britain against South Korea. That match has gone to extra time. Jess Ennis has won the heptathlon, and Greg Rutherford has now won long jump gold medal for Great Britain. We're going to hear some great interviews. Could they say things happen in threes, Mike Costello. Could Mo Farah make it 3?
Well, there's been the latest of the surges here, produced by Zersane Tedesse of Eritrea, who's gone on now by a metre or so from the Kenyan Wilson Kiprop, and in the group immediately behind the front 4, Mo Farah has moved towards the front, trying to follow all of these breakaway attempts by the athletes up front, led now by Tedesse, who took the bronze medal over this 25-lap distance in Athens in 2004. And Farah at this stage is just threading his way back through the field. He's gone back to about 10th place. He's decided not to chase this particular break, which is led by Zersane Tedesse. And at this stage, Alison Kirbishley, the pace is going up and down.
Yeah, it is. It was a terribly slow pace for the first 4 laps, and it was unbelievable to see Bekele leading out, because he's the guy that really normally just enjoys the ride. But look what's happened in the space of 1 lap. We've got Tedesse going through with 18 laps to go, and Chris Tomlinson, the British athlete, bringing it right at the back of the field. He's had an awful time with injury, a stress fracture in the back, really battled to get back here. He's a good, 30, 40, even 50 metres adrift now, and that's all happened in the space of 1 lap. And that's because Tedesse from Eritrea has thrown in a 61 second, and that's it's just strung them all out. This is going to be an intriguing game of chess. Mo Farah is clearly the man in shape, clearly the man that's come here at the top of his game. But there's a guy in there, Kenny Bekele, we just do not know. He's coming here trying to make history, go for his 3rd title. It's just going to be very, very intriguing, Mike.
Heading into the home straight then, and as they stare at the lap marker, it says 7 to go, and Tedesse has made a brave move here. It's a long, long way from home if he wants to repeat his medal success of the past at the Olympic Games, and he's followed through in 2nd place by Wilson Kiprop, the best of the Kenyans on this season's form so far. Then it's Tariku Bekele, the younger of the 2 Bekele brothers, and he's followed by another Eritrean, Medine. And still Mo Farah at this stage would only be in about 10th position, but he's deciding not to follow this particular breakaway.
And I think there's an athlete stepped off the track there, Mike. I can't quite see which athlete is one of the Africans, but the race certainly up front with Bekele, Tariku Bekele, the younger brother of Kenny Bekele, with Gebre Mariam, the tall man, better known probably on the roads, certainly hasn't got a turn of speed. He ran in the UK trials, actually. These 3 guys got selected at the UK trials. It was quite ironic that the Kenyans had their 10,000 metre trial in America and the Ethiopians had their trial in Birmingham. And it was the top 3 of Kenny Bekele, Tariku Bekele and Gebre Mariam who were there. And we've got the 2 Eritreans, the 2 Ethiopians. Mo Farah just biding his time, having a bit of a battle with the Kenyans about midway through the field with 16 laps to go. No panic yet, because he won't want to get involved with these surges, these real injection of speed. What this is meant to do is to really, really run the last quick 800 metres out of Mo Farah's legs. He won't want to get involved in that. He just needs to cover the moves. He just needs to make sure that top end field don't get away from him. But he stays rhythmical. He stays in the same sort of lap timings that he's doing right now. He looks very, very comfortable, and just as I speak, it's starting to slow down again.
Just reading a little bit about Greg Rutherford. This is a man who thoroughly deserves his moment in the sun as he goes on his lap of honour. He's not running round, he's walking round and soaking it all in. He's won the long jump Olympic title, 25 hamstring tears in his career, and we just heard that he changed the way that he approached the long jump after watching some Carl Lewis videos. Just reading as well, this is the first time since 1908 that Great Britain has won 5 gold medals in one day at the Olympics. And where were the 1908 Olympics held? In London. The first time since 1908. So Greg Rutherford is going on his lap of honour, and we are awaiting, and fingers crossed, that maybe Mo Farah can make it 3, Mike, in one day.
Yes, and he's still going very steadily in 9th place at the moment, and the field is starting to get strung out now, and there's some 50 metres between first and last, but this front group are separated by a metre apiece, heading back through the first 10 or 11 athletes. And Mo Farah is tucked in behind Moses Masai, one of the leading Kenyans here, who was 4th in Beijing, missed out on a medal over 25 laps, would you believe, by just 4,000th of a second. He's right on the shoulder of Mo Farah at the moment, and those two in turn are in 8th and 9th position. 14 laps to go. Tadesse, who's been in front for the last 4 laps, is still leading. He has a metre advantage over his Ethiopian neighbour in 2nd place, Tariku Bekele. Medin, another Eritrean, is in 3rd, and then it's Kenenisa Bekele in 4th place, attempting a slice of Olympic history. No athlete ever has won this 10,000 metre title 3 times in a row. The likes of Lassie Viren, Emil Zatapak and the great Finn Paavo Nurmi all won it twice in a row, but it was beyond them winning it 3 times in succession, as it was Bekele's predecessor, Haile Gebrselassie. Mo Farah still in about 9th position or so. Close up behind him is his training partner, Galen Rupp. Farah decided after winning the European Championship double over 5 and 10,000 metres in Barcelona 2 years ago that he needed more to make an impact at this kind of level, and so to change his career, he changed his life, and he moved himself and his wife and their daughter over to the United States, to Portland, to train with Rupp, and more importantly with his coach Alberto Salazar, a guru of distance running who's changed partly the style of Mo Farah but also the mentality, and given him the tools he needs to win at this sort of level. He showed that he has them in the World Championships last year, winning silver in the 10,000 metres and then coming back later in the Championships to take a magnificent gold over 5,000 metres. And as they stretch out down the far side now, he moves through and is still in 9th place and still going steadily.
Yeah, and absolutely no panic at all yet, Mike. This really is, it's an honest pace, it's a true pace. Tadesse really started to put the surge in, and he's enjoying leading the group out, but now it's started to slow down, and Mo Farah didn't get involved in that pace change at all. We're now down to 65-second laps, which is extremely comfortable, but it's looking very, very easy. Tariku Bekele is just tracking down, but look at them bunching up now. Tadesse is doing what he did in the World Champs, he's doing what he did in the Olympic Games 4 years ago. He's saying, look, I don't want to do all the hard work, I'm not prepared to, but he is. 5,000 metres left of this race. Mo Farah now just tracking Kenny Bekele. He's the one that we're not quite sure what sort of shape he's in. He's had a very, very torrid time of injury, but in the couple of races he's done this year, every race he's got quicker. Absolutely just chipping away at the block. The Ethiopians head off to altitude, and we saw what Tirunesh Dibaba, what sort of shape she was in last night in the great battle against the Kenyans, Vivian Cheriot and the likes last night, and she came up on top. Will it be an Ethiopian 1-2 men's and women's 10k?
And just another roar from the crowd as Farah moves through the field now to take his place in 6th position as they come around towards us here, and the lap marker when they get here will show 11 to go, and once again there are 1 or 2 moves being made. Tadesse on the inside for the second time tries to break the field, and he's followed through by the Ethiopian Tariku Bekele. It's the other Eritrean who's been there for a long while who's still there in 3rd place, Medin. And Mo Farah now moves through into 4th place, 11 laps to go.
Yeah, and Tedesco again hits the front. This is what he did 4 years ago, and it was at 8 kilometres that he was still leading, and then he had to just watch the heels of Kenny Bekele just take it away from him. And I'm just looking as they go down in the back straight. Mo Farah will really be enjoying this pace. Again, it slows to 67. We're well into Mo Farah territory now. Nothing has been done to damage that blistering last kick. That's what they've been working on with Alberto Salazar. They do a session, and then right at the end of the session, Alberto makes them do a flat-out 400. This is no problem at all for Mo Farah. We're all to plan. Galen Rupp, his training partner, sitting on the shoulders. He too has a blistering turn of speed, looking to get an American medal. No American's got a medal at this distance for a good 60 years.
Greg Rutherford just down below us, continuing his lap of honour, the most enormous smile across his face. And Colin Patterson is with some people very interested in what Mo Farah does this evening.
Hello, Mark. I'm in the Somali Golden Centre of Opportunities in Human, Manchester. There's a group of kids here, they're aged between 10 and 16. Normally they come to do their homework here. Tonight, it's much more exciting. They're here to see if Mo Farah, born in Mogadishu in Somalia, can become the first Brit to win the 10,000 metre Olympic gold. Now, what is it you love about Mo Farah?
How fast he is, and he's representing Great Britain.
And is he going to do it?
Yes!
And finally, what are you all shouting to support him?
So far this evening then, Greg Rutherford has won the long jump, and Jessica Ennis the heptathlon. It's been an enchanted evening for Great Britain in the Olympic Stadium, and a day overall to remember on Super Saturday. 5 gold medals so far, the first time that's happened in one day since 1908, and there's another silver as well on the water to go with that. Will it finish off with a Mo Farah gold? Mike.
9 laps to go, and the lead now being taken on by Moses Masai of Kenya. His compatriot moves through into second place in the latest of the change. It's Baden Muchiri. Kenyans then 1 and 2, and one of their former compatriots now in the all-red kit of Turkey. And that is Polat Arikan, who's had a name change as well, recently won the European Championships, as they head down the back straight once again. And one of the Kenyans has withdrawn from the race here. It's Wilson Kiprop, and that is a big danger to Mo Farah, removed from the scene here. He won the Kenyan trial, which was staged at Eugene in the United States earlier in the summer, but he has withdrawn from the race. And that leaves his 2 compatriots at the head of the field, and they are led now by Muchiri. From in second place, it's Masai. Bekele is still in this front group, and Mo Farah is at the back of a group of about 10 of them, and still tracking these leaders and watching every move that they make. Heading down now towards the lap marker. There are 8 laps to go. Galen Rupp, Mo Farah's training partner, is now right up amongst the leaders. He's in third place with 8 to go. Alison Kirbishley.
Well, I tell you what, Kenenisa Bekele, if he is going to become the GOAT, the greatest of all time, he's going to have to start thinking about moving now. He knows. I don't think that he's in the sort of shape that he was in 4 years ago, where he can throw in a 52-second last lap. Mo Farah is in that sort of shape. He knows he's going to have to make the distance. He's going to have to go from home from a long way out. We're now 8 laps left, 7.5 laps left into this race. And it's Masai, Lynette Masai's brother, the great Lynette Masai. Her brother, with his mum somewhere in this crowd, brought here by Kenya to see her son try and take the title for Kenya. Kenya have never won this title since 1968. Turgat twice, agonisingly twice, failed to do that behind the great Haile Gebrselassie. But Ethiopia will have different plans, and just as we see the lap marker with 7 to go, Mo Farah sitting on the shoulder of Kenny Bekele, back there in 6th place, Mike.
And the crowd engrossed in this race as Masai continues to lead for Kenya, and he's trying to stretch out this field with his compatriot Muchiri still in second place, Bekele in third, but not the one that we saw winning gold in Athens in 2004 and again in Beijing 4 years ago. That Bekele, Kenenisa of that ilk, is in 5th place at the moment. In between the 2 Ethiopian brothers is Mo Farah's training partner Galen Rupp, who's been in flying form himself so far this season. And right behind now, Kenenisa Bekele, is Mo Farah in 6th place as they head on to the crown of the bend. into the closing stages of this fascinating race, which has been a tactical battle of the mind as well as the body. And Mo Farah, who took silver last year in the World Championship final over this distance, says because he didn't know the only athlete who finished in front of him, Ibrahim Jaylan, he knows all about every one of these in front of him now, and there are only 5 of them. And now the Kenyans in front have changed positions. Muchiri hits the front. From in second place is Masai, and then Bekele, and then Rupp, and then Kenenisa Bekele, and then Mo Farah. 6 laps to go.
Well, we still haven't seen any sort of major injection of pace from the Kenyans. They too will have to go from a long way out, Mike, because they also are not real speed merchants on the track. They're very, very well known for their work on the roads, these guys, half marathons, so they know they're going to have to start winding the clock up, start winding each lap up about half a second quicker each lap. But we're running out of laps, and this is still playing into the hands of Mo Farah. He's not looking distressed, he's looking very calm, he's very, very comfortable. He's got his training partner Galen Rupp there, and listen to the roar. He's moved on the shoulder of Galen Rupp. He's just making sure that every move is covered, and as we get into the home straight, they'll see 5 laps to go, 2,000 metres left of this 10,000 metre race.
And now it's Moses Masai in the lead. One of the Kenyans has dropped out earlier on. One of them now is dropping back through the field. So one by one, the challengers are starting to falter, but not Mo Farah. He's in 3rd place now as Masai leads from Bekele, then Farah, and on the inside is Galen Rupp. And now the crowd are really starting to get behind the man. This could be one of those unforgettable nights in British sports. 3 gold medals in the stadium within the space of an hour or so. Surely there will never have been celebrations at this level, of this magnitude, in an event of this kind since 1966. And now Mo Farah moves up onto the shoulder of Bekele. Masai still there in the lead, takes a glance up at the screens just above him as he heads onto the crown of the bend. The screen to his right, and it was a nervous glance, and he sees the figure of Mo Farah in 3rd place, but Bekele is right there as well. He's in 5th. In between him and Farah is Galen Rupp, and Zersane Tedessi of Eritrea, the long-time leader, is now trying to get back into contention down the home straight with 4 laps to go. Masai leading, but now Mo Farah sweeps through to take it up and just wipes a bead of sweat from the side of his face. He hits the winning line with 4 laps to go, almost in unison now with the Kenyan Moses Masai.
And again, those lap times have slowed. We're now looking at 67-second laps. But Mo Farah is really wanting to control this race. He's making sure that every move is covered. He's making sure that he's not doing anything more than he needs to do. He knows he's got confidence in that blistering last 650, 700, whatever it needs to be. He will make sure. And as I say that, Gebre Mariam's decided, I'm making a move.
And Gebre Mariam actually spoke there to Taribu Bekele and motioned with his left hand to come on through and to make it a quicker pace. And he's doing it now with his right hand, as if to say, come on round and take up the lead once again. As Gebre Mariam now hits the front for Ethiopia, who came through from a position of around 8th or 9th. And now with 3 laps to go, it's Ethiopians in 1 and 2, with Gebre Mariam leading, Tariku Bekele in 2nd place, Mo Farah is in 4th. Just in front of him is still the Kenyan Masai. Tucked in on the inside is Kenenisa Bekele. Galen Rupp is trying to look for racing room, and this could turn into a 2-lap burnout at the end of 25 here, as the athletes now head past Chris Tomlinson, the silver medalist for Britain at the European Championships a couple of years ago, who's about to be lapped. Down the far side they go then now, with just over 2.5 laps to go. Farah looks over to his right to look for any challengers making a move at this stage of the race. It's a very important stage of the race now for Farah. He cannot afford to make a mistake here, because as he said in the build-up here, for Andy Murray there'll be another Wimbledon. For Rory McIlroy there will be another Open Golf Championship. But at 29 there's hardly likely to be another Olympic Games with Mo Farah in this kind of form. Certainly there will never be a home Olympic Games. And now he moves up onto the shoulder of Tariku Bekele, down in towards the home straight. Just over 2 laps to go. Muchiri of Kenya is making a renewed effort, having dropped back through the field. Galen Rupp is also there. Kenenisa Bekele is starting to make his charge. 2 laps to go. Farah's in front.
And Mike, the demons of Daegu will have been set to rest. He will have known he went too fast too soon. He gave it his all, and when he needed to get that next skier, Jaylan came on his shoulder and ran away from him. He is looking like he is making sure that every move is covered. His eyes are constantly moving. His head is constantly turning. He's looking up at the big screen. I have absolute confidence that Mo Farah now is in the territory where he can win this race. He just needs to make sure that he has the confidence. He doesn't go too fast too soon. He just winds it up. He has confidence in the work that he's done with Alberto Salazar. But look at Galen Rupp. The American is having the race of his life. And just, it's a case of now, who is going to go? Who is going to hit the front?
And Farah now being joined on his inside by Tariku Bekele. Kenenisa Bekele is now making his charge. He's through into 5th place. The biggest challenger at the bell to Mo Farah is Muchiri. Now with 1 lap to go, Farah hits the front. He starts his run for home with 400 metres to go. And now he's being lifted by the crowd. And into 2nd place goes Muchiri. Bekele is also trying to make a challenge. Galen Rupp is in 4th place. There's no more than a metre or so between the first 3. And Farah now is still in front. Can he gradually wind up the pace? 200 metres to go. He needs a blistering last half a lap. Tariku Bekele coming through into 2nd place. Kenenisa Bekele is in 5th place, but he looks like a spent force. Around on the crown of the bend, in towards the home straight, and Farah is still in front. He's being challenged by Tariku Bekele. He looks over his shoulder. He's being carried on this wave of emotion. Farah hits the front. Farah wins gold for Britain in the men's 10,000 metres, and immediately turns to celebrate. What a night! 3 gold medals for Great Britain, for Jessica Ennis, for Greg Rutherford, and now for Mo Farah in the men's 10,000 metres, the first British athlete ever to win Olympic gold at this distance. And now he falls to the track once again. Cannot believe the magnitude of what he's achieved here. Mo Farah is the Olympic champion.
And even better than that, Mike, he's been joined on the podium with his training partner, Galen Rupp. There was a multiple Mobot celebration at the end of that. And I would urge any nurses in this stadium to get down and find Tanya Farah, because she is about to give birth to twins. And I cannot believe the stress level. She's just down there, Mark, and you see her with her daughter Rihanna. What a moment for this man. He's just a stone's throw away from where he grew up. 11 years old, he came from Somalia to settle here in London. And we have just embraced this man. He has just delivered something. He was the guy I was nervous about today. We weren't sure what Kenny Bekele had in his locker, but to be composed, to hit the bell, and to just wind it up, that's exactly what he did, didn't he, Mike?
What a night for British athletics. On the day when the Games were awarded to London back in 2005, the sport could not have been at a lower ebb. Officially, according to statistics, there were fewer British athletes in the top 10 of the many events than at any time in history. Who could have dreamt that 7 years on, within the space of an hour or so, that Britain would win 3 gold medals in the main showpiece arena of London 2012, the Athletic Stadium. What a night for British athletics. What a night for British sport.
And I can promise you, not at the Millennium Stadium, nor at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, nor at Wembley, nor at Anfield, or any other of those theatres of sport, have I, and I'm sure you who've competed, have ever heard a noise like those last 2 laps, those last 200 metres. It was extraordinary. It was as if the floodlights were going to take off Darren Campbell. It was unbelievable. That noise, that reception, that willing on of Mo Farah.
I'm just so proud of the athletes for going out there under this amount of pressure and just delivering. Everybody's looked at our sport and slated our sport. It's a sport that I love. It's a sport that's given me every single thing that I have. I know how hard these athletes work to try and be the best that they could be. And on this biggest stage, the biggest stage of all, the Olympic stage in London, we can leave on the second night with 3 Olympic gold medals.
Is that allowed?
Let's go to Sonia McLaughlin. Sonia.
And if you want to see a picture that's going to appear on all the national newspapers
newspapers on the front pages tomorrow morning. It's the sight of Mo Farah's daughter Rihanna sprinting across the track, clutching Union flags that she wants to give to her dad. And then as Mo swung round, he suddenly spotted her, and they both had the most gorgeous, warm embrace. And if Alison Kirbishley was wondering where Mo's very heavily pregnant wife Tanya is, she also is now right on the track, heading towards her husband and daughter to give them all, and Mo in particular, after that effort. Here we go, huge big hug for the family, and that absolutely just makes your heart melt.
I think he's probably saying, please not here. Not in lane 2 of the Olympic Stadium. Not now, just keep it all together for another couple of days or whatever. While these scenes are being beamed around the world, they are quite incredible. A kiss from Mo to Tanya there, his daughter's there as well. And he got it so right tonight, and he'd learnt his lesson from Daegu last year. And I think that's madness reverberating around this stadium, and 6 gold medals have been won by Great Britain. And we said last night that it was going to be Super Saturday. It's more than that. It's extra Super Saturday. It's Super Size Saturday. It's Super Size Saturday. It really is. Tony Minicello's here as well, Jess Ennis's coach. We'll have a chat with him. We're going to go to Simon Mundy outside Simon. I know that will have gone down just as well with those in front of the big screen.
I really can't tell you what the atmosphere was like. It was absolutely stunning, because we knew that Jess Ennis really, going into that event, was going to win. But Mo Farah, such tension as he pulled away towards the end. Everyone again on their feet, waving, cheering. It was absolutely unbelievable. I've got 2 young girls here, Poppy and Claudia. Claudia, you've been up since 4 a.m. You're only 8. What did you make of that?
Scary.
Scary? Why was it scary? Tension?
Yeah, because you got up 4 o'clock in the morning and you had to drive all the way.
Not so much the 4 o'clock in the morning, but what about the race? Did you enjoy that, Claudia? Was that scary? Were you worried about Mo not winning?
Sort of.
Okay, just quickly, Poppy, what did you make of that? I saw you jumping around.
I thought it was absolutely amazing, and I thought Mo was going to win. I knew that he was going to just pull something out.
3 gold medals, not 1, not 2, not 3. One of the greatest ever nights in British sport, and you're here, you're witnessing.
Yes, it was absolutely amazing, a lifetime experience, and nothing's going to be anything more amazing than that.
One I'm sure you'll never forget, as will no one else here, Mark, at all.
Mo Farah's on the far side, thank you Simon, going on his lap of honour. The best way to leave a legacy for the London Games is by inspiring the next generation, of course, and the best way to do that is to give them heroes, is to give them athletes to look up to. And the great thing about these games is, because it's been almost split between the men and the women, they've both done so well. Another very proud person sitting next to me, Jess Ennis's coach, Tony Minicello. Congratulations, many congratulations.
Thank you.
What she has done, talk about seize the day, she seized the 2 days. It was stunning. We've been talking about how you keep yourself calm when there is so much at stake, how much mental strength you need to do all that. She's done that and more, these personal bests, her best ever heptathlon. Has it surprised even you, Tony? Has it surpassed, not obviously the gold medal, but what she's achieved in terms of the points and her record score? Even your thoughts?
I think she was well capable of a 6,900 score again after Gotsis. The big surprise event, really. I knew she could PB in the hurdles, but a British record is something incredibly special, especially for a multi-event. So I'm sure there's a lot of individual event people out there probably squeaking and not being very happy about a multi-eventer doing that.
And last night, how did you deal with it? Because she'd broken the back of the heptathlon last night. She'd almost broken the back of the field. How did you deal with maybe having just to dampen expectations to a certain extent?
It was more about normalising things. I've certainly worked quite closely with Pete Lindsay, an EIS psychologist, and we taught how do you deal with pressure, how do you deal with the situation that we have in London and the such like. So, and it's about normalising it. It was trying to make sure that you don't go to be Jessica Ennis plus, you just do what Jessica Ennis can do, and my word, she did quite a bit.
She did that and she did more, and we've had an evening like we've had, and sportsmen do pull each other along in their wake. They always have done, they always will do, because they are competitive beasts. And Greg Rutherford went and won the long jump, and now Mo Farah's produced that stunning finish. And you get a kiss from Kath Merry. Your day cannot get any better.
No, it can't. She's about to burst into tears, bless her.
Oh, she's already cried
Bless
at
her.
least once.
It's a 3G evening, isn't it? But I think, yeah, sportsmen, but I tell you what, this crowd, the 80,000 people here, the British public, everywhere you go saying, come on, win the medal and so on. It's as much, I think, Jessica's medal is as much about the support that you get from the crowd that you've got from the public over the period of time. So a big thank you to everybody.
Just one more for now. We've got the women's 100 metres final to come, Tony. But in the last 2 years, you haven't been able to fill up your car. You haven't been able to look at a magazine, not all of them. You haven't been able to do it and look at a billboard without seeing... I bet everybody has seen Jess's face probably every other day for the last 2 years somewhere.
Yes, and
that brings its own pressure with it.
And I coach her every day. Going into my own home and not being able to get away from them was kind of crazy. But now I'm going to get a break, I hope.
But to deal with all that pressure,
I think she's dealt with it incredibly well, and I think it's about the team around her, the support she's got. She's got a superb agent. Everybody else who's involved has really supported her. So that's what's made it, I think, easier for her to deal with.
Tom Stalker's into the last state of the light welterweight category in the boxing. It's 1-1 Great Britain and South Korea in extra time in the football. If it goes to penalties, surely Great Britain will win this on a day like today. It's live on Olympics Extra. Great Britain today have won 6 gold medals. 6 gold medals, Tony, today. Yes, 6.
I've been stuck in a room downstairs,
yeah.
So I haven't seen half of this.
1 in the velodrome, 2 on the water, 3 tonight.
Yeah, but it's all about the athletics, isn't it? You got 3 golds here.
I said you were competitive beasts, and there we are. Right, the women's 100 metre final. Tony, thank you very much indeed. Stay there, please. You've got a great view. Stay there. Here's Mike.
Great night for Britain, but very few spectators have gone home, even though there isn't a British athlete in this women's 100 metres final, which includes the reigning Olympic champion Shelly-Ann Fraser of Jamaica, drawn in lane number 7. On the inside then in lane 2, Baptiste of Trinidad, Uhura of Ivory Coast in 3, Campbell Brown of Jamaica in 4, former world champion, Olympic champion over 200 metres. Jetta, the world champion, reigning from the United States in 5. Okagbari, Nigeria, 6. Fraser-Price, 7. Felix for the USA in 8. And Madison also for the USA on the outside in lane 9. The women's 100 metres final at London 2012. And they blast away from their blocks. Jetta gets a good start, but the best of all is Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price. She's being pressed in the middle of the race now by Carmelita Jetta, but Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price will take the gold for the second time in a row with a time of 10.75 seconds from Carmelita Jetta in second place, and the bronze medal goes to Veronica Campbell-Brown of Jamaica. So gold for the second games in a row to Jamaica and Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, 10.75 seconds.
It was billed as a race between the Americans and the Jamaicans. Who was going to take it? It was between Jetta and Fraser-Price. It's so difficult to speak after watching those 3 gold medals. But in a time of 10.75, it was a Jamaican Fraser-Price, then Jetta, the American, in 10.78, and Campbell Brown picked up the bronze in 10.81.
That's it.
Oh.
That's all you get.
There we go.
Back to Tony.
You are paid to speak now, not to run, Mr. Campbell.
Hey, all I can say, I looked to my left and then realised we still had the 100 metres. It's like, what?
Even he now he's a convert to the 10,000 metres.
I'm just drained.
You're emotionally spent, aren't you?
This is we dream about leaving a legacy. We talk about inspiring a generation. On the second night of the Olympic Games in this arena, we are taking home 3 gold medals. There's nobody in Great Britain that can tell me they thought we were going home with 3 gold medals tonight.
I did. I said it to the Aussie down there today, and he went, "You can have 2 of them." I'm not sure what's going to win the long jump.
Like I said, this is a historic moment. This is GB's time. The crowd didn't even get excited for what was a fantastic 100 metres, and you're asking me to. I apologise to all those who aren't British.
Darren, I'm teasing you, Darren. I'm teasing you.
Quickly ask Chel, when she gets a gold medal around her neck tonight, she's got 1 day off. Will she line up in the 100 hurdles?
Hang on. Let's go bring Tony's microphone up. Is she going to line up in the 100 hurdles?
I think we'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to commit anything until I've spoken to the boss. Trust me, because there's a lot of emotion and that takes a lot out of you, and we've still got a medal ceremony to come, and so we'll see. I think she may wake up tomorrow morning slightly different.
We're going to go to Cardiff for the football, where John Murray, apparently I heard that when Jessica Ennis's gold was confirmed, the crowd in Cardiff started singing "There's only one Jessie Ennis."
And I think the same thing happened for Mo Farah as well, so we've been joining in, but we could do with a bit of your Olympic Stadium inspiration here in Cardiff, because it is Great Britain 1, South Korea 1. We are deep into extra time. It seems we're heading for penalties, and they've almost played each other to a standstill, these two sides. Giggs came on late in the 90 minutes, but hasn't been able to make it too much of a difference, and it is Great Britain 1, South Korea 1. Penalties are looming.
Well, penalties will be on Olympics Extra if it gets that far. Lots of reaction throughout the evening. Tony Livesey to bring the curtain down on a golden day at the end of it all.
Absolutely. My legs are still moving. Watching Mo Farah, I was running around the room. I couldn't believe it. What a fantastic sight that was when he came into that final, Ben. It was brilliant, Mark. I'm outside Olympic Park. This time last night, Mark, you said it was going to be Super Saturday. 80,000 of the luckiest people in Great Britain are going to file past me very shortly coming out of the stadium. It's been the night of their lives. I think it's been the night of our lives as well, hasn't it? 3 historic goals then in track and field. Jessica Ennis, Mo Farah, Greg Rutherford. Add that to the 3 goals in rowing and cycling, and it's Britain's greatest Olympic day since 1908. Tonight on Late Night Olympics, we have one mission, and that is to celebrate. Olympic medalist Chris Akabusi joins me. Marlon Devonish, gold medalist, joins me. We're going to party. We're going to put it in perspective. The question I want to ask the nation tonight is, have we just witnessed the greatest day of sport ever in Great Britain? The phones are open for your golden calls, 0500 909 693. You can text us on 85058. Earlier on, the gold medal rower Tom James said the whole thing today is beyond words, but then he said it was epic. So I'd love you to sum up what we've just witnessed in one word. You can text us 85058. Mark, the party out here is about to begin.
Thank you very much, Tony. And it's a very good debate, of course, which people can have some fun with, whether this is the greatest day in British sporting history. 6 gold medals in an Olympics that you are hosting. Not 6 gold medals abroad, but 6 gold medals that you are hosting. And lots of people, of course, they're playing heroes. I knew they would. David Bowie, well, of course, quite right too. It's BBC Radio 5 Live at the Olympics. I'm Mark Pugac in the Olympic Stadium on simply one of the greatest nights in British sporting history.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012 on 5 Live.
So 3 track and field golds in one astonishing night as Jess Ennis realises her Olympic dream.
And the nation roars as Ennis goes on to win the 800 metres, and with it, Olympic gold! She raises both arms on a special night for Jessica Ennis.
Greg Rutherford wins Britain's first Olympic long jump title since 1964.
8 metres and 31 centimetres for Greg Rutherford. Greg Rutherford wins Britain's first gold medal in the long jump, their first medal of any colour for nearly 50 years.
And Mo Farah runs the legs off the opposition in the 10,000 metres to take Olympic glory.
Farah hits the front. Farah wins gold for Britain in the men's 10,000 metres and immediately turns to celebrate. What a night! The first British athlete ever to win Olympic gold at this distance.
So in all, 6 gold medals in total on one amazing day. The greatest day in British Olympic history. Team GB surely now delivering at London 2012 and inspiring a generation.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm Faye Rusco with the BBC 5 Live News. Team GB have added 6 gold medals to their tally today, with 3 in the Olympic Stadium in the last hour. Mo Farah took gold in the 10,000 metres, Jessica Ennis struck gold in the heptathlon with a new British record, and Greg Rutherford picked up the first gold in the long jump for nearly 50 years. Earlier, Team GB's cyclist took gold in the velodrome in the women's team pursuit, breaking the world record. And British rowers have won 3 medals at Eton Dorney, gold in the men's coxless 4 and the women's lightweight double sculls, and silver in the men's lightweight double sculls. Team GB are 3rd in the medal table with 14 golds, 7 silver and 8 bronze. In other news, a man arrested in connection with the murder of oil executive Carol Waugh has been charged with 4 counts of fraud. Nicholas Kuttner is being held by police investigating the death of the 50-year-old, whose body was found in a garage in southwest London on Thursday. And rebels in the Syrian city of Aleppo say they've come under the heaviest bombardment from government forces since fighting began there 2 weeks ago. In the capital, Damascus, up to 50 Iranian pilgrims are reported to have been kidnapped.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pugach.
And this is her chance to join the likes of Bailey Thompson and Denise Lewis and Mary Peters on the list of Olympic champions in multi-events, and she takes the lead. And so a stadium roars and a nation roars as Ennis goes on to win the 800 metres, and with it, Olympic gold. She raises both arms on a special night for Jessica Ennis and for British athletics.
Such an inspiration. She's a role model to everyone.
There's only one Jess Ennis, one Jess Ennis.
The turn of Greg Rutherford. Can it be a second gold medal?
Olympic champion.
8 metres and 31 centimetres for Greg Rutherford.
Olympic champion.
And he stands still and lifts his arms and says, come on, that's worth some applause, and surely it is. Greg Rutherford.
Take a bow, son. You're Olympic champion.
Will it finish off with a Mo Farah gold?
He's being carried on this wave of emotion. Farah hits the front. Farah wins gold for Britain in the men's 10,000 metres and immediately turns to celebrate. What a night! 3 gold medals for Great Britain, for Jessica Ennis, for Greg Rutherford, and now for Mo Farah.
So gold for Jess Ennis in the heptathlon, and we will get her medal ceremony this evening. Greg Rutherford in the long jump, Mo Farah in the 10,000 metres, in the team pursuit in the velodrome, gold for the women there, gold for the men's 4 at Eton Dorney, and for Catherine Copeland and Sophie Hoskins also on the water in the lightweight double sculls, and a brave silver in the lightweight men double sculls for Mark Hunter and for Zach Purchase. And a few people just beginning to drift away, probably not quite able to believe what they've seen here as we go to miking, and we'll have lots more reaction to come from here, don't worry, but penalty shootout Mike in Cardiff.
Well, welcome to 5 Live. Aaron Ramsey has just struck the first penalty viciously home for Great Britain. Remember, he scored one and missed one in the game itself, and now Koo is up against Jack Butland away to our left to try and make it 1-1 for South Korea. Here comes Koo, and he slips it beautifully the wrong side of Jack Butland from his point of view, and the fact that South Korea appeared at the end of the extra time to be playing for penalties would suggest that they are pretty confident about it. 1-1.
Yeah, that was a very, very coolly taken penalty there from Koo. Put it to Jack Butland's left, and Butler went to the right. Cleverly he's now stepped up. I think it's Cleverly.
It is Cleverly, yeah. He was very quickly about it as well from the halfway line. He couldn't wait to get there. Wasted no time. He's got the ball right at the front of the penalty spot. So Cleverly, 1-1 in the shootout for a place in the quarterfinals. Cleverly, high and above the goalkeeper's dive. The right way to his left. Good penalty, Cleverly. 2-1 Great Britain lead.
Connection again, John. It's all about the connection with the ball. If you can strike the ball into an area and connect with it well, especially when the keepers are tired as well, you've got a chance of scoring.
Well, now here's a player who should be at least fresh for South Korea, back one of their substitutes who came into the game later on. The players were very weary at the end. The back looks full of running, but 2-1 to Britain. They've struck the first 2 penalties through Ramsey and Cleverley, and now Butland tries to make a big presence in the centre of his goal as Back prepares to make it 2-2 here for South Korea. Fantastic home support, of course, and Back scores just the way that Koo did. It was very, very coolly placed away from Butland, so it's 2-2.
Yeah, a lot of concentration. Again, all 4 penalties have been really well struck.
4 penalties out of 4. Next to walk forward, it's Craig Dawson, central defender, the West Brom man, who came on as a substitute after Micah Richards collided with the South Korean goalkeeper Jung, who had to go off as well. So Craig Dawson is going to take Great Britain's 3rd penalty in this shootout. What Great Britain need is a little bit of that sparkle and magic from the Olympic Stadium in London here in Cardiff tonight. Dawson, right-footed penalty. Here he comes, and he sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. Not the most convincing of penalties from him, but it's in the net. That's what matters.
It was convincing. I knew it was going to go in. What a great penalty.
And it's 3-2 to Great Britain in the shootout.
Fantastic. Well done, young man. That takes guts.
Well, Ian Payne was saying to us on 5 Live Olympic Extra that Britain would win this penalty shootout because it's not England. Well, 2 of the 3 penalties have been taken by Englishmen. There's an Englishman in goal, Jack Butland, and now Hwang, the defender, the central defender. Crucial penalty here. 3-2 to Britain. Here comes the 6th penalty. So far it's 100%. Butland crouches. Hwang waits. Takes a run up of about 5 or 6 yards and scores in off the bar. 3-3.
Wasn't the most convincing penalty at all, but he's put it in the back of the net. Butland went the right way, but it's just gone in off the underside of the bar. Again, a good connection. That's 3-3.
Well, Great Britain aren't going to do a Portugal in Donetsk at Euro 2012. They're not leaving Ryan Giggs for the last penalty. Ryan Giggs is taking the 4th penalty. So Ryan Giggs, the captain of this Great Britain team, here in the city of his birth, in Cardiff, to edge Great Britain ahead again in the shootout. I'm laughing at the South Korean goalkeeper Lee, who's standing in his 6-yard box with his hands high above his head once again, and eventually gets back onto his line. Huge run-up for Ryan Giggs. Here he comes for Britain. Into the net from Ryan Giggs. No celebration, but Britain are now 4-3 up. 7 penalties, all scored.
That's why he's a genius. That's why he's a legend. That's why he's the captain. Ryan Giggs' penalty has been the best penalty out of all 7 penalties. Come on, Jack.
The most decorated player in British football, Ryan Giggs, does his stuff. And now it's down to Park Yong-woo. It's 4-3 to Britain. They just have their noses in front here. But the South Korean penalties have been terrific, and Jack Butland hasn't been able to get anywhere near any of them yet. Park Yong-woo waits. Now, can Butland get to this one? No, he can't. And Park Yong-woo punches the air. Sturridge will come forward. It's 4-4.
That's another unbelievable penalty. I honestly thought he was going to miss. There's a little bit of showmanship there.
Well, there's been some very good penalties here tonight. All of them have been scored. So it's effectively now down to sudden death, even though these next 2 will be the 5th of the 5. So Daniel Sturridge, left-footed, at quite an angle with his run-up here. Goalkeeper again jigging around. Daniel Sturridge, a little hesitation, and oh, it's saved! It's saved to Lee's left. And Sturridge stands with his hands on his head. It could be this is the end of the line for Great Britain at the football in these Olympics.
All the penalties before this one were struck cleanly with straight run-ups. Daniel Sturridge's wasn't, and it's saved.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a man from Celtic who could put Britain out of the Olympic football. It's key. 100% record for the South Koreans so far. Very thorough in their preparation. Jack Butland has to save this, or Key has to miss. or Britain go out of the tournament. And it's a brilliantly executed penalty from Key. He runs to the far side, and 100% from South Korea. They put away all 5 of their penalties. Daniel Sturridge of Chelsea missed his, and a forlorn-looking British squad down there, led by Ryan Giggs, who've given absolutely everything in this tournament. But in the end, just like the England national side, it gets to the quarter-finals of a major tournament, a penalty shootout, and home interest ends. Dion Dublin.
I feel drained, I feel disappointed. Daniel Sturridge there just taking his shirt off. He must be distraught. All the penalties were fantastic. They really were. And his penalty wasn't struck.
Thank you very much indeed. I suppose from a Team G point of view, they couldn't have it all, could they, on this amazing night? We're hearing the Beatles, we're waiting for Jessica Ennis's medal ceremony. And Mike Costello, we have to remind ourselves that the evening began with the Team GB captain flat out, as if he was on a Spanish beach, as the old Peter Jones saying used to be, thinking that he had messed up royally in front of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, his chances of gold. But then from the moment he squeezed through at the end of the third of those 400 hurdles semi-finals, a momentum, a crescendo has built to a memorable climax.
To the point where you'd almost believe that Green's got a chance all over again, because you do have that kind of belief. 3 gold medals won tonight. Now let's put a bit of context on this, Mark. You go back to 1964, the last time that Britain won 4 gold medals at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, and with chances for Green, for Christine Ohurugu, and of course for Mo Farah in the men's 5,000 metres. They could match that total in Tokyo.
Paul McCartney is in the stadium. He hot-footed it from the velodrome where there was an impromptu sing-along to Hey Jude. There might even be one here. Let's hear from Jessica Ennis then, speaking to Sonia McLaughlin.
Jess, many, many congratulations. Emphatically Olympic champion. How proud are you right now?
Oh, I'm so proud. I just can't believe that I've come here and I've got through these 2 days and managed to win. It's just unbelievable.
It was a near flawless heptathlon. Have you surprised yourself with the manner of this victory? 3 personal bests and a British record.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be hard and I knew I had to perform out of my skin, but with the heptathlon there's always events that don't quite go right. It's up and down, but I just managed to, get some solid performances out and not have one event that really let me down. So I just feel just shocked and amazed that I've managed to do it.
You've been the face of London 2012, Jess, and with that comes so much pressure, so much expectation. How the dickens have you managed to stay so cool?
I don't know. I've obviously been so nervous and anxious as to what these 2 days were going to bring, and I do feel pressure and I felt a lot of pressure, but people have been really positive and willing me to do well, and I just tried to stay really focused and know what I could do on the track, and it worked out.
Well, you're being ushered away. I hope we get the chance to talk to you again, but many, many congratulations. I'm thrilled.
Thank you so much.
You know you're famous when they make masks of you, and we saw somebody, didn't we there, Alison, who's got a Jessica Ennis mask.
Well, you've seen the Jessica Ennis masks, haven't you, Chell? They're brilliant.
Tony Minicello, Jess's coach, is still with us here because we've got a great view up here, haven't you, Tony? So you're very welcome to stay.
It's the best view in the house. I'm not moving. You're going to have to dynamite me out of this seat.
He wants a mask though, Mark. He was just telling me.
Oh, do you want it?
He says, listen, I've coached an Olympic champion. Where's my mask? I'm joking.
Where's the Tony Minicello?
Tell us. So let's just quickly go through the day, because 2 personal bests yesterday, weren't there, Tony, in the hurdles and then the 200 metres. And today the long jump, the javelin, another personal best. And we were talking about it inevitably. Hang on, sorry, another gold medalist. They're thick and fast. Greg Rutherford with Sonia.
Yeah, you have to have your wits about you down in this interview position, because we're getting gold medalists coming through quickly. Greg, what a night for British athletics. What an hour almost it was. Can you quite believe you've been part of
it? Yes and no. I don't think many people expected me to win that, to be honest, and me and my team were arguably probably one of the only ones who did, and after yesterday I felt amazing, and I was jumping behind the board and still getting what I needed to get out here. Came out tonight and I had only one thing in mind, and that was to jump as far as I possibly can and win. And God, first round was a little bit shaky, and I let it get to me a little bit and composed myself for the second. And I mean, that's one of the best things for me. I mean, I think in previous years I would have let all this get to me a little bit too much, and possibly I would have had a bit of a mare, and I came out and flipping 8:21 second round, and then an 8:14, and then an 8:31. I mean.
And then you were pacing around like an expectant father. You almost just didn't know what to do with yourself. Just how anxious were you that it was going to be enough?
I mean, I can't believe there are many people or many times in your life you get to sit in the gold medal position, and there's sort of 3 or 4 jumps left. And in the last round, I was standing at the back and I was just ticking them off, going, all right, 1, okay, 2, 3, okay, it's looking pretty good now, 4. And as it went on, and then all of a sudden, I'm Olympic champion. I still have 1 jump to go, and I was trying desperately to compose myself, but when all of your hopes and dreams have just happened and come true in this moment, it's the most amazing moment of my life.
It's 1964. You weren't even born then. Sadly, I was. When Lynn Davis took this long jump title. Is it starting to sink in, the enormity of this achievement?
Not yet, no. I'm very concerned I'm going to wake up soon. And this has all been a big dream, because, I mean, I've sacrificed so much. I've got to thank people as well, because, again, I've got one of the greatest coaches in the world in Dan Paff, Jerry Ramagita, one of the best therapists, most amazing family, the likes of Ian Bullerwell and local sponsors around who have just supported me, helped me get where I need to be. And these guys have never stopped. And last year I had a terrible time and things went really wrong. And
you considered quitting at one stage, didn't you?
I mean, just before the last one.
You can't. Mo Farah, you're Olympic champion. I'm not going to let you get away from me. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I just want to thank everyone who supported me. It's the best moment of my life, and I've just got to go out there and recover now.
I'm really sorry I just interrupted you, Greg, because you can understand why. I know I don't want to talk to Greg. He's lovely and he's won gold, but I want to talk to you for a second. Just stay here. Please just try and describe the emotions as you crossed that line. I have never seen joy like it.
Oh, it was unbelievable. You know, something I worked so hard for. And you're putting miles, 100 miles plus week in, week out. And to get it right on your doorstep, it's just incredible. Olympic doesn't come around often, and you get it right on your doorstep. Oh, wow.
And what was it like, Mo, to have your wife and your daughter on the trackside with you? I know Tanya's heavily pregnant as well, and such a joyous moment when you were able to hug there.
It's unbelievable. My daughter coming running up to me saying, "Daddy," was just, I was in tears at that point.
Absolutely. I've tried my best there to hang on to Mo Farah, but he wants to disappear and go and recover. So let's not forget, he's got the 5,000 metres still to do as well. And I was hoping to get another word with Greg Rutherford, but he's been collared by my colleagues to my right from NBC. Wow.
Anybody else who's won a gold medal going to come past you quite soon, do you think? I think we're done for a night.
Do you know what? I'm going to go and lie down in a darkened room. I've done track and field now for a decade, and you can probably hear I've been totally unprofessional and shouting my support for these British athletes.
Well,
but
the interesting thing is we're about to have Jessica Ennis's medal ceremony. The thing is, of course, we're sort of all told that the British are full of stiff upper lip and never show their emotions. I think the British nation has dissolved into some sort of a lachrymose mess this week. Just so many tears, so many emotions all week long. And now here's going to be another one as Jessica Ennis comes out for her medal ceremony. Come on, Tony Minicello, you're her coach. What does this mean?
I've lost words. I've suddenly gone words.
Oh, speechless.
Not really, but
yeah, see.
A little bit. No, this is phenomenal. You've got to think, not only is it a dream for her, it's a dream for a coach to coach somebody from 11 years of age through, and now I'm sat here in London and she's about to get a big gold medal, and Lord Coe's going to present it, and somebody pinch me and wake me up.
How many times have you thought about this moment? Be honest.
2-3 million times is that kind of thing.
Right, Mike Costello, it's going to be a very, very special moment, and you must take us through it.
Yes, and the medal will be presented by one of Britain's great Olympians to another. Soon to be having that medal draped around her neck. For 3 years since she won the world title in Berlin in 2009, the cry around the sport has been to wrap her up in cotton wool, to just preserve her until we get to the start line at London 2012. but she and her coach Tony Minicello would have none of that. They've continued to strive for excellence, and since that World Championship final she's improved in 6 of the 7 disciplines. And stepping on to the right hand side of the podium as we look down, it's between the track and the spectators. Halfway down the home straight on this near side of the stadium is the bronze medalist, the world champion from last year, Tatiana Chernova of Russia. No match this time for Jessica Ennis in this kind of form. The silver medal will go to Lili Schwarzkopf of Germany, producing her best performance of her life. And we ought to say that further down the field in 15th place, the athlete regarded as possibly the new Jessica Ennis, although athletes like Ennis don't come in bunches. Katarina Johnson-Thompson has broken her own British junior record. And now Lili Schwarzkopf steps onto the left-hand side of the podium as we look down here from Germany, the biggest prize of her life, with the best performance of her life, 6,649 points, and the medal is draped around her neck by Craig Reedy from the British Olympic Association. And now he steps back, and Seb Coe steps forward to take the medal that every athlete dreams of taking, the gold medal for Jessica Ennis. He hands a posy of flowers to Schwarzkopf, and now he steps back, and we await the golden moment of the golden girl of London 2012. And very few people in this stadium have gone home this evening as Ennis jumps up onto the centre of the podium. The world champion 3 years ago is now the Olympic champion. And if these games, according to the billboards, were built for 7 years to inspire a generation, how many youngsters around the country this evening have said to their mums and dads that they want to be Jessica Ennis. They want to do what she has done here in remarkable style here this evening. And she lifts the gold medal to the side of her face for the posse of photographers close to the trackside here. A special, special moment as she's embraced by Sebastian Coe. One great Olympian to another, the greatest female all-round athlete Britain has ever produced. She waves to the crowd. You can sense that the tears are on their way, and soon we will hear the national anthem for the first time in the Showpiece Arena here at London 2012 for Jessica Ennis, Olympic champion in the women's heptathlon. She couldn't hold back the tears, the most special moment of her career. She has strived so hard and for so long. And remember, 4 years ago, before the Beijing Olympics, when she might well have gone into those games as favourite, she was injured and had 3 stress fractures of her right foot. 4 years on, now there is only ecstasy for Jessica Ennis, the Olympic champion.
Well, who could blame Jess Ennis, who held it together so well, for having a few tears, particularly the way the crowd reacted as well by just joining in the national anthem spontaneously. Tony, a few tears in your eyes as her coach, surely? Yeah, you've got to tip.
He's emotional. He's emotional. I'll ask the question again. He said, "Is there a few tears in your eyes, sir?"
One or two. Don't tell anybody.
I won't.
She's going to get cheek-ache tonight, isn't she? Because that smile that we're so used to seeing, she just has a smile that makes everybody want to smile back at her, because it just...
It is a very warm and natural smile as Jess Ennis now poses for photographs along with those who won silver and bronze. But to be honest with you, as far as people looking at their newspapers tomorrow morning, there's only one face they want to see in that photograph. Jessica Ennis winning the gold medal. And although there is at the far end, Alison, the picture of Baron Pierre de Coubertin saying that the Olympics is about not necessarily winning but striving, actually for people here this evening, it's a night they will never ever forget. I've just had a text from a friend saying I can't go to athletics ever again because it'll never be as good again.
Better.
What can I do now?
It will never be as good.
It will never be as good.
It will never ever be as good. Listen, we've actually blown over the fact that we probably watched one of the greatest ever 100-metre women's sprint races. That's how special a night. 6 women went under 11 seconds. The 7th ran 11 seconds. And the 8th ran 11.01. And we've not even been able to touch it due to what we've witnessed. It doesn't matter. Listen, athletics will always be special, but tonight will never, ever, ever be matched. I'm ready to retire. I'm done, mate.
But I tell you what, Mark, it needed it because we need to inspire this next generation. We're going to host the World Championships in this stadium in 5 years' time, and I bet you we're going to have some stories to tell, people that are inspired there. We've got 5 years to be able to make more Jessica Ennis's, and I do believe they're out there.
Right, we need to have a final word with Tony because he's probably got somebody he needs to go and see and have a chat with. So, Tony, we really appreciate your time. What are the next 24 hours going to be like?
Oh, I really don't know. It's hectic. There's a lot of things to do for Team GB, and there's a decision to be made about the hurdles. So one will hopefully lead to another, and we'll see from there. But you know what? I'll be smiling for the next 24 hours, I'm quite sure.
And when you wake up tomorrow morning, it's one of those marvellous moments where you realise it wasn't a dream.
Yes, absolutely.
You have
perfect.
coached an Olympic champion.
Could I just say, he won't be going to sleep. when we won Olympic gold, all I remember is us going out, and then we were at a press conference. There is no sleep. Yeah, you don't close your eyes. You kind of fall asleep about 1 o'clock because you're so drained. Yeah. It's the only thing you can do.
I'm a little too old for that. So.
Trust me, you will not be sleeping. It don't matter whether you'll just toss and turn. You will replay this moment for the rest of your life, my friend. But you deserve it.
There we are. Tony, thank you very much indeed. We appreciate you coming up and spending some time with us here at 5 Live.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lots of your text. Jane, I'm in Normandy on holiday. I'm so pleased our signals got over the channel this evening. Thank you, 5 Live, for truly brilliant commentary on this, the greatest night of British sport for generations. There are no words. Phil says, sublimely ridiculous. I can say no more. Good evening, Mark. I know blokes don't cry, but I did. Wow, that was brilliant. We're stuck in traffic, says this one, for the greatest night in British athletics. Well done, Ennis, Rutherford and Farah. Thank you, 5 Live. And Steve from Norfolk, it's one of those days when you will remember where you were when we won 6 gold medals. And that is absolutely true. Everybody will remember where they were when Great Britain won 6 gold medals and they won 3 in one night in track and field. And actually, Mike, you know, we were talking about a little bit earlier, and we'll go to the news just after you've answered this. Of course, before the Olympics started, of course, everybody had their fingers crossed for Jessica Ennis and for Mo Farah. But, you know, there was a possibility, and Greg Rutherford, there was a possibility that Britain wouldn't win any of those 3 events.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw, as you said just a few moments ago, Di Green in the semi-finals of the men's 400 metres hurdles. I remember once talking to a great American hurdler called Ronaldo Nehemiah, and I said to him, for the Americans, what's the difference between the World Championships and the Olympic Games? Because it's the same opposition and generally the same standard of competition. And he said the World Championships are just the World Championships. The Olympic Games are the World's Championships. They belong to everybody, and most athletes around the world raise their games. If you look statistically at the World Championships that come the year after the Olympic Games, most of the performances slip because most of the best athletes around the world have pushed themselves towards the top of the mountain every Olympic year.
We're going to stay on air till 10 o'clock, so we beg Tony Livesey's forgiveness for that, but obviously we must carry on reflecting on this stellar night of performances, not just here in the Olympic Stadium, but also, of course, in the water, and another world record in the velodrome as well. So another half an hour, 85058 on the text if you want to get in touch, at BBC 5 Live on the tweets, as well as we go to Faye Rusco at 10:32.
Online at bbc.co.uk/5live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Today marks Great Britain's most successful day ever at the Olympics. After winning 6 golds in one day and a silver, Team GB now lie third in the Olympic medal table. Jessica Ennis got the gold medal in the heptathlon. Just a few minutes later, Greg Rutherford also hit the jackpot. He won gold for Great Britain in the long jump. It's Team GB's first medal in the event for nearly 50 years. And then Mo Farah claimed victory in the 10,000 metres. Britain's cyclists got another gold for Team GB in the women's team pursuit at the velodrome. There were 2 gold and a silver for Great Britain in the rowing. In other news, fighting is intensifying according to rebel troops in the Syrian city of Aleppo. There's also more violence in the capital Damascus, where a group of Iranian pilgrims are believed to have been kidnapped. And a man in his 50s has died in a glider crash in Angus. Police said the aircraft came down in a field on the outskirts of Forfar earlier this afternoon.
5 Live Olympic Breakfast.
More to look forward to, Meet and Dorney. They're calling it the Dorney Roar now, are they? That crowd getting louder and louder and louder. Some of the games makers are walking past. Where are you from, sir?
We're from Dorset.
We're going to be watching the on the big screen?
Yeah, definitely.
Rachel. Catherine Granger's name always makes me think of a female novelist.
Oh.
You know, a kind of, Catherine Granger's latest romance. Don't know why.
Well, perhaps we could suggest that as a career path for her. Never mind the Dorney Roar, by the way. What about the bellow in the velo?
Wake up to the games.
On 5 Live. Back tomorrow from 6.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pugach.
And the nation roars as Ennis goes on to win the 800 metres, and with it, Olympic gold! She raises both arms on a special night for Jessica Ennis.
Oh, I'm so proud. I just can't believe that I've come here and I've got through these 2 days and managed to win. It's just unbelievable.
Greg Rutherford wins Britain's first gold medal in the long jump, their first medal of any colour for nearly 50 years.
It's the most amazing moment of my life.
He's being carried on this wave of emotion. Farah hits the front. Farah wins gold for Britain in the men's 10,000 metres and immediately turns to celebrate. What a night! 3 gold medals for Great Britain, for Jessica Ennis, for Greg Rutherford, and now for Mo Farah.
Olympic doesn't come around often, and you get it right in your doorstep. Oh, wow.
Triumph for Great Britain in track and field, on the water and the velodrome as well, but also a nice touch giving Michael Phelps a special presentation in the pool after yet another gold medal, 22 in all, and the American swim team unfurled a banner saying thank you London. They've appreciated the atmosphere, the organisation, the sportsmanship of the crowd as well, but of course here, Mike Costello, track and field. Let's try and take these one by one. Let's start with Jess Ennis. As you say, injured 4 years ago. The javelin let her down last year in Daegu, where the atmosphere was so different because it was so flat, which goes back to your earlier point about the Worlds and the Olympics being so very, very different. Just seeing a shot again of Mo Farah with his daughter. Sorry, I know we're sort of zigzagging everywhere, but we've just seen that on the telly.
Watching it back, he's about to go his lap of honour. He sees on the big screen Rihanna and doesn't know where she is. She's telling an official, "There's my daddy." Yeah. You know, it was like, "Are you lost, little girl?" You know.
And he's giving it that old, when people shout, they're behind you, turning around going, "Where are you?" Oh dear, oh dear. Jess Ennis, her life changes. Though all their lives change, they're Olympic champion, Mike.
Yeah, and you said you had a text from a friend who said that after what he's seen tonight, that's it, he's not going to watch any more athletics. You have to wonder where Ennis could go from here. You cannot top what's happened here, so where would she go for motivation? Also, she's shown tonight that she is so far ahead of the field when she really gets it right. Last year, there was proof at the World Championships that in the heptathlon, 1 weak event is 1 weak event too many. But she got it right here. Even on her so-called weaker events, she produced solid disciplines. 3 of the 7 produced for her a lifetime best. On a stage like this, when she spoke to Sonia about being so nervous, but she managed to bottle that up and use it as the fuel for the best performance of her life. In all of the euphoria, we've barely mentioned that she's broken the British record yet again. She is the greatest female all-round athlete Britain has ever produced.
And of course we look at Carolina Kluft, the great Carolina Kluft, who really did bring this event alive. Olympic champion in 2004, and that's exactly what happened to her. Yelena Isinbayeva, the great pole vaulter, changed the face of pole vaulting. That desire, that kind of, I've done it.
And neither of those won on a home stage as big as this. I mean, in that trail there, we're hearing about the Velo Bello and the Dornay Roar. They are as nothing compared to what we heard here tonight. It actually hurts your ears, even for those of us wearing headphones. The closest that I've heard to this is watching football at the Nou Camp in Barcelona, where you've got that almost Latin passion, where there's a fire in the noise. And that's what's happening here, but particularly for Jessica Ennis. There is something about the appearance of her on the screens and that beautiful smile, the elegant look that she has as she goes about her sport, and it's so easy for the crowd to embrace, because she just looks like somebody who's walked in off the street.
So
and I tell you what, if we go back to the controversy from the middle of the summer, that's not bad for a fat woman, is it?
Oh yes, whoever said that, because they were never publicly named, were they? I bet they feel a little bit silly this evening. So she's 26, so she has got another Olympics in her.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
No? You saying that because of motivation? You're saying that because of fitness? Why are you saying that?
A bit of both, because when you think what a heptathlete puts herself through over the course of training for so long, you know, she has broken down since that very serious injury which kept her out of 2008, and it's the drive with the Olympics at the end of the horizon of that trail back towards fitness that kept her going. So would she have the motivation to get over an injury of that kind? That, you know, she will, a heptathlete will get an injury at some stage during a season. It depends how you can ride the tackle.
I mean, we've asked this question before, Alison. Sorry, we asked it to Bradley Wiggins the other day. You've won the Tour de France and the time trial in 10 days. How, you know, what is going to motivate you tomorrow morning? I suppose the answer really is, don't make any rash decisions. Let it just chill out for a bit. Well, get married, actually.
You know, the great boxing trainer Angelo Dundee used to say about the best nights of Muhammad Ali's career, and it's slightly different in boxing, but he used to say that you can't make a souffle rise twice. You can't recreate this occasion.
I like that.
You can't recreate this occasion. What Jessica Ennis has experienced here over the course of 2 days is going to be very difficult to put behind her to compete again. It's a very special moment that, look, nobody in here tonight will ever forget. But the question has to be whether Ennis can move on from here.
And the likes of Kelly Holmes. Kelly Holmes got a bronze in Sydney. She had the she had the desire to go on for another 4 years to do what she did in that special 2 events in Athens. Sally Gunnell did it in 92. Couldn't recreate it in 96 because she'd done it. World record, Olympic champion.
And actually, Kath, as you absolutely rightly say, you sort of have first-hand experience of this, of Cathy Freeman in 2000.
It's exactly the same for Cathy. Cathy Freeman was so emotionally and physically drained after winning a home Olympics with the pressure and expectation of the whole of Australia on her shoulders. She took the next year off, thinking, I will come back, I will take a year off, I will rest. She didn't. Anything that wasn't nailed down, Cathy Freeman ate. She then took a lot of time to try and get back in 2002. And I can say that because she's my friend, and it's true, because she needed the time to relax. She needed to feel normal again. Now, Jessica Ennis isn't going to do that because she's at the height of her powers, and I think we'll see her at the World Championship next year. But Mike's right, 4 years is a long time in sport. Cathy Freeman never got back. She ran in the Commonwealth Games in 2002.
She ran the relay, didn't she?
But it was the same thing, Mark. Where was she going to go? The world record was out of her reach of 47.60 seconds. Is the world record out the reach of Jessica Ennis? Who's to say? There's a couple of events here that she could grab some more points on, but it's very similar in the situation.
Just briefly looking down the field, sorry Mark, if you look at Katarina Johnson-Thompson finishing in 15th place. Now, in 4 years, if she was to make the kind of improvement that Jessica Ennis made in 2 years, from the World Championships in Osaka in 2007 through to 2009, then she would be a serious contender. And you might think that if Ennis saw somebody on the horizon on the domestic level, that might be one avenue for her to recharge.
I think the only thing we might disagree on this evening is how noisy it was here vis-a-vis Cathy Freeman night. And I say
Kath
because
was in the race.
No, there were more people in what do they call it? They call it the Olympic Stadium in Sydney.
Stadium Australia.
There were 2,000 more.
Yeah, exactly. So per person, the decibel was more here. Oh, the little minis are out there. They're fantastic.
But you know what it was in Sydney? you though, Mark, it was more maintained here this evening, because in the space of 45 minutes, Great Britain won 3 gold medals. Do you know what I mean? Jess Ennis was doing her lap of honour. Greg Rutherford was standing on the runway. God knows what was going through his mind then. He won a gold medal. He came off the track. Mo Farah did it. It was a maintained, dense, absolutely deafening noise. I have tinnitus, and it was still deafening to me. That's the only thing ever since I've had it that was deafened out. It was outstanding.
We've got another 18 minutes and we're already into Tony Livesey's time, so let's get through it all. Steve, have we seen the rebirth of the British field events this evening?
Wow, yeah, that's a big statement. Rebirth, certainly men's jumps look incredibly strong. When you think, we've got Philip Zadowu to come yet in the triple jump, we've got Robbie Grabans in the high jump. To see Greg Rutherford take gold in the men's long jump this evening, and he's down trackside still. I don't think he wants to leave this stadium. There's a scattering of British supporters still around the stadium just to kind of stand and look at as Greg Rutherford waves up to them. And yeah, possibly, it will inspire people. Do you know what it'll inspire people to do is chase their dreams, and he's been incredibly patient. 6 years ago, Greg Rutherford took silver in the European Championships.
Sorry, that's just Mo and Greg Rutherford together at the moment, just grabbing a Union flag.
A quick photo shoot, just with a couple of photographers, about 60.
That's going to be the norm for the rest of their life.
Absolutely. But you know what? He's been blighted by injury, and he's been patient. As has Jessica Ennis. 4 years ago, of course, didn't go to Beijing. She had a stress fracture of the foot. She showed patience, just bided her time, and you get rewarded if you chase your dreams, keep believing, and never give up.
And Darren, the same with Mo in many ways. Learned his lesson from Daegu, trained hard. As you were saying earlier, Kath and Alison varied his training as well, so he had a few different ways to win the race. Knew he had to, if necessary, think on his feet rather than just going, I'm going to run this way and that'll do it. Was flexible, and it was just a stunning last lap.
Well, people always say, what's the secret to success? And the question I always ask is, what would you give up for your dreams? What would you sacrifice if I could make your dreams come true? And I think when you look at Mo was always somebody that we looked at as a nearly person. When's Mo going to win anything? When's Mo going to stand on the podium? We all love Mo. And what Mo has done now is actually transformed his life into a movie that I would go and watch. Why? Because at every point where the adversity has been thrown at him, he's found a new way to get over that adversity. Coming to school, having to learn English, we can go right at the start, right at the very start, to be embraced in Great Britain as somebody who's not from Great Britain and didn't speak the language, and has grown and grown and grown, all down to sport. Something fueled that fire from within and made him decide that I'm going to become a champion, and I will sacrifice anything to become that champion. So when Mo crosses that line as Olympic champion, he, to me, just signifies why we all do what we do.
And a British Olympic champion, as you say, given his background and given the reaction of everybody in this stadium. Mo Farah's here with Phil Jones.
Olympic champion Mo on a night of 3 gold medals for Great Britain. Can you quite believe what's just happened out there?
I just can't believe it. The crowd got so much behind me, and it was getting louder and louder. I've never experienced something like this. It doesn't come around often, and to have it right in your doorstep, and the amount of people supporting you, shouting out your name, it's never going to get anything better. This is the best moment of my life. It's just something I worked so hard for, and it's just a grinding and hard work, and 120 miles week in, week out, and long distance is a lonely event, so it's just what you put into is what you get out of. And I've just had the great support from the crowd, and Barry Fradge particularly, he's been there in front row with me and keeping monitor every little thing, and he's been away from his family for 5 weeks. I've been away from my family for 5 weeks, so it's just like I want to thank everyone who support me from my childhood till now, and without all them people it wouldn't happen. But I just got to enjoy this moment, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's just beginning to sink in probably for you, isn't it? I know it's momentous. You were able, though, to share it with your wife and your daughter out there. How much did that mean?
Oh, that meant so much to me. Seeing my daughter just really emotional. She's just coming out running to me, and I was just like, wow.
You've got a present for her there as well.
Yeah, someone gave me from the crowd, so I'm going to give her this.
And a gold medal already around your neck. You're going to get the real deal before long. But Mo, you came into it as one of the favourites, if not the favourite. You had so much pressure on your shoulders, and after what you did at the World Championships last year in the 10,000, when you had it taken out of your grasp, the way you've managed to deliver tonight must give you so much pride.
Oh, it was just amazing. My legs were getting tired, and I had to dig in last bit, and I could see the crowd, and they gave me that bit more boost, and I knew someone was coming, but I wasn't sure who. And my training partner, Galen, did well, came second to me, so it was unbelievable.
And what about all those people along the way who've supported you? I know it goes way beyond you and the immediate team.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable who support me from my childhood, who people supported me, PE teacher, my coaches before that, Alex McGeer, my childhood, Conrad Milton, Alan Story's a big part. You know, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have made that breakthrough. And then my coach now, Alberto Salazar. I just want to thank everyone who supported me in life. I know I can't thank enough people on TV, but I just want to thank everyone who associated with me.
And 80,000 people and millions more at home. You now, if you were a national hero before, you're certainly a bigger one now. Well done.
This is unbelievable. Thanks for everyone. And cheers, Phil.
Thank you, Mo.
Well, I would really like to think that Mo Farah, as Darren was saying, born in Somalia, coming here age 11, speaking no English, being roared home like that, says a lot about, I would hope, Great Britain today. I really would.
It wasn't easy for him when he first came here. His dad, Mukhtar, was a Somali businessman who was based in Britain but met his mum while he was on holiday in the capital, Mogadishu. And when Mo Farah was 8 years of age, this civil strife around Mogadishu was starting to really increase. They talked about the sounds of gunfire and shells and the rest of being Mogadishu music. And so first of all, he took the family to Djibouti, which neighbours Somalia. And then eventually, when Mo was 8, they came over to Britain. Now, he spoke at that stage, the story goes, only 3 phrases in English. Excuse me, where's the toilet? And come on then. And apparently his PE teacher, Alan Watkinson, who was also his best man at his wedding, huge influence on his life, says that at one stage he was playing football in the playground and a bigger boy kicked the ball away, and so he chose one of these 3 phrases, which just happened to be come on then, and so he got a smack in the eye from the bigger boy. And Alan Watkinson also talks about when he was running cross-country races in those early stages, he couldn't read the signs and so often took the wrong directions and yet still finished in prominent positions, and that gave the teachers the idea that this kid could be something.
Do you remember that story he was telling us on the day of the opening ceremony? He was saying that day when he spotted him in the cross country, he said to all of his classmates, you better get his autograph, and apparently all the kids lined up with their textbooks. So Victoria Derbyshire Mark Chapman put the ask out if there's anyone out there that was in his form class that have Mo Farah's autograph when you were 9 or 10. I mean, it really is.
And did anyone come back? Do we know?
I don't think anyone came back.
No.
That would have been a Disney ending, but no.
They will in the film. They will in the film.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they will in the film.
If the Americans get into it, they will in the film.
You've always got to add bits.
Yeah,
hey, listen,
exactly.
We've also now got to think about poor Tanya Farah, who I don't even know where her stress levels went tonight, and we've got to mention again, she's due twins, 2 little Farah girls, any day now. And
gold medal for each.
Gold medal for each, exactly, because he's got a 5,000 metres, and wow, to be double gold. Can we start thinking about that yet?
We can, because I think the way he ran the 10,000 metres and the sprint finish that he has, I think, of course, it bodes well in terms, doesn't it, Alison, in terms of half the distance, the confidence. We saw what Kelly Holmes did in Athens after she'd won the 800 metres. She literally just had to walk on the track, turn up, and then she won the 1,500 metres because the confidence level was so high.
And we should remember that in the 5,000 metres in Beijing 4 years ago, he didn't even get out of the heats, didn't qualify for the final, describes it as the biggest setback of his career. And as Steve was saying just a few moments ago, there is inspiration yet again. Chase that dream, whatever the level of adversity.
And you were talking, Darren, about sacrifice, and we've had 2 gold medalists this week talk about their sacrifice. Mo Farah, who went to the States, and Bradley Wiggins, who, when I asked him, how much have you been at home this year, he said he'd been at home, I think, 3.5 weeks since the beginning of January.
Just want to go back.
So he said, I've missed kids' birthdays, I've missed kids' parties, I've missed, this, that and the other. I haven't been able to do this. Any sort of social invitation, no, I'm away, I'm training. I want to win the Tour de France. I want to win the Olympic gold.
And that's why I was, when you were talking about Jess and we talk about sacrifice and stuff like that and what you do next. Well, the night we won Olympic gold, I was, 32? 2 children. My oldest son, I'd been there for his first birthday. Well, actually, they flew over to Catherine's nodding. They flew over to Australia, and he walked out. So I missed him walk, but he walked out to me in the airport. So that was my oldest son. My middle boy, I'd been there just for his first birthday because it fell when we needed to be in Australia for 3-4 months preparing. So at the point where I won my Olympic gold, I kind of sat back and I went, well, will I ever be the same? Will I be able to fight through those injuries? Will I be able to train on Christmas Day, will I be able to look out the window and see the snow and go, no, I'm motivated? Because first and foremost, you need to ask yourself the question why you do it. And for me, I only did it for one thing. I got caught up in this Olympic dream of you can go out there, dream about this, and if you work hard enough, you get to stand at the top of the podium and have an Olympic gold medal placed around your neck. So at the point where I did that, I had my agent going, well, you can't retire. I could have retired at that moment. Well, this is where you make all the money. The reality is, what made me tick, I had. So I knew I was never, ever going to be the same. I think for Jess, it's a little bit different because she's still a young lady, but if she's talking about getting married, maybe she's thinking about kids. But the beautiful thing for her is, as she showed with the first performance on this Olympic track, if she now wants a easy life, just go and do 100-metre hurdles. That's what I would do.
Well, she said that, hasn't she, Mike? She said previously her plan after the heptathlon is just to concentrate on that one single event. Will it be now? It's a possibility, surely.
Which is exactly what Carolina Clough did with the long jump. And I think, she has that blessing that she can do that. So her motivation all of a sudden is turning now to another event, and it will feel new to her.
It's not out of the question that she'll do that here, right? I mean,
still not. No one's
I
still.
asked Tony while he was sat here, and he sort of shrugged his shoulders. He didn't say no.
No,
put it that way.
They have to announce her tonight. They have to say that she's going to run. Yeah, they have to say that she's going to run, but she can say she's going to run and then not turn up. I mean,
True,
she's got 24 hours. There's no relay. She's not going to get disqualified from any other event.
The thinking is that, of course, if she did do it and maybe didn't make the final, it might just put a bit of a tarnish on. If she made a final, it would be incredible.
But you know what?
Think, I mean, the Cinderella story. I mean, is if she ran 12:54 again. I mean, that could take her all the way, right?
And yeah, absolutely. And to come back out in this stadium, this is going to be... There's never going to be another moment like this. We've not got another Olympic Games in our country.
We've got about 6 minutes till we go to Tony Livesey, so I want to ask Steve what this does for the rest of the track and field team now. OK, they are wherever they are, and they've turned the telly on, or some of them are here, and they're going, well, we expected Jess to win, that's great. They go, Greg Rutherford's won the gold medal, wow, and then Mo to win and the roof to come off. What are they thinking? What does it do for them?
Well, I think, we talk about belief. And being such a massively important component part of any successful journey, and the belief given from someone like Greg Rutherford, possibly more so, I would suggest, because it was under the radar. The messages from Mo and Jess were stand up under the pressure. Look, there's someone leading by example. Great role models, not only for the team but across the country. But for Greg Rutherford, that message of, God, I could get an opportunity like that. And if I get that opportunity, what would I do? How would I cope with that? Presented with a situation that he was presented with tonight of looking round, the world champion goes out, the world record holder, the Olympic champion goes out, rather. The world champion wasn't here in Dwight Phillips, the American. Irving Saladino, 3 no jumps in qualification. It just transpired, a little window of opportunity opened in front of Greg Rutherford, and he grabbed it with both hands. And that's the message for the team. What if the window opens in front of you? What are you going to do? We're only on day 2 of the athletics here. Lots of opportunities for the rest of the team to have their chance to shine.
All I was going to say is, talking about that's exactly what the Olympic Games is about. Listen, you can't control who's in the field. When I won my Olympic silver, Maurice Green and Michael Johnson got injured in their American trials. I knew there was an opportunity, so I took it. They can turn around and go, well, we weren't in it, but that's not my fault. I've got injured in my career and had to miss out. It's just the way it goes. All the Team GB members, there's one simple thing. Be prepared if that window or that door opens, and take it.
I want to say, Mike, I want to finish this with you, then I'll do some text, and then we want to set up tomorrow. The other thing, we talk an awful lot about legacy, and what we want is for young boys and girls to be playing sport. So whatever level, just play sport, get involved. Clearly, we all know that we've got an obesity problem in this country, but so many boys and girls, well, obviously particularly boys, want to be footballers because they see the money. Nights like tonight, because you've got Jessica Ennis and you've got Mo Farah and you've got Greg Rutherford, so you've got man, you've got woman, you've got track, you've got field. There'll be a few there who might have wanted to play football or play tennis or something. They're going, actually, track and field looks good fun.
And I think that's what could be so important for the momentum of this sport. Last year London won the bid to stage the 2017 World Championship. So there's a very important window here of 5 years between now and then to really grow the sport. As you say, most sports have suffered over the last 20 years because of the introduction of the Premiership and the success that it has. So, look, every sportsman in whatever sport needs athletic ability. And if they're going to be dragged away from athletics because it simply isn't sexy enough, that's a problem that the sport has. And it does have at the moment in terms of numbers going into clubs at grassroots level. And that's what tonight and the rest of these Olympic Games could change, because there are still more possibilities of British success here in the showpiece arena.
Andrew says, in the car on the way back home from Sunderland, listening to you, could hardly hear anything with the crowds cheering in the background. I've never felt more proud to be British. Come on, Team GB. If the sight of Mo says this one and his family on the track doesn't move you to tears, then you're not human. That's from Dean from Essex. Do we know any Deans from Essex? Dean Macy texting us. Paul Woolley, been listening for the last 14 hours whilst fishing. Sat here now with tears of joy rolling down my face. It's been inspiring. And this one, a 40-minute drive home from relatives. In that time, GB wins 3 gold medals. What a night. What brilliant coverage. Well, how do we follow Super Saturday? How about Sensational Sunday? This is the way it looks. In Weymouth, Ian Percy and Andrew Simpson have their medal race at 1 o'clock. Strong favourites for gold at 2 o'clock. Ben Ainsley going for gold number 4 in a row on the water. 2 o'clock also the time Andy Murray is going to play Roger Federer in the gold medal match at Wimbledon. Just before 4 o'clock, the gymnast Lewis Smith goes in the final of the pommel horse, a chance to improve on the bronze from Beijing. One final in the velodrome, Ed Clancy competing for Britain in the Omnium. The final race just after 6 o'clock. Here at the Olympic Stadium, Christina Horogou defends her Olympic title. And is that enough for you? No? Well, how about this?
And Bolt is already beginning to draw clear. Bolt wins! It's a new world record!
This is a moment that's going to define my entire life.
But he's being collared by Johan Blake.
When I'm running, it's our business. I'm like a beast.
I want to be a legend.
I would like to be a global icon.
And the man they call the new Usain Bolt has taken the world title.
The stadium is in shock right now. The people, you look at their faces, they cannot believe that Usain Bolt was just beaten.
To be beaten any time in your career, especially when you're doing great on top, it's always a wake-up call.
And Jamaica takes the gold medal in the 100 metres, but it hasn't gone to Usain Bolt. It's gone to his training partner, Johan Blake.
He said to me, Blake, he motivated me. Only when we're on the track, it is business. I don't know you.
Oh, and it's Usain Bolt has false started.
After last year, I've learned that getting too excited gets in trouble. So I've learned I won't make that mistake again.
Gatlin wins the gold. Dwayne Chambers was there as well.
If everybody is fit and everybody's ready, the field that's going to be out there is going to be really a world-class field.
And Asafa Powell wins.
And I think it's going to be an experience for people to remember.
And Tyson Gay wins.
I'm not really worried about anybody really, because I train with the fastest man on earth. Why I'm going to be scared or worried about anybody?
People should really watch out.
Everybody chasing one dream.
Well, there's no doubt about it, Darren Campbell, that obviously Usain Bolt was the star of Beijing. After tonight, Usain Bolt is going to have to do something extraterrestrial if he wants to be the name from these Olympic Games.
You're 100% right. And I think Usain Bolt knows that. I think Usain Bolt would have been waiting, is it how they say it, in the wings, for his moment. His moment will be tomorrow. He has his opportunity to start something that again could be history making. We're talking about retaining the 100-metre title, then he has the opportunity to retain the 200-metre title, and then there's the big showdown between the American team and the Jamaican team in the 4x1. And from what we witnessed in Monaco, the American team aren't messing around. We saw with the women's, the Jamaicans managed to get the 2 of the medal places. So this is a fantastic rivalry. But if Usain Bolt wants to leave here as the superstar and the hero, I believe he's going to have to take all 3.
Mike, final word from you.
Well, this has been Britain's night, but with Usain Bolt on the stage tomorrow night, it could be a night for the world to celebrate. And if he is to break a world record or to become the first man to cross the line first at 2 Olympics in a row in the 100 metres, then that could set momentum in place with 6 nights still to go here for the best athletics ever seen in an Olympic Games.